Let's just do some quick radio check. Radio check.
Yeah, I can do it, thanks.
Only two great radio check. Radio check going. Only two down, radio check. Left.
Mike, have you got your radio up?
Only two Mike. Radio check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. Great, what about you? What was that, Dan? What about you? Yeah, I'll check the calendar and get back to you. Last picture on 5 seconds, well.
Middlesex Cricket.
Dan, can you move your camera a bit to the right? Are you level me? Yes, mate. Great, point you already up. Greg, can I get you up in position, please? Yep, going on. Zero, mate, thank you. That's a nice shot, Greg. Just hold that, please. Mate, I've plugged in a cable for you. You should just take a graphic and then live stream it. You're going to have one of those in a second. Think to you now, Greg, you just hold that wide on the grid. What's your camera then? You see that? Amazing, mate, thank you. That you don't like. You now like. Already like. That was a beautiful shot, but I didn't use. Can you reframe the player for me, please? The Middlesex players, please, mate. Charlie with the pin. This is what in front of us. Would you grade points for bounces down if you hold the fielders? Do we grade wide? 15 out down.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radlett. The Royal London One Day Cup about to get underway for Middlesex here in Hertfordshire, and they're the teams heading out. Stephen Eskenazi at the front of the Middlesex pack. Middlesex have won the toss and elected to field first against Leicestershire here, and a glorious sunny day. And as the team meet together there, they'll be looking for a strong start. You can imagine 11 o'clock with that white ball, hoping there might just be a little bit of movement for it first off. A ground they know very, very well, Middlesex, and a ground where they have a very, very good record. So there'll certainly be high hopes of an opening victory here at Fortress even, Radlett, as it has been known of late for Middlesex. Not the T20 campaign that they wanted. Leicestershire didn't have the worst T20. They won their last 6 games in the T20, but didn't make it through because of a disciplinary issue that saw points docked. So they missed out on a quarter-final at the Oval, and a lucrative one it would have been for them as well. But here at Radlett, the Royal London One Day Cup gets underway, and in spectacular fashion as well, with glorious, glorious sunshine expected all day. Let's hope some pretty glorious cricket out there as well. News of the teams then, starting with Middlesex. It's Mark Stoneman, Stephen Eskenazi, the captain, Sam Robson, Peter Milan, Max Holden, Joe Cracknell, who will keep wicket. Luke Holman, Martin Anderson, Umesh Yadav, Tilan Walalawita and Ethan Bamba. Leicestershire have their opening bats out ready to go and to face. You can see on the screen there, Yadav will open in the bowling. He'll be opening the bowling from the pavilion end. It'll be Patel out to open up with Welch. A slight change up on the order of the card, but Hill then at 3, we think. Lilly at 4, Mulder at 5, Kimber, Bowley, Hendricks, Scriven, Swindles, and Chris Wright, the former Middlesex man. So here is Yadav. He'll be right arm over the wicket. He's got 2 slips in place. The Indian quick. Deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and a short fine leg. So the 2 back in the power play to begin with are deep third and deep square. And we're nearly ready to go. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Handaggers Fraser, alongside me this morning as well. I have Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance as well, and a few of the players throughout the day also. Oh! Look at that, first up. Welch walks away, has a think. From Yadav, that was an absolute beaut to begin. And, well, as I say, a ground, a track, a square that Middlesex know very well. It is parched, absolutely parched here at Radlett. A heat wave of this summer. There's the first run. Just fine, a Bamba. And a single taken. So on strike comes Patel. But yeah, the outfield here is, as you can see, where Umesh is heading towards. That's where we're sat in the broadcast tent, the commentary position. A lot of grass on the track still. Square's looking pretty green, but everywhere else it's pretty bare. But the local knowledge here of Radlett as well for these Middlesex players, particularly those who came through second 11 when Middlesex play so much of their second 11 cricket here at Radlett, is that it can be a little bit up and down the bounce here in Hertfordshire. And as we saw that first ball from Yadav there, it was a belter of a delivery. Oh, lifts on again. Very good from Yadav. So first list day game for Umasharev. And played a few championship games in recent weeks for Middlesex. Nice line and length. So yeah, Middlesex putting in Leicestershire here. You'd imagine a big part of the thought process will be, well, go on then, set the score on this one. Let's see what the bounce is like. Let's let you work that out. Middlesex will bowl a pretty straight line, you'd have thought. It's a short boundary either side. It's not the biggest of grounds here at Radlett. Reasonable pick-up on either side, goes the full way, as we know through T20 cricket here through the years. That's a lovely shot. Down to the commentary tent it comes. Ethan Bamber giving chase. Bounce up over the advertising board to our left. And 4 runs it is. And 5 without loss at the end of the opening over here at Radlett. So you're watching the live enhanced stream with myself, Kevin Hand, and Angus Fraser, who's a far cleverer man than I. He's just managed to take a wide berth from the sun in the commentary tent. Morning, Gus.
Morning, everyone. Pretty nice sides here, isn't it? Lovely ground to be playing cricket. Good crowd building up. And a Leicestershire side that had a really good win the other day. But it's warm, isn't it? It's like a sun trap in here. Where's the sun moved? Kevin, you've sort of sat in these positions more often than myself.
That's a very good question. Let's think. Basically, it's going to be heading across in front of our tent all day, isn't it? We're looking pretty much south. We're looking southeast at the moment, I think. There's that direction that Ethan Bamber's running towards us from, the Saltersfield end. Oh, that goes away. Take by Cracknell, wide signals. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much of an escape for us all day is the answer to the question. Sorry, Gus.
Need to open the back, so make the most of the draft. I'm hot as it is, as you've probably noticed.
Turned up the other day at Old Trafford for a commentary alongside Paul Allett. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, absolutely dripping with sweat. And he just looked at me and said, yeah, not so cold up north, is it? He's away into the offside and no run. Yeah,
I've got a bit more of an excuse. I've been rushing around like a lunatic this morning. Moving stuff around, so I'll cool down in the next 20 minutes or so.
Final setups here. Final setup here at Radlett.
Yeah, we've got a club barbecue this afternoon. Close of play, so moving the barbecues around. Kindly provided us by Paul Douglas at Sunshine Garden Centre.
Is my invite still in the post?
Yeah, it is. There's a burger with your name on it.
No surprise, Middlesex winning the toss and fielding here, I think. Have a look at this pitch. Let Leicestershire work it out. Middlesex know where they bowl here generally. Yeah,
we've played a lot of white ball cricket here now, and results have been pretty good, actually, in both forms of the game. So there is a method that we try to stick to. And it is a fast-scoring ground, so trying to assess what is enough is a challenge, and therefore how hard you go. And to say the pitch has got a green tinge to it, but I think a lot of pitches around the country at this time of the year are going to have a green tinge to it, with the weather as it is. Groundsmen afraid to shave them bare, because when you shave them bare, it can get a little bit crusty, go through the top, and all right, there might be a bit of more pace and bounce in the surface, is what people want. A little bit of seam movement.
It's doing too much. Seen a few nip away the other way. That one held its line, the angle going down though.
Yeah, just slipping down the leg side. But equally, it is pace and bounce that batsmen want to play shots and to score freely. So that's why the games here have been high-scoring games. Not a huge ground, decent sized, fast outfield, pitch with a bit of pace and bounce in it. So a lot of good things for a batsman to work with.
Oh, inside edge from Patel on that one. Testing from Bamber. I guess team news wise for Middlesex, lands in from last year, Yadav, in terms of the side that Middlesex were able to field in the One Day Cup last year. But Joe Cracknell was part of the 100 last year, back in the Middlesex setup this year, and he gets the nod with the gloves.
Well, yeah, Robbie White's had a little back injury. I think he had an injection a couple of days ago. So he's has a sort of ongoing little back nickel and trying to address that now. Pushed into leg side, looking for two, but Martin Anderson quick to the ball. Good over there, good start by Ethan Bamber. A couple of runs off it. And I think the important thing here is to, I don't know, again, whether I sort of give my age away, me being a miserable old so-and-so, but it's bowling good balls. I mean, a lot of the time you're seeing 50 over cricket sides get flyers, and how many of the boundaries that come are to big sort of risky-ish shots. A lot of the time it's bad balls that are put away, so minimising the bad balls that you bowl and asking the batsman to take some risks if they're looking to find the boundary during this power play.
So let's start again from Yadav. Yeah, that's where they've pretty much started, isn't it? Both Yadav and Bamber. Saw that, well, probably one from either end now. Really climb. Yadav put his back into one, lifted a big way on Welch first up. Patel faced on as well from Bamber likewise. But there or thereabouts on just a good line and length, and see where it takes them. Just a little straighter and a single out to deep square. Managed to give you a mention on that commentary the other day with Paul Allen, actually, Lancashire TV. It was it the single down to deep third at Lords, so there was something getting on Paul Allen's nerves during the commentary. I said this reminds me of being at Lords the other day with Gus. Eskenazi too deep, was it, that day on commentary, I think?
About 30 yards. Anyway, moving on. He's aware that I saw it. Again, that's an excellent shot there. Not much wrong with the delivery, but it just shows you get good bat on the ball, stay in a controlled position when you play the stroke, and find the gap here. So, well, not a lot wrong with it at all. If you say just half a yard short, a couple of inches wide, but that's a ball on another day that the batsman will play defensively or go through to the keeper. So, excellent stroke there by Welsh, who got 100 the other day, didn't he, against Surrey?
Ooh. Tucked him up, but he's ridden it down to a deep third for a single, 14 without loss. Yeah, I said on one of the other balls, it might have been the first ball, the second ball of the over, it was just tickled away for one off the back foot, just gone slightly too straight. But that's the game here for the bowlers, isn't it? Because it is they are such short boundaries either side of the square, that line, anything slightly off, if a batter can get it away off the square, there's a fair chance they're going to get it away for a boundary as well.
Good running there. It's important you take the singles too, not just look at the boundaries. But it's not ridiculously short. I mean, it's probably 60-65 metres square of the wicket, but it's the pace of the outfield, isn't it? And the hard square. So the first bounce of the ball after it hits the bat is a fast one. Doesn't take any pace out of the delivery.
Oh, it's nicely bowled again. Just hitting that good line and length. Single turn the over down to deep third. 3 gone, 16 without loss.
But just back to your conversation about selection and Robbie White not being available for today's game. But Cracknell has kept wicket as a youngster, kept wicket North Middlesex, kept in a number of second 11 games this year. So it's not something that we're not. Well, it's a better option than Eskenazi. Says I'm having a go at Eskenazi, but he's a much better option than Eskenazi behind the stumps. And Steve has kept a couple of times for Middlesex, where he had a period, didn't he, at the end of one season where he kept in first class cricket. But no, Joe's an accomplished wicket-keeper. And obviously you need to get someone like him in the side. How destructive he can be in white ball cricket. We've seen that in the T20 games that he's played for the club already.
There's Mark Stoneman. Oh, comes a long way across now. Is that bat or is it pad? Nothing doing from the umpire. Came an awful long way across.
Good delivery by Bamber, looked like he nipped away. Yep. Hit the back thigh, I would suggest the pace taken off the ball, looking at the way that Cracknell had to dive forward to catch it. But the movements of the batsman there suggest he's looking to get across and flick Ethan over the leg side.
Oh, straight to Mashadev. Right at him quickly. We just mentioned how once it's off the square here, actually, as a fielder, you've got to be really on the ball, haven't you? Because one, it is extremely parched here at Radlett at the moment, and two, it is pretty much all downhill from the mound that is the square in the middle. Solwald.
Yeah, outfields around the country are going to have a similar look to them. I mean, there's went around some club cricket on Saturday, and outfields there. And again, the couple of games that Middlesex have played in preparation for this tournament out at Falkland, and then at West Herts on Tuesday. The outfields there, not much green to them, and with the hosepipe ban potentially coming up, there's not going to be much green to them until it starts raining again.
Incredibly difficult for club grounds, isn't it?
Well, it is, and it's difficult for groundsmen as well, because preparing pitches, I mean, rolling pitches, it's a question of getting enough water into the surface to be able to roll it, and it's quite difficult because you have to, I mean, the ground's drying out as soon as the water hits it as such on occasion. So it is a challenge for groundsmen at this moment in time. And again, when people sort of talk about a season of cricket, and we should be playing first class cricket now, this is when the pitches are at their best. But if you get hot weather like this, it is extremely challenging for groundsmen to not have a surface that is too dry, that does start to go through the top, and therefore become a little bit uneven in bounce as such. So it's a really challenging time for groundsmen. This is a stitch pitch as well, so there's two hybrid pitches here at Radlett, and the 4 games that we're going to be playing on here will be on those two surfaces.
Trying to think, one of the first games that Middlesex played at Lord's on a hybrid. Certainly one of the ones that springs to mind early on was the Kent game, when I think I saw you afterwards. Bell Drummond and Crawley had opened up, and the ball had just departed to everywhere in a flash. The two of them just destroyed the Middlesex attack that day, but it was the nature of the hitting. They were just able to trust that surface. Quite low down, that hybrid one, if memory serves, down towards the mound and the tavern.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, a hybrid shouldn't be better than a normal pitch. I mean, the reason for hybrid in pitch is that they last a bit longer. You can get more games on them, so they don't deteriorate as quickly. They hold together, which obviously the plastic stitching helps on. But I think there's a lot of grounds that have got hybrid surfaces now. They become very popular, but they're not the answer to everything. And I think we're finding out now as groundsmen, put them to bed at the end of the year. They put the topsoil on and things like that, and how they come back and And do the strands stay up, or do they get rolled in, and therefore do they lose their effectiveness? So there's a lot of knowledge being gleaned, but equally there's also awareness. So you don't just go and hybrid a whole square, even though that seems to be the sort of some people's answer to everything. It's you hybrid the whole square, and all of a sudden in 6 years' time we find out that actually, boom, they do more damage than good. Then you are stuffed, aren't you? Because you've got to relay the whole square, which means you're probably not going to play any cricket on it for a period of time. So I think almost a lot of clubs have quite rightly having a look at hybrids, and they've been positive so far, but there's a certain amount of awareness about them as well.
Cut away.
Fielded Max there, backward point, diving stop, didn't quite middle it, but if it had gone past him it would probably rolled away for 4. So
Yeah, you've got, that's what I was saying about you, Yadav, at short fine leg, you've got one stab at it as a fielder, really, don't you? Especially here at Radlett, as we were saying, with the fast scoring fields. That's a good comeback, very good comeback indeed. How many have they got at Lords, the hybrids? Is it 2 that they put on it, Lords, or...?
I think there are 2. There are a couple at each end, so there's more than 2 on the square. The end pitches tend to be hybrided because they're the ones that the bowlers use in the morning regularly for their warm-up. So you want surfaces there that you can keep bringing back during the summer, because the bowlers wanted to warm up before the day's play.
Bats to 20 over, 5 gone, 17 without loss haven't been put in here, and they're all under One Day Cup. Leicestershire.
Yeah, a couple of good overs there by Middlesex. 2 runs, I think, in the last 2 overs. So creating a little bit of pressure.
We just saw Mark Stamen in shot earlier in that over. As I said, he's one of those that have come in from last year, Milan as well. But it's a strong-looking Middlesex side, isn't it? You know, all the 5 players missing at the 100 at the moment. But goodness me, on paper, that's still a very strong 11 that Middlesex are fielding in this game.
Yeah, and without wishing to put pressure on people, I mean, it's a tournament we should hope to do well in. I mean, there are some counties that are losing 9, 10, 11 members of their staff during this period. And again, you could lose players throughout the tournament, so you'd like to think that someone like Steve Eskenazi, if there was to be an injury to someone in one of the 100 sides, then he may well be high up the list of batsmen that they look to get to play. So your squad can change during the tournament. I mean, obviously for injury, which you expect every now and then, but also there could be other pressures from elsewhere. But no, it is a good team, and I think the real challenge for us is the bowling. And again, say Roland Jones, Helm, there, Sauter. I know Sauter's sort of not been considered in the T20s, but they're away, and there are going to be some sort of players getting some good experience. So it's good for Ethan Bamber. I mean, he's not played a huge amount of List A cricket, but a real chance for him to come in, impress, and develop his game.
Inside edge to Yadav, they'll get the single. And Blake Cullen injured at the moment as well, although he may well have been away with the 100 had he been fit.
Well, he was actually. He was in London Spirit's 100 side, so yeah, it's sad for Blake. I mean, the encouraging sign is he's playing club cricket at the weekend. He got 70 odd for Twickenham against my club, Stanmore. Wasn't enough to win the game though.
Chirped out from
Stanmore won, which was good to see. But no, it's good to see him playing cricket, and again bowling a little bit in training and stuff like that, so he's easing his way back into cricket.
Were you there for that one? Was he chirped out all the way through from the sidelines?
No, I missed it. I was at, where was I? I went to Tower Hamlets to watch some cricket. So I watched North London Muslims play Lanka Lions, and then went to Indian Gymkhana, who were playing Southampton.
Scouting?
No, just catching up. I mean, that's part of my role, is to sort of hopefully get around the clubs. And a big thing for us is, I mean, we're extremely fortunate in Middlesex that we've got huge interest in the game. The club game is vibrant. A lot of teams playing each week. It's a good shot.
Oh, there. Wow. First real shot of anger, I suppose, from Leicestershire. Lovely boundary down the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it slightly fuller there from Ethan Bamber, but a lovely straight drive. Again, showing that, well, good surface to play a stroke like that on. So, excellent stroke there by Patel.
He's gone for that length previously, hasn't he? Where he has had one or two seam away on a slightly shorter length, and then he's gone for a fuller one, angled back in like that.
No, but you can't have any claim. That's a good ball and it's a good shot. So if I'm sort of if I was to be marking a card, there wouldn't be any criticism of the bowler for that. Certainly.
End of the 6th, 23 without loss here at Radlett, Middlesex, putting Leicestershire in.
But just again back to sort of getting around clubs, and I say there's huge interest in cricket within northwest London. A lot of club sides and some real. I mean, a lot of good things, but some issues, and it's going a question of also, are we as a county as close to the league, as close to the clubs as we could be, and just getting at that and starting conversations and hopefully getting everybody to work a bit closer together. It's not a question of Middlesex going out there trying to take over or anything like that. It's definitely about what can we do for you, how can we help, and if you have issues, what are your issues, and a real issue for us, and I think not just for us, but I was chatting with people from Hertfordshire during the game on Tuesday, and it's grounds, the availability of grounds. We need more grounds, which is a really, really good sign, because that's the volume of cricket that's being played around here. But the challenge is finding grounds. And
Oswald bowled again. Get the quick single scampered through.
Yeah, Holden couldn't save the single that time, and not just grounds, but getting pitches that are good as well. There's a lot of young clubs within the county that are obviously starting on recreational grounds, and as they grow, they want to develop. They want to have sight screens, they want covers, they want to be able to train there, and trying to sort these things out. So they're going to be some challenges for us as we move forward.
Lovely shot by Patel. First time that on a fuller length they've managed to get Yadav away.
So yeah, almost just going to fall there. It's a half volley and it's beautifully put away.
Just going back to that thought, what's the feedback this summer on participation levels? They were obviously up massively in 2021, weren't they? Because so few people had gone on holiday was part of the reason off the back of COVID. They were up hugely. I think slightly levelled off again a bit this year, but not down particularly.
Yeah, I don't know the exact figures, so I'd be wrong for me to. But you do see some games being cancelled in leagues, so which suggests maybe the sides that were started, or the sort of all of a sudden teams are running an extra 11 a year or so ago, and maybe as a consequence of that little zest to play cricket sort of falling away, and equally cost of living crisis. I mean, one thing we've sort of seen is summer camps at cricket clubs. I know my club, Stanmore, the numbers weren't the same, and people obviously wary with being careful of how they spend their money, and that's understandable. So, yeah, I mean, the COVID, if there's a positive thing from cricket to come out of COVID, was the fact that the numbers of participants, the involvement in cricket clubs certainly in Middlesex increased considerably. I mean, I think COVID was even.
Oh, that's a good comeback, isn't it?
Yeah, COVID did more for participation than England winning the World Cup, if we're being honest, in 2019. And it's been interesting to sort of talk to clubs and organisations in different parts of the country, and I suppose the models at clubs in London and around London are different to those up north, where most clubs in and around London, well, their model really, I mean, most of their income comes from youth cricket, so high numbers. I mean, Stanmore 250 juniors paying match fees and everything like that, and a really high percentage of the club's turnover comes through youth cricket and not over the bar, whereas in northern clubs the bars tend to be the social hub of the village, the community around there, and they're not so they're more dependent on that than they are on youth cricket. And of course COVID closed those bars, Oh, just in the air, but it's through the gap and it'll go away for 4. Streaky shot by Patel. But it's 4 runs.
Gets it away, end of the over, and 32 without loss at the end of the 7th. I was going to ask, it feels like it's quite an exciting time for cricket at the moment. It feels like there's a lot going on. The 100 has obviously those who are fully behind it, those who are fully against it. It's really divided opinion, hasn't it? But overall, the World Cup you mentioned, obviously if there was something good to come of COVID, it was the participation levels. Women's cricket is really riding the crest of a wave. Has there been much more of an exciting time to be involved in cricket for you, certainly in recent years, in terms of what's happening in the game as a whole? Good start from Bamber. It feels like there's an opportunity.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot going on. I suppose the challenge for the game is to keep up. I mean, the game's got issues. I mean, we know that, and we were very much aware of that. And in light of the Azim Rafiq and Cricket Scotland and things like that. So I don't think anybody in cricket sits here thinking we've got everything covered and everything's rosy. There are things that we need to address. But yeah, I mean, there are lots of opportunities. There is so much going on. There's a lot going on because there's a lot of interest in the game. And I suppose the challenge for the game is to keep up.
Oh, now
in the air.
Who's underneath it? Holman takes the catch. Skied. Now that was difficult. He had to go a long way back and to the side to take that. We mentioned it's an outfield here, which 1 is bobbly because of the parched nature, but 2 also downhill once you go off that square. But Holman's done well, and Welsh is gone. Yeah,
an excellent catch there by Luke Holman. He's got pretty good hands, actually big hands. A good catch with a cricket ball. I was a bit fearful there, the way that he got under it. He would look like sometimes when you start corkscrewing, there's only one result, and that's normally the ball hits the ground. But he managed to keep his eye on the ball, keep his composure, and he's held on to a good catch. And Middlesex deserve that. They bowled pretty well here in these first 7 overs. Only a couple of 4 balls really, and build a little bit of pressure. In the last over, Yadav was hit for a couple of 4s. 1 good shot, 1 which should have been put away. But that's looking to be more positive, and their first wicket's gone.
Actually, just watching it back on the replay there, that was an even better catch than I realised. He really did backtrack a long way outside that 30-yard circle.
I'm just wondering where the wind's coming from, whether sort of all of a sudden it looked like he got too close to it, hadn't he? I mean, ideally, I suppose I'm trying to think, how would he catch it? The Aussie style with your hands, fingers pointing up, or English style if he had a choice, but he's ended up catching it Aussie style over his left shoulder. Just made a sort of, wind might have taken it a little bit further back than he thought. And again, you're running downhill slightly there towards the boundary. But good reward for Ethan. He's bowled 3 good overs so far, and rewarded by creating a little bit of pressure there.
Lewis Kimber in at 3. Played at Lord's in the Championship earlier this summer. One of those 3 wickets blasted out by Freedy. Going down. I wouldn't want it to be in the second of 2 and 2 and a hat-trick ball here. Got an absolute belter from Shaheen Shah Afridi at Lord's. Yeah, that one just high and drifting.
Yeah, slightly optimistic. If you'd have signalled the TV or the sign to have a review on that one, the captain wouldn't have been or the coach wouldn't have been very happy on the sidelines had you reviewed it. So optimistic appeal, but I suppose you appeal as well, put the batsman off taking a single.
It's watchfully pushed to mid-off. 2 to come of the over. Yeah, I think Afridi, if memory serves, Afridi had gone left arm around to him as well and just brought one back through the gate to pick up Kimber at Lords from the pavilion end. It was a gorgeous delivery, and it was part of that burst that Afridi had at the start of his Middlesex career. Glamorgan blasted out the top 3, did the same against Leicestershire. End of the 8th, 32 for 1. And Nicholas Welsh, the batter to go as Bamber makes the breakthrough here at Radlett. Middlesex putting Leicestershire in. And a really solid start in the first 8 here from Yadav and from Bamber, and a reward with the wicket of Welsh.
Yeah, wicket made in there by Bamber, 4 overs, 1 for 10, so excellent start by him. Saying at the start about not bowling bad balls, I don't think he's bowled a bad ball. Maybe a couple a little bit straight that have gone straight to fine leg, which is always helpful. If it goes a couple of yards either side, sometimes a bit of an injustice. But excellent start by Ethan, and again deserved to pick up that wicket.
Nick Welsh actually started off at Mashonaland Eagles, which was where it all started for Chris Silverwood in his coaching career. Remember when he left Middlesex? That's where he headed off to, wasn't it? Be a single down to deep third, start the 9th.
Again, fielding's going to be a challenge today, certainly as the game wears on. More outfielders watching that ball go down the third man pretty quickly there, bumping along. I think the main thing is you're not looking for your flash one-handed pickups like you can do at Lords on a lush green outfield. You need to make sure you get something behind it here. The trouble is sometimes batsmen are going to run 2 to you, which might get a little bit frustrating, but it's better to concede the single than to let it go through you for 4. Middlesex looking good in the field, sharp. Another good diving stop there by Stoneman. Did you look at the gully area or not? Backward point important area in these games. Stoneman and Holden there for Middlesex.
That'll get through. Just a little bit more width on that one from Yadav. Kimber's off the mark.
Yeah, again, just a little bit wide there. Good pace on the ball from Yadav. Just thrown his arms at it. Oh, it's not that wide, is it? But again, a batsman there that trusting the pace and bounce of the surface. And as you see, getting full value for the stroke that he played.
We haven't really seen any width at all from these 2 bowlers this morning, which is something we touched on earlier, where the discipline's been great because it doesn't take much to go just a little bit too straight, and all of a sudden it's easy into the onside. That's a nice comeback from Yadav. Just died a little on the way through to Cracknell behind the stumps.
So looking at Kimber there, just staying leg side of it, so he's going to open up the offside. You can see that in the field, 6-3 field. Middlesex have brought an extra man over to the offside because of the way that he plays.
Rocks back as he opened up for that one down to deep third. It's the single more.
24. Martin Anderson down at third man. He's got some He's been in the game quite a bit there. Ball flying down to him, bobbling as it comes along.
Lovely way to finish the 9th. 38 for 1, 6 off the over. Just one to come at the power play. Phase 1, power play 1. And then it's 4 drop back for the next 30, and then the last 10, 5 are back.
So where do you go? 1 over with only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Do you look to capitalise on that? Do you risk a wicket? Or do you just play?
I think probably just play now. It feels like for both of these they needed to get themselves in. And likewise for the opening pair. Oh, it's nicely bowled again. Thick edge down to Tilanwala Luisa there. I think probably the bowling's answering the question as well, that at the moment, as you said, if there was to be a weakness of Middlesex in this competition, it would be the depth of bowling. There's no weakness in the opening bowling here.
No, I didn't. I touched on that, didn't I, a while ago, and didn't elaborate on it. But I say we played against Berkshire with an inexperienced side, and they chased down 350. It was a cracking pitch. I mean, it was a cracking venue actually. They're looking on enviously there at the facilities they've got at Falkland Cricket Club out near Newbury. But Middlesex scored 350. We should have scored more. And to say an inexperienced, relatively inexperienced, but professional bowling attack was flogged around. Dan Lincoln got a 70 ball 100. Obviously, Middlesex members will be aware of Dan. Was in our white ball squads for a couple of years. Again, a couple of years ago.
The replacement for A.B. de Villiers, wasn't he?
Well, he might have been in your minds. I mean, he'll enjoy that, but.
His style was something I think that then coach Stuart Law liked. His aggressive style.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of finesse about his batting, but if he hit it, it stayed hit, and he was scoring runs regularly in our second 11. Scored run regularly for Berkshire in the domestic game, which sort of attracted our attention. Came into the second 11, outperformed a number of our players, so he deserved his opportunities.
Oh, comes back in again. Another boundary, but Bamber, well, you mentioned a couple of those ones that went to fine leg across the front of the pads, out on the inside edge.
Yeah, another good delivery there by Ethan Bamber. A bit of good fortune for the batsman. Oh, it's very close, probably over the stumps on that occasion. But there's nothing you can do there as a bowler. You just hope that fortune evens itself out over a game, and somewhere on the line you'll get a bit of luck that will get you a wicket or two.
Four more, and without really having to go looking for it, well, they've got the inside edge. Now that was just a nice clip into the onside.
Well, it's a poor bit of fielding there by Anderson. It's gone straight through him. Should have stopped that. He's been fielding down on the boundary on a rough outfield and managed to get something behind it, but on that occasion it's gone through him, unfortunately. So Ethan Bamber conceded 2 fours in a row here, neither through poor bits of bowling.
Uppish, but through, and 4 more. Really throws his hands at that one outside off on the drive. End of the 10th, end of the power play, 50 up as well for Leicestershire.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Again, it's in the air for a period of time, so it could have gone to hand, but it didn't. So Leicestershire finishing the playoff strongly. 12 runs off those last 3 balls, spoiling Ethan Bamber's figures too. Up until then, been very, very miserly with the ball, but 52 for 1 after 10. I think a power play that Leicestershire will be relatively happy with. not got completely away, but equally they haven't lost 2 or 3 wickets. That means they're going to have to invest some time into getting a partnership going.
Cricket's cruel, isn't it? 4-4-4 to end the over, and the first of those was an inside edge over the top of off.
Well, again, first was inside edge, second a misfield, third a nice strike, but equally, again, on another day, you could hit straight that straight to extra cover. So, yeah, you can rue his luck a bit there, Ethan, but you never know. He's got 5 more overs. Could end up with 4 wickets.
First time we're going to see spin. Tilan Walaluita, first change of bowling today for Middlesex. Luke Holman, the other option. So Walaluita on, replacing Yadav here at the pavilion end, where Gus and I are sat for this one. And the ground he knows very well, not far from his own home grounds. Potter's Bar just around the corner for Walaluita. Luke Holman, the other spin option, North Middlesex. What will be the distance to North Middlesex from here, actually, from Radlett? Would it be close by at all? They'd quite be considered a rival, would they? Bit of width on that one. First up from Walaluita, just a single out to the deep point.
North Middlesex is Muswell Hill, so quite a schlap really. To be, well, I say probably as the crow flies, you may be looking at 9 or 10 miles, but depending on traffic, could take you anywhere from an hour or longer. Yeah, where would you go? Down the M1, North Circular to Bounds Green.
Tightens things up, tucks him up a little.
Why is he? Sorry, just saying, why is he throwing that hard at the bowler? Anyway.
Oh, it's just like being back with Paul Allott. And that was only a friendly game for Lancashire as well, I did with him. Bowled again from Walaluita. Good couple of deliveries to follow up. That first one that had a little bit of width. Another dot ball. Well done, Walaluita. Long on and deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep point. So the 4 back in power play 2 for Walaluita left arm around. A single just straight of Anderson there at mid-wicket. The cry was catch it. Long on's Holman. Apologies, it was Robson who was at mid-wicket on this occasion. Just finds a little bit of room to get the single to end the over. 11 gone, 56 for 1. I was just thinking about Bamba's spell there. I'm assuming he's going to be replaced now at the Salters Field end. Let's see who it is going to be coming on. Martin Anderson's coming on to replace him. You mentioned he hasn't played that much white ball cricket. 23 years of age, Ethan Bamba. 33 first class games, 6 List A and 5 T20s. But those skills we often talk about, don't we, transferable between the Championship, first class and List A. More so perhaps than T20 and the others now. At one point T20 and List A were a little bit closer, but it feels like T20's even gone further away. But for somebody like Ethan Bamba, List A cricket is something where he really could forge a fine career.
Yeah, and again, I suppose people are a lot of talk certainly among county members and people like that about this tournament and the fact that it's played behind the 100 and therefore questioning the quality of it. But I say one of the positives of it is the fact that cricketers like Ethan are getting opportunities, are getting exposure, being able to learn and develop their game as a consequence of playing these games. Would Ethan be playing if Tom Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones were here? Question mark. And again, someone like Martin Anderson, who I say drifted out of the first team in Championship cricket. It's a chance for him to get his game in order. A very talented player. That's gone past him for 4. A bit short and wide there. Good shot by Kimber. Getting on top of the ball. hitting it through extra cover. But Martin Anderson's a bit of a daisy player, isn't he? Some days he does, some days he doesn't. And when he does, he's very destructive and can take wickets. He's always going to go for a few runs. The challenge for him is to bowl with greater consistency, more discipline.
All goes leg side with that one, and put away back-to-back boundaries.
6.
It's gone all the way. Wow.
Again, Anderson just straying onto the legs there. Good shot by Kimber, using the pace of the ball. I say just straying down the leg side, and that's the first 6 of the day.
Lost the trajectory. I didn't quite realise. It's that sweet a pickup. As we mentioned, the size of the ground. It's not minuscule at all, as you said. It's 60 to 65, I guess, all the way around. But yeah, some of the 6 hitting we've seen here over the years in T20, but let's stay as well. Better ball from Anderson, just couldn't get it through on this occasion. Kimber, yeah, 1 for 24 was that Bamber spell from his 5. Anderson, and he's batted quite high up the order in all formats for Middlesex. He's been at 3 in T20 over the years. I think he batted at 4 at one point, whether it was List A or Championship under Stuart Law, I seem to remember. So having such high responsibility, having gone up the order with the bat as well, which wasn't really how he came through. He came through as a bowler, didn't he, Anderson? And his batting's just picked up over the years. So
no, I think we've always viewed him as an all-rounder. I mean, again, I just remember when he was at university, he scored 100 owning the bat in a T20 game for, was it Loughborough or Leeds? I'm trying to remember now. It might have been Leeds he was at. So he's always been considered an all-rounder by us.
But a 3 or a 4? End of the over, 12 gone, 67 for 1, or he has been for Middlesex at times.
Yeah, I mean, he has been up and down the order. I suppose he's a very powerful, destructive striker of a cricket ball when he gets in. We've seen that in championship matches, and a couple of T20s too when he's ended some games. So no, he's very got a lot of strokes, strikes the ball beautifully. Especially outside off stump, his driving. I mean, I think if people watch him bat for 3 hours, one, he'll score 100 in that period of time, and 2, you'll be watching some high quality stroke play. And I suppose that's the challenge for him, is to make sure he is out there and occupying the crease for that period of time, because if he does that, he's going to be a real asset for Middlesex moving forward.
Well, Luis's second over. Yeah, Anderson's played just the 4 List A games for Middlesex. 25 years of age, he'll be 26 in September next month, and picked up just the 1 wicket in those 4 games. Swept hard and swept all the way. Second 6 of the innings, coming in consecutive overs as well.
Yeah, just helped it on its way there. Kimber's made his intentions clear from the moment it came in. Sort of languid player, isn't he? But strong, good striker of the ball. Someone Middlesex are going to need to get out. 37 off 23 balls he's got, so 50% of Lester Fox's runs have come off his bat. And that was just a lazy, really, pick-up, wasn't it? But comfortably over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Over the hedges as well.
Into one of those cars. It's those people parked there might be a little bit concerned about their windscreens.
Martin Anderson, I think that is, just popped up over the bush. Yep. I'm going to look over the back. They've all parked facing the play as well, Gus. Folks will never learn.
Well, my car's over there, but it's more behind the nets and the bigger trees, so...
Facing the other way, of course, as well.
No.
You won't be driving home tonight if it hits your windscreen.
Well, it could hit your back windscreen, couldn't it?
You can still drive home then. Remember the late season club game, poor chap. Darkness had set in, everybody was set off and he was still sat there waiting for the windscreen company to turn up.
I always remember a funny story at Uxbridge in a second 11 game, and it involved Philip Tuffner, who rarely had throwdowns. But he was having throwdowns at Uxbridge against the fence in front of the car park. On the, the sort of, I suppose not the main road side of the ground, the opposite to that. So in front of the car park that the players and everybody put their cars into, and he hit one over and it went straight through his own car windscreen. Walked out saying that's why I never have throwdowns.
Wallaluita apparently got his car dented by a cricket ball on Wednesday at West Herts. Single ball. In fact, Uxbridge was where didn't Gubbins break one of the back windows of Toby Rowland Jones's car as well a few years back, possibly off one of the Overtons.
Could have done.
Bowled again, Wallaluita. I'll get through for a single. Good comeback from him after that 6. Yeah, Kimber's rattled along here, hasn't he? To 38 off 4. 12 of those came off the end of that Ethan Bamber over the last over of the power play when he very nearly chopped on. A couple of 6s as well to power his score along. Middlesex be very keen. Dislodge him. Single to end the 13th, 76 for 1 Leicestershire.
But it does seem one of those days. Sometimes you sort of look at, I don't know, days of cricket, and it may well have something. Well, I'm sure it does have something to do with the nature of the pitches, where batsmen strike the ball and it doesn't seem to go anywhere all day. And yet here we've seen 2 6s go over deep square leg, both by Kimber, and he's hardly touched them. It does seem to ping around here, the ball, which suggests again it's going to be a high scoring game. So from Middlesex perspective, wickets are the thing. That's the only way you're really going to check the bowling, the batting. Doesn't help, does it? No ball, 2 runs, and I'm assuming it's a free hit.
Yep, free hit signalled. So fields will have to stay where they were. It is. Deep point, deep third, deep mid wicket and long leg. Oh, that's very well bowled. Goodness me. And then he comes up with that.
A good slower ball there by Anderson. So he's got away with that. Well, I say he's got away with it. It's 2 runs, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking at the figures of Anderson, which
looks like they've got the old ball back, so someone's found it there. In the car park.
Bowled again.
I mean, the good thing about Martin, he's got good pace. When he gets it right, he really does skid on. But I suppose the issue here on a surface like this, where there's a bit of pace and bounce, is that anything slightly offline, the batsman throws the bat at it, it can fly anywhere. Yeah, you could pick up catches caught at backward point, deep backward point, and third man. But But there again, if he doesn't go straight to the field, it could be 4 runs.
Shorts gets away with it, single out to Holman. A deep point. Yeah, I was just looking at his bowling averages. First class, he played 31 games, 66 wickets, an average just below 30. It's not too bad for a young all-rounder. Again, he's young in terms of number of matches, 31 as well. List A, just the 4 matches, we said 1 wicket. It's up in the air and gone at backward point.
He's doubled his list A tally of wickets with 1 ball. Excellent catch there by Max Holden at backward point. Not a great delivery, if we're being honest, there from Martin Anderson, short and wide. And again, had that been a yard either side of Holden, it probably would have raced away for 4. So an important wicket there for Middlesex to check Leicestershire. They've had a pretty good 5 or 6 overs here, scoring quite freely. But again, batsman staying leg side of the ball, cutting it, and Holden's taken a good catch there above his left shoulder.
Back goes Patel for 25 from 32. 79 for 2 it is. And here comes Lewis Hill, has a decent little record of late against Middlesex, coming in at 4. Good foundation laid by the opening pair. But Patel gone now as well. And Anderson with that wicket. Yeah, I wasn't going to look at his average in list A. He's got 1 wicket, that's all anybody needs to know from the 4, but his economy.
Well, he's got 2 now.
Yeah.
You can split his average in half.
I still won't look at his average, but his economy's 7.5 in those 4 games.
High.
Yeah,
That's high. I mean, all right, the modern game is far more batter friendly than it was, but you'd be wanting to get that starting with a 5 really. So he's got some work to do there to get that run rate down by a couple of runs.
what I've always liked about Anderson is you always feel like he's a player who's in the game, and in fact when Luke Fletcher scored those runs against Middlesex earlier this year, he was the only one who bowled well against him, I thought. Luke Fletcher was scoring all those runs against us for Notts. Oh right, he was thumping it all around the place. Anderson was the only one who stopped him thumping it. Pretty sure he could score as well. Yeah, Fletcher had teed off for Nottinghamshire at number 11 in 1 innings. Then he opened up and got a second 50 of the match, batting at 1 in the second. Good first ball from Anderson to Hill. But yeah, Anderson bowled very, very well against Fletcher, I thought, in that when Fletcher really was having a good game, not just a good day, not just a good innings at Lords for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has got a 5 for, I think, in first class cricket, Martin, hasn't he? I just remember him going through Surrey's middle order on a televised game at the start of 2020-21.
Bit of width. Just going to be a single to end the 14th. 80 for 2. But Patel gone, caught Holden for the bowling of that man, Martin Anderson. He's another one that, if he were to have a good tournament, you just feel he'd be one of those pieces in the middle of that Middlesex lineup in that all-rounder role where he's played well this year. You know, there have been occasions with Simpson, Holman, Anderson as a trio. I think down at Sussex in the Championship went very well for Middlesex there. But if Anderson, who's down on the card at 8 today, if he were to have a particularly good one-day cup, that'd bowl very well for what does look a strong Middlesex side on paper. But Leicestershire here got a strong enough start after 14, 80 for 2.
I think I was wrong there. I don't think Anderson has taken a 5 for, has he? I think he's got a number of 4-fers without quite getting a me-shell against his name. 4
4-fers in those 31 first-class games. Yeah, and that average of 29 is quite healthy with the ball. T20, 17 wickets in 23 games, average of 25, economy of 10. Width again from Wallaluita, just a single out to sweeper, which is Peter Malan.
I suppose that's one of the challenges there when you sort of, I think Tillan obviously not been playing in the first team as a spinner. Luke Holman's been playing ahead of him to date for most of the season. better delivery there. But so the first ball there in white ball cricket, cut to deep backward point for a single. It's not a bad ball. But in first class cricket, it's rotation of the strike and trying to create some pressure. You need to bowl a bit straighter, a bit fuller.
That's forced pretty much off the top of off stump, really. Out to Milan again, just a single.
And the sort of way that Tillan has taken wickets and probably is looking to take wickets in this form of the game is almost skid through, doesn't it? Sort of almost ball does the batsman for pace and bowls them. Toss that one up a little bit more, having said that.
All in the deception, isn't it? A bounce on that, just ridden to backward point. End of the 15th, 82-4-2.
Yeah, better over there than Tillan. I think just a couple of runs off it. He'll be happy with that. 3 overs now for 15.
Keith Touch back at Middlesex now as well, working with the spinners at the moment.
He is. I suppose you look at the way that we've structured our coaches in the last 12 months, or the change that we've made. In the past, we've sort of had 3 full-time sort of coaches. Now with Rich Johnson and Rory Coots 2, and using that third sum of money, Bowl Martin, third sum of money to sort of contract a number of coaches throughout the summer. So Mark Ramprakash, Jay Dernbach, Ois Shah's been working with the squad, and also Keith Dutch. Yeah, so Dutchy, very effective white ball cricketer during his time. I mean, he was a good cricketer with us, but competing against Paul Weeks, so he wasn't going to get Weeks, a fine cricketer for Middlesex, wasn't going to get as much exposure as he wanted, so moved to Somerset.
It's got a little too straight. Just a single. That's the boundary.
Keith Dutch had a good career down at Somerset, and I think was particularly effective in white ball cricket. So yeah, to come here to work to our spinners, Keith Dutch, an off spinner, and quite destructive lower order batsman, sort of coming in number 7 or 8. So yeah, he's coming to work with the spinners, specifically more in white ball cricket.
Short down the leg side, the cry is catch it and the finger goes up. It's the end of Lewis Hill, gone for just 2 and a second wicket on the day for Martin Anderson. Really lifted Don Hill, that one.
Yeah, we were talking about Ethan Bamber having a bit of bad luck there in his last over. Sort of 3 boundaries, didn't do anything wrong with the deliveries, but conceded 12 runs. That little bit of good fortune on this occasion has come to the person that's replaced him at the Salters Field end, Martin Anderson. First wicket with a short one that was cut to backward point, and there just got a little glove down the leg side, maybe not glove, maybe off the face of the bat, and Lewis Hill's gone. So another important wicket for Middlesex. As I said before, the one way that you can really check a side scoring, or look to check a side scoring in these forms of the game, is by taking wickets. So I say 3 down now, still plenty of good batsmen left in this Leicestershire side. But encouraging for Middlesex that they get another wicket. They get one of these two. These two are 2 dangerous batsmen. Mulder scores runs quickly if he hangs around, and we've seen Kimber strike the ball exceptionally well so far this morning. I'm just looking now. Is Anderson's average worth? Can you? Is it?
It was 168 no. Before that first wicket.
Right,
second wicket.
So it's probably down to about 60 now, then, isn't it? Maybe less than that, 50, high 50s.
So Mulder it is, in at 5, 24 years of age now. Sharp from Anderson.
Yeah, good start by Martin Anderson. This is an important partnership, this one, I'd say, for Leicestershire. Two good players at the crease.
Should be a single. Oh, bumps up onto the chest of Peter Milan out there.
He's got away with that there, Anderson, really. Leg start half volley. Not really where you want to be testing the batsman out at the start. Want to be looking at the top of off stump area with a bumper, like that was a good delivery, the bumper, so making the batsman think about it. But yeah, put his body on the line there. Peter Milan at deep square leg.
Oh, now, is that going to test the umpires? A look. No ball signals. Just felt a little bit more loopy, that one.
So that's a no ball, but not a free hit. So I found that a bit harsh. I mean, they're all right. It probably was overhead high, but or over shoulder. Is it shoulder or head height? I'm not sure. Head height, but not by much. I mean, again,
single to end.
Yes, in the over. I mean, umpires implement the rules and all the laws, but it's, blimey, bowling a bumper is. It's quite a raw delivery, sort of not exact one. Some can bounce a bit more. Then people say, well, why do you bowl a bumper? But trying to find a bowler some sort of refuge, somewhere to challenge the batsman. But a good over there. Wicket, another wicket for Middlesex. But the run rate there looking still quite healthy for Leicestershire. 5.5 runs and over. 87 off 16.
It's funny, you kind of come back to list A now at this stage of the season, having watched so much T20 and Championship, and you kind of have to get your feel for the tempo of it again. That'll be a couple here down to fine leg. Just leg byes. A bit of a weather watch here today. I didn't think we were really expecting anything. Is this going to be stormy? The temperatures are soaring today, aren't they? But maybe one or two rain clouds darted around. We're sat in a metallic tent. We'll be safe, Gus. Bobbles up. Get through for a single. Robson retreats to retrieve.
The weather watch. I mean, Steve Fletcher's walked in. It's got 2 o'clock 0%, 4 o'clock 0%, 6 o'clock 0%, 8 o'clock 0% chance of rain. I mean, a couple of grey clouds and it's suddenly going to be the monsoon season.
Well, that's edged down to the vacant thirds. It'll be a boundary, 93 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of ill luck there from Tillan. Just pushing it for a single, really, but looking at the pace, look at the way the ball's run away there.
Again, this is part of the reason why Middlesex, I think, chose to field. You talked about the history here. It gives you an idea of the power play as well. The first 10, what do you want to achieve in the power play when you are chasing? It's wide. Gets away as well.
Poor delivery there from Walawalita, almost having conceded the 4, trying to dart one in a bit straighter. The previous delivery's probably affected what he's tried to do there, but it's 5 runs, is that right? I think.
Yeah.
So a gimme there for Leicestershire.
It's a single on this occasion. Scoreboard just correcting itself. It's 95 for 3 now. Just having to backtrack with that boundary that had gone down without the wides. attached to it. It's a nice shot. 4 more.
Again, that's a half volley there, beautifully put away by Kimber. Found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Let's race down there to the groundsman's hut.
Just lost it a little bit this over, searching for something perhaps. Oloita settled into it and he's now going looking for something.
Well, you can, I suppose, edge for 4, bowled a bad ball down the leg side. But again, it's 14, 15 runs been conceded so far. 7 of them have been extras. The wides, 2 leg byes to start with. So it's an expensive over to date.
A single to ends, 100 up. Scoreboard's just correcting itself on the screen in front of you down below. There it is, 100 for 3 now. Leicestershire after 17. Right, apologies on screen. Apologies on screen is correct. The score box on the far side has picked it up now. 105 for 3 it is at the end of the 17th.
It's obvious the scoreboard over there has been affected by this bad weather that's coming in.
Were you here the day the Hampshire match? Were you here for the Hampshire match a couple of years back? Kevin James was alongside me in that game, and yeah, the lightning storms around Radlett. It was a lot of fun watching JMO's fear in her. Oh, that's another one down the leg side. Again, once it's gone here. Tickled for 4. That's the 50 as well for Kimber. 53 from 41 deliveries from Kimber. With the 7 4s and 2 6s. Impressive strike rate as well.
No, it's been an excellent innings by Lewis Kimber. Struck the ball beautifully, 2 6s over square leg. Played some nice aggressive shots. Stayed leg side of the ball deliberately to open up the offside and hit some 4s. But it's been a sloppy over or 2 here from Middlesex, having taken that 3rd wicket.
Another one leg sides and clipped away. We mentioned this right at the top of the innings for Yadav and Bamba, how impressively they bowled. They stuck to a line and length, particularly that line that they had early on. They were relentless. At the moment, anytime Middlesex stray, they're punished.
Well, again, you're looking at things and all right, you're not going to get every ball right, you're going to bowl the odd bad ball, but there's probably 10 runs in the last 2 overs that Middlesex have conceded that greater discipline would have avoided.
Top ball to Bamba at mid-on. Wind's just picked up slightly here, not quite that blustery storm that we're predicting. Tropical if conditions.
There was to be some rain now, there'd be a couple of smug people to my right, wouldn't there?
That match against Hampshire, though, whether it was a T20 or a List 8, Kevin James sat in one of these tents. Yeah, poor old JMO, former Hampshire and Middlesex all-rounder. He wasn't enjoying the lightning storm all around Radlett with us in a tent in the middle of the fields.
It was always a bit windy, JMO.
Edge down to deep thirds. Aloita just the way to our right-hand side. He's been full of hot air down at BBC Radio Solent for nearly 20 years now. Must be gone 20 years, in fact. He's been calling the Hampshire games down there for the Middlesex man. Belated for Anderson to join that appeal.
Yeah, I think height might have done him there. Looked quite straight. It's probably hitting just above the thigh guard, so a bit closer than you think. Good appeal. or a fair appeal, should I say. Closer than a couple that Ethan Bamber appealed for in the first couple of overs.
Oh, slip and a slide, and it gets away. It is a bobbly outfield here. It's a tough one, sliding on that boundary rope. Everything's got to go in your favour here with the bobble and the pace of this outfield.
There are going to be some misfields, we can accept that. It's going to be a difficult field here, but again, you want your team to minimise those. Again, another couple of runs that Middlesex can say, well, could we have saved them? So, been 2 expensive overs. I think it was 87 after 16. 30 runs in the last 2 overs from Middlesex, which is a lot to concede.
Stephen Eskenazi is going to his wild card. We talk about Eskenazi being a wild card pick for the hundreds. Wild card pick for the bowling at this stage. Sam Robson. Bit of leg spin. He's worked particularly hard the last couple of years on his leg spin, hasn't he? But clearly something that Eskenazi has in mind at the moment with Holman.
Yeah, and he does. I suppose again, it's someone who can come in and take wickets. I mean, he does give the ball a rip. I mean, Sam, when he was young, played for Australia under 19s. It was primarily as a leg spinner. So he was a leggy when he was a boy, playing grade cricket in Sydney. That's how he broke into grade cricket in Sydney, bowling his leggies and batting at 7. And obviously over the years the batting's come through at the expense of the bowling. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. You could get the odd pie, but equally he does turn the ball.
And equally pies take wickets.
Yeah, sometimes indifferent leg spin can be very effective in white ball cricket.
Picked up a couple in the championship game in the COVID year, didn't he, against Surrey at the Oval. Oh, it's a nice one to start. Very, very good. If there's one thing about Sam Robson, he'll be deadly serious about it. Loves his cricket. That's lifted away. And did it go all the way? No, 4 runs.
Getting a bit of width there outside off stump. Allowed the batsman just to hit through the line, an area where, I say batsmen hit 6s now, they never even considered when we were playing back in the 80s and 90s. It is 6s over extra cover, over backward point cutting, but they're a regular feature of white ball cricket these days.
Just drops a little short with the width on that one as well. Single to the sweeper. I remember even when I started 2005, hitting a 6 over extra cover at that point. That was that 3rd year of T20 was 2005. It still wasn't done then, really. Just trying to work some room. Just a single once more, though.
Well, again, it's about batsmen sort of opening up the ground, isn't it? Sort of talk about batsmen who scoring 360 degrees and. I'm not sure whether that was a catch or not. Whether the batsman hit it into the ground, it would have been an unbelievable catch there by Max Holden at backward point. Has he hit the ball into the ground? No, it's not. I think it's gone straight up, so it could easily have gone to hand there. But again, it's turned into quite an expensive over here from Middlesex. Excellent effort there by Holden.
Single turn the over, 19 overs gone, 129 for 3. Lovely shot by Dan on the camera there. And yeah, as you say, it picked up that ball, pitches and edges just out of reach of Holden. It was a lovely shot from the camera person, not such a lovely shot from Middlesex perspective.
Well, it's not. Looking at the partnership there, 46 off 22 balls. So Middlesex have a bit of good fortune, get a good wicket, important wicket, caught down the leg side, but so runs have been too easy to come by here. Seeing a double change, so Anderson off, Peter Milan on, so Middlesex definitely aware that if you're looking at Yadav, so he's going to bowl 10. Bamber going to bowl 10. Holman and
Luke Holman's the question at the moment, isn't he?
Holman's not had an over yet, but he and Walawalichi you'd expect about 10. But are you sort of suddenly looking to share 30 overs between 4 or 5 bowlers, which is going to be the case here, with Robson bowling the previous over, Peter Milan bowling this over.
Milan could be interesting here. Just a little slower, actually. Might be a little harder to get away if his accuracy is good on this surface. Saw that a couple of times in the T20. Was it the Gloucestershire game when Middlesex hit 89 for the opening stand? Hadn't really tried pace off at all in that opening power play. And all of a sudden they started to take the pace off a little. Different game. Nice start. That's what I'm talking about. There or thereabouts. Cracknell standing up to Milan as well. Could be some very useful middle overs here from the South African. Frustrated by visa issues before his arrival at Middlesex. Affected the Commonwealth Games as well. Did you see that? It was 6 Gambian athletes missed out.
Yes.
Gone at mid-wicket. And into the attack and into the wickets. Peter Milan. Robson takes the catch, and Kimber's gone for 68.
Well, that's a huge wicket for Middlesex there. Kimber looking in fine touch, walking off very dejected, understandably so. I mean, it's a fair delivery, but he's tried to force it through the leg side, trying to hit the ball over mid-wicket, but not got it over Robson's head. He's taken a nice, comfortable catch, so important wicket. Middlesex have had a sloppy 3 or 4 overs here. Conceded 46 runs in 22 balls since the previous wicket. But that's a much needed breakthrough. And again, gets rid of the danger man. Kimber's looked very dangerous, very strong, particularly through the leg side. But Middlesex now 4 overs within the first 20 overs. Do Leicestershire continue to go hard, or do they give themselves a chance? It's an interesting one. Again, you speak to analysts, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you score your runs. It's how many you get. So it doesn't matter whether you get 270 batting the whole 50 overs, or get 270 and get bowled out in the 42nd over. It's still 270, and that's the challenge. You'd rather get 271 bowled out in the 42nd over than 270 bowled out in 50. So the sort of, oh, they've got bowled out, wickets in hand and all this sort of thing. It's an interesting when you sort of get certainly the analytical companies sort of looking at games of cricket and what teams should be looking to do. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was nearly there, but it wasn't.
It will never top my rotten Colts. Couple to get Lily off the mark. 131 for 4. Aaron Lilly, Lancashire lad, 31 years of age. Came all the way through from Lancashire under 13s to the first 11. A single ball for him. End of the 20th, 132 for 4. But the end in that over of Kimber, picked up by Milan for 68. 132 for 4 it is, and yeah, big wicket. I was just going to weigh up before the fall of that wicket the projection. One of the old adages always in list A was double your score at 30, wasn't it? But again, that's kind of one of the ones that have gone now.
I think there's still some merit in that. I mean, I suppose it's at 30 and how many wickets you got in hand. If you've 7 wickets down at 30 overs, then it's going to be difficult to double it. But if you're 1, 2 or 3 down, then there's a good chance of that. It's again, it's like Duckworth-Lewis on a scoreboard in the second innings. I mean, that's always a good gauge, isn't it? Of where you should be, where you need to be, and I suppose where the game's heading.
It's a little too full with the width as well from Robson. Oh, that's a great piece of fielding out there from Peter Milan. Saves a couple. I mean, I guess when that phrase came through, double your score at 30, that was the old way of playing List A cricket, which was keep your wickets in hand until the back 20, wasn't it? And then have a bit more of a push, the scoring rate. A bit of bounce for Robson. Plenty to think about for Mulder now. One of the big names. Quietly going about his business out there for Leicestershire, with it all happening at the other end the last couple of overs. Joe Cracknell, who in the T20 will be out in the field with John Simpson playing in that, but away with the 100 of course. Indeed, it's a fair bet Cracknell would have been out in the field today were Simpson here, that he'd have made the side as a batter. Just be a single down to Holman at long on. You can see they're really trying to put the pressure on the fielders here though, Leicestershire, with that hard run first, knowing that the outfield is bobbly. 137 for 4 at the end of the 21st.
Still a healthy run rate, 6.5 and over Leicestershire, but 4 wickets down. Better over by Robson there, conceding just the 5 runs. So Middlesex can get through 7 or 8 overs of Robson, Milan, relatively economically. It just creates so much space a bit further down the innings. But it's going to be interesting to see when, I say, Luke Holman's brought into the attack. He's not bowled an over yet. And I've not heard anything to suggest he's not fit to bowl.
Width, and going with it. Got a thick edge down to deep thirds. I'll come back for the second. Bobble in front of Wallaluita, just in front of our commentary position here. Yeah, Holland's another one who he would make this side just as a batter at the moment. He's batting so well this year. Oh, it gets away. There is Holman, trying his hardest as he always does. Nearly into double figures.
Again, Leicestershire's batsmen coming in, scoring quite quickly, quite early. So Lilly, I don't know how many balls he's faced. It can't be half a dozen balls. 10 balls, already got 13 to his name.
Oh dear. Snip back a little from Milan.
That's bounced and nipped back. Comfortable blow for the batsman.
He's pretty useful, this Milan fella. Average of 48 in first class cricket. And yeah, it's fancied here at Radlett that perhaps he would be quite difficult to get away if he keeps it on the spot. The word he used when he picked up the wicket as well was forcing into the onside, and early on in his spell as well. Is it just his second or third ball picks up the wicket? Now, that one was full. Mid-off was up. And Lilly decided it was going. Go it did.
I suppose that's the issue there with the Milan medium pace. Batsman can just hit through the ball. That's such a glorious shot. One bounce into the hedges.
Oh, has it been given a 6?
No, it's a lost ball. Has it? Oh, right, might have been a 6 then.
Gone up a 6 on the screen, hasn't it? We'll just wait on confirmation of what the umpire did signal. I didn't fancy it had gone the whole way, but either way, it's another lost ball, as you say, in the hedge.
Well, there's fencing in front of that hedge, but probably the hedge is higher than the fence, and it's gone into the top of the hedge. And then we'll roll down and will be particularly hard to find.
Your favourite topic at the moment, Gus? The dark skies over Radlett. Temperature's dipped a little, actually, which is not the end of the world, the temperature dipping. The search goes on for the ball down at the Saucers Field end. Yeah, it is a particularly...
Well, the one thing we'd noticed as well, I mean, so with Middlesex, actually, we did the players put the fencing around the ground. It was quite a good exercise project for the players one winter. And so we get the hedges up, and then all of a sudden, it just seemed that every boundary rope, every advertising board just was at an angle that meant it just lobbed over the fence and into the hedge. So you question the use. That's the pavilion here at Lord's.
Good from Lamb to end the over. So it was a 6 and 12 off the over, 149 for 4, and that pretty much, you'd almost said it the ball before. That's the danger of the medium pacer, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is, and I mean he's taken an important wicket, and it looks like wickets are going to be the only way that Middlesex are going to check this run rate. Leicestershire batsmen coming out here, scoring freely, playing aggressively. Middlesex may be giving the odd extra ball, bad ball to hit.
I was going to say, how aggressively do you think they have played for that?
Change of bowling now, though. So Middlesex realising that, or Eskenazi realising that, and he's bringing Umesh Yadav back into the attack with a view that hopefully, 1, he can check the scoring rate, but 2, get that 5th wicket the Middlesex want.
Right on the spot straight away. Single down to deep third. Yeah, run rate of 6.77 down at the bottom of the screen there. 4 wickets down. It doesn't feel like there's been that many high risk shots from Leicestershire in this innings.
No, there have been a couple of good. I mean, that was a good shot, the 6. I mean, it's nothing wrong with the ball. It's a length ball on off stump, and he's struck it well. Ethan Bamber was hit down the ground once, few inside edges, maybe a little bit short and wide. Well, Walawalita bowled a couple of bad balls in his last over before he was taken off. So, yeah, I mean, it is a fast-scoring ground, and it is a pretty good surface as well. The ball's coming onto the bat, and again, if a batsman gets a decent bit of wood on it, he's going to get some runs.
That single was the 150 up as well for Leicestershire. Oh, took pace off that one slightly. Yeah, because the power play was quite methodical, wasn't it, from Leicestershire? It had to be, because Bamber and Yadav bowled well.
Yes, and all right, there's a new ball, fresh pitch. Might be a little bit in it for the first half a dozen overs or so, but Middlesex have got more fielders outside the circle now. They've taken wickets, so all right. I mean, Lewis Kimber played a really good innings, played some nice shots. But it's almost the sight of a batsman coming in and scoring freely from getting away to a bit of a flyer, as Lily's done. They look 19 off 14 balls. That's what you want to try to avoid as the batting side, as the fielding side. And if it does happen, more often than not, it tends to be because you bowled couple of ordinary balls.
Kimber had got off to a quick start as well, hadn't he? Patel at the other end, he went past him in a flash. Oh, now look at that lift. Signal from the umpire there. It wasn't that short a ball from Yadav.
Well, that was a bumper, yeah. Good ball. This is one for the over. Yeah. That was a attempted short ball there. Make Lily think. Been driving down the ground. Well, it's Mulder that's facing, but or is it Mulder? I think it's no, it's Lily that's facing.
Goes another little look for umpire Bainton to his colleague at square leg.
But again, that was he's ducked underneath that, so that wasn't above shoulder height. So fair enough. But it's
nicely bowled again. Wants to come of the over. Lily it is, as you can see on screen on strike there. Scoreboard just catching itself up down at the bottom end of the over. 150 for 4. It's the end of the 23rd.
Don't suppose that pavilion's still in shot somewhere, is it? Ollie, don't suppose we
I was going to ask you about the pavilion here at Radlett, Gus. You know, there's a lot of investment went into that. I'm trying to think when it was the opening. It was a lunch to open, wasn't there? 10 years ago, 12? Don't tell me it was longer.
it would have probably been about 10 years ago. I should know really. I mean, it was a big day, and again, Middlesex and Radlett invested in the facilities. So previously there'd been just second 11 cricket really played here, and again the reality of the situation, more big matches taking place at Lords, therefore Middlesex having to go to outgrounds, also trying to find a home for our second 11, so extended the dressing rooms, which are now pretty good size for the home team.
Oh, goes up in the air and lands safe just outside the 30-yard circle. Eskenazi coming around at mid-on there. It's Anderson out in the deep. They'll pick up a couple.
Mulder getting away with one there, leading edge, trying to work the ball to leg side. Also part of the extensions was making the bar area larger, improving the visitors' dressing room. So yeah. Also the gym. I mean, it's not the most glorious of gyms, a bit of spit and sawdust gym, but there's a gym there that the players have used extensively over the last 10 years. So yeah, it's been money well spent. The money that's been spent has certainly been used. The volume of second 11 and first 11 cricket that's been played at this venue in the last decade.
Couple single down to long off to come the over. What was it about Radlett? I mean, I assume it was yourself that was one of the driving forces behind, a stronger, closer relationship with Radlett.
Yeah, I mean, one of the challenges for Middlesex, full stop, is I mean, we play at Lords, which is obviously one of the finest sporting arenas in the world, and the facilities and everything is magnificent. Single there to long on, but we do get removed from that. I mean, people sort of think, oh, well, Middlesex, aren't we wealthy? We don't. We're tenants at Lords, and we have to make way when the bigger matches, test matches, one-day internationals, women's one-day internationals, 100 games, so that there were probably 10 or 11 weeks a season that we cannot get into Lords.
Oh, nips that one back in again, Milan.
And therefore we have to go out and about. So we've got excellent relationship with Merchant Taylor School and Radlett Cricket Club, and we've invested heavily in here. Inside edge there onto his thigh, and hopefully we're going to invest. We're looking to invest, and hopefully that will go. Some of the projects that we've got planned for Merchant Taylor School will go through in the coming months. So there's ambitions for us to sort of certainly train more there. But yeah, you travel around northwest London. Most of the grounds in Middlesex are quite small. They're surrounded by houses, main roads. So again, if you're looking to have training sessions and second 11 games, these blokes hit the ball mile. We're playing second 11 T20 games. Balls are going into back gardens, potentially hazardous. Wife and child in there, next to main roads. Again, hits a car as they're driving by. It's a good shot there. Just the single to backward point. Again, ball goes through a car windscreen, cars veers off the road, knocks someone over. What are the consequences of that? So there are those things that need to be taken into consideration. There's also the consideration of quite a lot of the clubs in Middlesex. One, being not big enough. Two, the cricket is part of a section of the club. So the bowls, tennis, squash, rugby, a number of sports are played at these centres. And we're going in there looking to improve the cricket facilities, but the different bowl section are saying, well, what's in it for us? And so, well, nothing. We're not spending money on improving the bowl section. We want to improve the cricket facilities here, and that proved quite hard. So all of a sudden you're whittling down, and again, we were already playing at Radlett, some second 11 games, and you come here, you've got a club that was keen to engage with Middlesex. You've got a beautiful setting, you've got space, you haven't got the fear of houses, cars, bold Umesh, and some privacy to train. So yeah, I mean, you whittle it down and there aren't that many options, really. And so yeah, all the arrows pointed here, and as a lot of arrows point to Merchant Taylors through our continued investment, and again looking to carry on playing at these venues, but we're not blessed with dozens of grounds that could host us around the county. I mean, my club Stanmore, small ground, is not big enough. Again, it's open to the elements, public right-of-ways, things like that. I mean, there are some grounds that we've played some matches at recently. Teddington, Hornsey, where we may look to play some second level, Harrow School. Places like that where you might look to Enfield Cricket Club as well. So there are some.
Right, short, pulled away. 4 more. 161 for 4.
So yeah, the short ball in the previous over to Lilly, not looking to take on the hook, but Mulder rocked onto the back foot there. Good stroke.
Train rattling past, that's the only one in danger here, isn't it? For the sixes, the train's going by.
Well, again, one of the things that I suppose the reality of situations here as well.
Into the over 161 for 4.
Is training, white ball training, balls getting whacked everywhere, balls cost 60, 70 quid each, going over that fence. It's a railway line. I've climbed over that fence a few times to get cricket balls. Not anywhere near the railway lines, although, but yeah, it's northwest London is quite congested. There's many areas that are free for a professional side to just go in and do what they want.
The news is announced in that game against Worcestershire at Merchant Taylors School of the indoor school that's being built there as well that Middlesex is going to have use of.
Yes, there is, and that'll be a great asset for the region. I mean, all right, we're biased in that I suppose every county, every area would want improved facilities, but you look at northwest London and the amount of cricket that's played in this area, the number of cricketers that have been produced in this area historically and will continue to be, and you think, well, the only club is Lords, which is a private members club. You do almost feel that northwest London could do with a cricket specific facility to serve the whole area, where that is built sort of in that arc going from Enfield through round to, I suppose, Staines around there, which is Sunbury, which is Middlesex, where you build something. But you think that a high quality indoor cricket school, maybe even again with a elite performance area is something that the region could do with, because the numbers playing cricket here are as high as anywhere in the country, I would suggest.
So one off the over so far. This could be a really crucial over in the middle innings, just past the halfway point. 162 for 4. Malan gone for 20 off his 22 deliveries so far. Oh, it gets away. Fine of Yadav. Won't catch it up here at Radlett.
Yep, if it gets past you, you've almost got to get the dive in, haven't you, and hope that you can get a mitt on it. If you watch the ball go past you, there's not a lot Yadav could do there, to be honest. I mean, one thing that's impressed me about him has been his fielding. I mean, he's an excellent fielder for Middlesex. So, again, just too fine. Once you realise it's out of your distance for a dive, it's you just escort into the boundary, really.
Pretty decent bat as well. Middlesex, I hope he's not required today. Width on that one.
Bad ball, 4.
Hence the over with another boundary, so 9 off it for what had been a good over. 170 for 4 at the end of the 26th. This partnership just builds again. Dragged it down and wide.
So the run rate was 6.8, come down a little bit, but those 2 4s maintaining healthy scoring by the Leicestershire batsman.
Luke Holman enters the attack, 27th over. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd noted they'd gone to Malan, Robson, and indeed Tilanwala Luita before Luke Holman. My question was going to be, do you fancy that they are holding him back for the latter stages of the innings and they're trying to hit out, the wrist spinner being more tough to hit? The theory perhaps, as in T20 cricket, the rise of leg spinners in the last 20 years once more. Every county having nearly 1 or 2 leg spinners on their books through all the white ball cricket. Looks like there's another white ball required. Oh no, he's got one in hand. Well, the box being run out, even though Holman's got one.
You've got 2 balls out there, and you've got one being bowled at each end.
Of course.
So that was the last ball of the previous over, so that will be for the next over.
Ah, they'll have found it by then, surely.
Should almost put a reward on cricket balls and have a, I don't know what you can say to him, a couple of children who sort of run around and they sort of love looking for things, don't they, in bushes and stuff, and give them a couple of quid each time they find it.
I'll get the kids back to cricket, never mind free-to-air television.
I think they've got the ball anyway. The fact that one...
Be like the cups, returning the cups at the end of the games.
That's right.
Lords in the Oval, you get a quid each time. Return the cricket balls.
Well, they ended up putting a limit on that, didn't they? There were children turn up with about 400 bucks. And so that's 400 quid you owe me. Whoa. So, bit of leg spinning. Good first delivery there by Luke Holman. Got a bit of work to do.
Cries 1 and keeper. Yeah, it's been a wonderful couple of years. 10 for last year down at Hove. Some wonderful performances with the bat this year from Holman. Just bringing his deep cover around a little. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep cover the four-back. Oh, traps the bat down on that one. Mulder for a single. Came together with the score on 129 for these two. So it's a big spell here for Holman. Feels like he was held back specifically for this period of the innings in the plan. If they're going to try and hit out against the spinner at this stage, let it be Holman. It's really well bowled, isn't it?
Finish it off. 5 good uns. Close the over out.
Just giving a little signal out to Bamber. Watch out for this one. The single is pushed out to Bamber to end the over. 174 for 4.
Yep, good start there by Holman. Late coming into the attack. I suppose Middlesex, having got Leicestershire 4 down, can you sneak a few overs in with your part-time? Is just to sort of give the captain more options at the bottom end of the innings. That would have been a theory. Not been the case. Runs have still come. A healthy run rate there, 6.44 per over by Leicestershire. But having gone through those half a dozen overs of Robson and Milan, back to Wallawali, who bowled a couple of good overs and then had an expensive over. I think went for 15, 16 runs. A bad ball and a 5 wides, proving costly. So he'll be keen to make amends.
Just get through for the single. Think about 2. Settle on the one as Holden tidies up. So heading towards the 30th.
Again, you're looking at doubling.
Yeah.
That's 350 plus, which is a lot of runs. Even on a good surface, on a quick scoring ground, it's still got to go your way.
Yeah, you go back to the power play. Just what was it, 52 at the end of the 10th over. And that included 3 fours to end the 10th over as well. Middlesex would have been pretty happy with how the power play was going. Wouldn't have been unhappy with it, even after those 3 fours. That's lifted.
So Lilly there, brave again, looking to strike down the ground. Mid on up. Hacked it, and it's just got over Robson's head, so fortune's favoured the brave there. And again the ball perfectly. Oh, there's one of the young children. Give him a couple of quid. Great ball there by Wallawali, just short and wide, but got away with it. Single out to the deep point boundary. Wide. Good take there by Cracknell.
End of the over, 181 for 4.
So 7 off the over there. Again, it's boundaries, isn't it? They changed the over. You can see the boundary, unlikely to go for less than 6 or 7.
It's funny, isn't it? You look at that, go back to the power play, I was just touching on it at the start of the over, 52 for 1 after 10, but it was, what, 40 for 1 with 3 balls left to the power play. Middlesex come out chasing 350. You actually think in the power play, well, maybe you need to gamble 1 or 2 in that power play and try and get off to a really good start. Take a chunk out of it at that stage, but that's not the way Leicestershire have gone about constructing this innings. Almost all the brains trust on the balcony for Middlesex.
Who's not there then?
The chief executive.
And Mr. Dernbach, he's not there. To be single, track that one down a little bit, but respectfully played. The length, the line was right on it. Oh, just out of reach. Single down to long arm. It's been a fascinating innings, this one. Yeah, you say you just mentioned the boundaries there, didn't you? It's so difficult at Radlett. Anything that's off, anything off line, off length. Quick scoring ground. Nicely played with the open face. Again, drag down there from Luke Holman. Short and wide. Cut shot by Mulder. He's fast, but not quite fast enough to save the boundary. So partnership goes to 59 runs. So again, one thing Middlesex have managed to do is to sort of, I suppose, check things with a wicket before a big partnership has taken place. The positive for Leicester is the fact that the wickets have not stopped them scoring quite freely at more than 6 runs and over. So another wicket really required here by Middlesex. Finish with a dot, but 8 off the over, 7 off the previous, 15 off the last 2 overs. Not really a risk, I suppose. Lilly clubbed one in the last over that just went over Sam Robson at mid-on, but I say relatively risk-free scoring by Leicester's number 5 and 6.
If they score 11 off this over, does it still count double at 30? Well, there's a start. Width again.
Well, again, it looks like a bit short to me as well, the way that the batsman's rocked onto the back foot, struck it powerfully through the offside. So maybe just a combination, just a fraction short. and a little bit of width, but a good, strong, well-timed stroke there by Mulder.
Another replacement ball needed. That one's obviously kicked up over the boundary rope.
I don't have a couple of minutes, sir.
So 193 for 4, approaching the 30th. It's been an innings so far, and I guess it's because of the nature of the ground that it's
Makes me laugh here because it's just we go through the process. The ball goes over the fence into the bushes. Struggle to find it. Get a replacement ball out there. The moment they throw the replacement ball to the bowler, it's found in the bushes and it's tossed back. The timing is almost perfect.
For old Toby Greatwoods, the sub-fielder running those balls out at the moment. 194 for 4 with that single. Yeah, this innings, it's
Okay, so look, 4 off the first over. Pressure's been taken off the fielding, batting side, hasn't it? All of a sudden now they can just push the ball around and score 8 or 9 runs. What you want is obviously a few dot ball shoe singles, going for a stroke that maybe shouldn't go for at the back end of the over, and that creates the pressure to take a wicket.
Oh dear, oh dear. Throw goes back to the bowler's end and overthrows. Now launches that one. 4 more, 199 on the board.
And again, as a bowler, I can't help but look at the previous ball. You just think, well, there's a single there. Why has he picked it up, held it at the bowler's end? Change of strike, batsman goes down there, free hit. Sloppy.
Goes again, and goes all the way this time. Past the 200 mark at the 30th over. And 50 up for Mulder as well, 53 from 37. And it's been a magnificent innings from Mulder. 8 fours, and there's his first 6. Much like this Leicestershire innings all the way through, it's building nicely.
Yep, wonderful strokes there, beautiful clean stroke down the ground for 4 and then 6.
I think that's an error on the bottom. That wasn't Mulder that struck that ball, was it?
It was Lilly. I thought it was Lilly. But he's come in and struck the ball beautifully, freely. And I'd say it shows that the spinners have not got a great deal of length to bowl at here. Middlesex, said it before, they're going to need to take wickets to keep Leicestershire down to a respectable score.
Oh, that bobbles up, but well fielded by Yadav there. Bobbled up towards his chest. So let me just tell you on that scoreboard down there, 209 for 4 currently. Mulder has... Oh, well, hold on a minute. All right, there we go. Lily's moved to 42 from 36. Mulder's 44 from 35. And 206 for 4 is the score, which is a hefty score on the board after 30 overs.
So Holman again only allowed 4 fielders outside the ring, 5 inside it. They brought deep square leg up, push long off back, mid off back to long off.
That's a very well run too. Mark Stoneman as the fielder charging in hard from long on. Mulder now is one shot away from his 50. That's all bowled again. It'll just be a single out to deep mid wicket. Just the 4 off the over from Holman, much better from him. 210 for 4 after 31. Partnership's 81 now.
Certainly seems that Leicester looking, I mean, they've looked to be positive, but even more positive in the last, the previous over, that over, a good over there by Holman. But against Wallawalita, as though they were going to target him on his left arm spin, and again it's brought about a change of bowling. Martin Anderson into the attack. Bowled a reasonably good spell, some loose-ish balls, but took a couple of important wickets too. Middlesex be hoping his extra bit of pace might be able to force something here, break this partnership, which is now 81 runs to the good, 70 balls. And I say, unless Middlesex take wickets, they're going to be chasing a pretty chunky score here, well over 300.
Talks about a career economy of 8 for Anderson. Right, only in 4 list day games prior to this, but this is an important spell from him now. 2 batters very well set for Leicestershire. I think about 2. It's nicely guided, just the single though. Holman gets his throw in.
That's got a little bit cool, doesn't it? I mean, it's nice temperature now. I mean, it was warm this morning.
We can actually sit forward in the tent again now.
They were sort of saying there's some cooler air coming through. It sounds like next week's going to be warm again.
We're in Middlesex next week. No, it's Durham on Sunday. Oh, just lifts past the edge.
And then here against Surrey on the Wednesday, which will be a big game. I think more tickets have been sold for that than for any of the T20 games that Middlesex played here.
That's quite a statement. Or bowled. Or dug out by Mulder.
We say 1 or 4 balls. Leicestershire looking to continue to be positive, be aggressive. It's created that little bit of pressure. Now, can you back it up with 2 good balls to finish the over off? And if the Leicestershire batsmen are to take a risk, it's percentages in the favour of the bat and the bowlers.
Yeah, it's Durham on Sunday, Surrey here at Radlett on Wednesday, then to Nottinghamshire on Friday for a trip to Somerset that Sunday. Lifted up and around the corner, but not going fully through with the shot, Lily. Just a single turn the over, just the 3 off. That's a really good return from Anderson. Excellent from him. 213 for 4. Just put the brakes on a little bit in the last 2 overs, Middlesex.
So again, it shifts the pressure to Luke Holman. Can he back that up with a good over himself? Force the Leicestershire batsmen to play a stroke where the percentages aren't in their favour and create the chance to break this partnership. Excellent partnership for Leicestershire. 84 of 73 balls. Mark Stoneman, just give me a bit of stick. I'm on the barbecue later on. Club staff barbecue. It's Fraser and Shepherd, burnt sausage specialists. I could have given Mr. Stoneman a serve back there after that throw in the previous over, but I'll refrain. I said Fraser and Shepherd, Simon Shepherd that is, who were doing it between us. Simon Shepherd used to be, I was a Middlesex physio when I was playing, now sort of does some consultancy for the club.
Slogged away and taken! What a catch by Stoneman! Fabulous from him! And the much needed wicket for Middlesex. Holman and Stoneman combined, and yep, it was always dipping on him as he dived forward up that slope that we mentioned towards the mound that is the square here at Radlett.
Well, for me, catch makes up for the run he conceded. I suppose you could add on the 10 extra, the 4 and the 6 that Lily subsequently hit while they were lead to 4. But again, Middlesex putting together an over and a half of decent bowling, making the batsmen work hard, created that bit of pressure. Lily struck the ball well down the ground. A couple of times he swiped the ball over mid-on, just clearing Sam Robson on one occasion, but that's an excellent diving catch there by Mike Stoneman, and you said an important wicket. That partnership was getting out of control a little bit. The run rate well over 6.5 runs and over. Suddenly now changes things slightly, but Swindles, he can bat. Moulder's still at the crease. I'd imagine Leicester, 17.5 overs still to go, will continue to err on their side of aggression rather than caution. But as you go down the order, in theory anyway, you should be getting coming across batsmen less likely to take it to the cleaners as such. But yeah, that was a really good stand there, and a really good little innings there from Lily. 46 runs, better than a run of ball. Quite a bit better than a run of ball.
Lily still awaits his first List A 50. Two 50s in first class cricket, 5 50s in T20 cricket for Lily, but yet score a century in any format, yet score a 50 in List A, just short here at Radlett.
So Middlesex trying to put Leicestershire under a bit of pressure here. Fielders coming in, slip in place.
Bowled. There was a little message run out a couple of overs ago, wasn't there, which Mark Stoneman, 2 messages in fact. Edge gone! Sharp work by Sam Robson at slip. Swindles goes for a second ball duck. 2 in 3 for Holman.
Well, that's a stunning catch actually. quicker ball by Luke Holman. Forceful shot. That's until you stand there and try and take those catches, you don't realise how quick your reflexes are. But a magnificent catch there from Sam Robson, and real good reward by Middlesex captain Steve Eskenazi for seeing the positive option, looking to take another wicket. It would have been easy if a slip had been out. That's 4 runs. So reward there for a good piece of aggressive captaincy from Steve Eskenazi, and a good bit of bowling. So a double breakthrough for Middlesex. 215 for 6. Swindles goes for 0.
What a difference an over can make. Here comes Scriven. Tom Scriven out at 8 for Leicestershire.
It sort of changes the nature of things, doesn't it? An over like that, 2 wickets.
Well, all of a sudden 200 on the board at 30 overs, but you look at that wickets column now.
You do look at the wicket. I suppose before, though, it's the total, isn't it? That's the important thing. But no doubt the wickets check the scoring rate. And a lot of pressure on Mulder here. He's played watchfully. I mean, he's not really been ultra aggressive. He's just put the bad balls away, taken the runs that have been there, and been sort of the rock, really, that Lilly was playing around when he was as destructive as he was. But again, 49 off 44 balls, so the strike rate quite a bit over 100. There's been no slouch, but a big over this one for Middlesex to date. 2 wickets in it to Luke Holman.
Scrivenkopf gets off the mark with 2 runs. End of the 33rd, 217 for 6. A very, very big over that for Middlesex. Leicester just with a little bit of thoughts needed to be put into these last 17 now. Holman's over very warmly received here at Radlett. Scriven came through the Hampshire Academy, 23, 24 in November.
Well, so the big thing wicket now is Mulder, isn't it? If Middlesex could somehow get him out in the next 4 or 5 overs, a score that at one stage, looking at 350, you might even think, could we keep it to high 200s?
Punched away by Mulder. Pressure on the field. Oh, it was a horrible, horrible bounce that Bamber was approaching and bravely dived forward towards it, just trying to get that hand at its flick it in. The bobble is pretty tough on the outfield here.
But again, it's not that bad a ball, is it? I mean, it's maybe just a little bit too wide. I think Ethan Bamber always struggling to catch up with the ball there. If he's going to stop it, it's just by sticking a paw out and somehow managing to block it in some shape or form.
Away again. I think 2, just a single. No, they are coming back for the second. Throw comes in, keeper's end. Couple more. So Mulder 53 now. 45 deliveries, 8 fours. And that is his 50. His second of the innings, according to me. Well, this time we are confident. That score's correct at the bottom. That's a good ball.
Well, again, I think that the stroke there shows. I mean, again, there's just been enough short, a little bit short, a little bit wide, enough there. The previous 2 balls for Mulder to look to play an aggressive shot, but a ball on a good length there. He's left it. Again, wary about the fact that Leicestershire got to be a bit watchful, but they've already scored 6 runs in this over. So it just saying, as a bowler, if you can bowl an over 6 balls on length off stump, this stage you're unlikely to concede big runs. So keep it simple.
Stopped by Holden at backward points and end of the over. 4 dot balls to... Oh, there's one more to come. 3 dot balls. Can he make it a 4th?
An interesting bowler now might be Ethan Bamber. Get 2 or 3 of his overs in. I mean, again, someone who is likely to hit a good length, is likely to bowl a slightly fuller length.
Slower ball bouncer. Up in the air it goes. Just steered by Mulder in the end. Picks up 2 to end the over. So 8 offered in the end. 2-5 for 6. Yeah, 16 overs to go.
So a good over there for Leicestershire. Again, having lost 2 wickets in the previous over. Created that window of doubt. Do you as a batsman keep going aggressive? Keep looking to take the game to the opposition, or do you say, well, hang on, let's just knock it around here for 4 or 5 overs, maybe get 20 runs and start to build a partnership? But there's only one loosish ball. Has allowed 8 runs to come from that over.
It's part of the thought process for batters in this situation. You know you've got Yadav to return. You know you've got Bamber to return. Holman's bowling pretty nicely at the moment. Have you got to select the bowlers rather than the time?
I think there is an element of that, and we certainly saw the Leicestershire bowlers target Telemala Walita and look to hit him down the ground. So yeah, you will have one eye on what's to come, but equally, last thing you want to do,
slaps that one away, just a single,
is to try to carve one over deep mid wicket, get a top edge and get caught, really, because that doesn't help the situation. You'll hope that the 2 batsmen here will be I mean, Leicestershire will be having the 2 batsmen that are here, are obviously here in 10 overs time, and they can then open their shoulders quite freely in the last 5 or 6 overs.
Low full toss, throws rasped in, well backed up. Scrivens, yeah, 24 in November. Came through the Hampshire Academy, England under 19. Featured in the World Cup in 2018 in New Zealand. Seen as a genuine all-rounder. He's only played 2 first-class games and 6 List A prior to this. A couple of T20s as well. Both for Hampshire, not as part of the winning run that Leicestershire got on this year. Oh, that's a beaut. What a ball. And got him. That is an absolute beaut from Luke Holman. His 3rd wicket of the day. And that one will be right up there with the wickets he'll take this season. A ripper for Holman.
Well, that's a beautiful delivery there. Classic delivery for a leg spinner. It looks like it's turned. It has turned. Dragged the back foot out the crease by the look of it. And an excellent piece of work there by Joe Cracknell. Really enjoyed that. Making his debut for Middlesex as a wicketkeeper today. He's taken that. Quickly removed the bows. And another important wicket for Middlesex. Yes, we might look and say, well, the run rate is higher than you'd like it to be, but Middlesex have taken wickets. And they've taken 3 in the last 2.5 overs. Which has really dented Leicestershire's prospects of scoring a huge total. And well, huge, I mean sort of 300. I mean, we get used to sides chasing down 300, but and the aggressive sort of cricket that teams play now, and the way that they look to bat. But if you get 300, you've still a couple of batsmen have got to still play some good innings. It's a score that more often than not you'll win it.
What a ball that was, though, by Holman. The dream delivery for a leg spinner. That really ripped. Absolutely lovely ball, and sharp work, as you said, by Cracknell behind the stumps. Lovely shot from side on to see that dismissal.
I suppose the one thing some people might say was, why wasn't Holman brought on earlier? And I'm not sort of...
I was just about to go there tentatively,
yeah.
though.
But it's you can see why it's happened. As you say, Middlesex get 4 wickets quite quickly, or in the first half, first 20 overs. You realise you've only got 5 specialist bowlers. You want to make some overs. Owen Bamber has come into the attack. Realise you probably would like to get half a dozen overs from makeshift bowlers. Now is the time when Leicestershire are 4 down, maybe looking to be a bit more careful in the way they go about it, but a combination of some good stroke play and a few sloppy little bits of cricket from Middlesex allow them to get away. But the introduction of Holman has changed the course of this innings quite dramatically so far.
Wide ball down the leg sides. Yeah, that's the man who holds the key really now for Leicestershire. Mulder 58 from 53. What support can he get at the other end? We're saying that Scriven's a genuine all-rounder, or seen as one.
You say 14.5 overs to go, so 90 balls, 89 balls.
Just rides the single. Well, he's got to trust Nathan Bowley at the other end now, hasn't he? To play his part and build a partnership here and get something going. We talked about bowlers to go after at the moment. We've got Holman and Bamber at either ends with Yadav to come. So it's a nice little strangle that Middlesex have at this particular moment, which those pair there having a natter. Bowley and Mulder have to find a way out of.
But again, positive captaincy. Sam Robson going into a sort of second slip area for the new batsman.
Oh, that was a nervous little dabble first ball. 21 yesterday. Nathan Bowley. It's just his second list day game. Wasn't required to bat in that victory against Surrey. Surrey posting 246 for 8. Leicester chasing it over with 10 overs to spare. 7 wicket win. Number 32 from his 5 overs with the ball for Bowley.
Edgeor guided down there to third man. Give him the credit, guided. Bowley's off the mark. 2 balls left in the over. Middlesex would like to keep Mulder off strike. Although saying that, why not get him down Holman's end? What do you want to do? Do you want to take a risk? Almost ask the question of the batsman. Look to be positive, or just play the ball on merit?
It's really tough for that man now, isn't it, Mulder? How he plays this one. Anybody for Middlesex bowled particularly badly today, but Bamber and Yadav, Holman in particular, bowled extremely well. Single to keep the strike at the end of the over. 36 gone, 2, 31 for 7.
Wind was up a few hours ago, and a bit cooler, but been a lovely day here at Radlett. Got the stands up again. Stretford end. Something like that.
Surprised he didn't go with the cop.
Yeah, the cop. Not big enough for the cop. But again, it's a sort of touch that's, I say, at Middlesex we play more outground cricket than any other county. How do we sort of provide our members and supporters with better facilities, and had the stands in here for the T20 games earlier in the season, and it went down very well. So, all right, you can maybe get another 150, 200 people in them, but just gives a better seat viewing position. At that end of the ground, the ball falls away, the land falls away slightly, so the further back you go, the worse view you have.
It hadn't occurred to me actually, because it does. It falls away all around the square, doesn't it? But then continues to fall away down to the train track there.
Yeah, it does towards the railway line.
Nice well bowled again. Oh, bottom edge onto the pads, rolls through to Cracknell.
Could have easily rolled onto the stumps, that, couldn't it? Another good over to date here from Luke Holman. Commentator's curse. Poor delivery there. I say poor delivery. Got it slightly wrong. Quicker ball, bit straighter, and Mulder's just helped it on its way, to be honest. Square leg is up. Deep square leg is up on the edge of the circle. So beat the fielder. Get 4.
End of the over, 37 gone, 236 for 7. A year ago yesterday he picked up his best bowling in list day, 4 for 56 against Lancashire. Lancashire, Middlesex won by 6 runs, thriller at Old Trafford last year. 3 for here for Holman. Looking for a much cheaper 4 for at the moment, but Mulder and Leicestershire will have other ideas. 236 for 7, here's Bamber.
Interesting there by Mulder, looking to come down the pitch to Bamber, so fully aware that he doesn't just want to be playing out maidens. And again, I suppose that's one of the challenges when you bat first here at Radlett. How many runs is enough? Pitch with pace and bounce. And yeah, just offered a little bit for the bowlers, but fast scoring ground. Can't just sort of play out and get 260, 270. It's a good shot there by Bowley.
Oh, we mentioned that Gloucestershire game. Middlesex hit, 89 in the power play. Hit their record T20 score here earlier this season at Radlett against Gloucestershire in that game, 239.
I just remember as well, Hampshire, they went hell for leather, didn't they, at the start of their innings. Chasing down 140, 150 in one of the subsequent games.
.229 it was, wasn't it, against Gloucestershire here. Just remember being on the mic that night, whoever it was with, and everybody kind of walked off in the innings break. Middlesex had just hit their record T20 score and thought, well, that could be a little light. So 239 for 7 and a 50 over. There's still a bit of work to do here for Leicestershire. As it was, Middlesex took pace off a lot better in the early stages of the Gloucestershire innings of that chase.
Old Ethan. Good over today. Leg by single.
What would Leicestershire have learnt from the Middlesex bowling performance here? What do you think they'd be saying to themselves? 40 overs gone, I'll be saying to Chris Wright and co.
Well, again, anything with width is likely to. Oh, there's a good chance it's going to, one, be aimed at strongly, and if you get much bad on it, then it's going to be four. It's a batsman, ground fielders, deep fielders, not going to cover much ground.
Follows in Bamba. Steered around the corner for a single.
But again, Mulder looking to be aggressive there. I don't think he wants to sort of just play at too many overs here. Again, bowl's got to bowl straight. Not too straight. When too straight, you mean sort of maybe sliding down the leg side, because we've seen some good clips off the legs. And maybe get your leggy on a bit earlier. Change of angle here from Ethan, coming around the wicket to finish the over off. 3 runs off it so far. Hit a good length on off stump. Batsman's unlikely to swipe you out the ground, I would have thought.
Well done by Holden, if you can get hold of it. End of the over, 240 for 7. That is a century for Mulder here. If they bat out the overs, 12 overs time, Mulder will be there at a ton for Leicestershire. I guess from their perspective at this stage, you try and say don't leave any deliveries out there. Don't walk off shy of 50 overs, or at least far shy of 50 overs. That's the Brains Trust on the field for this one. No Roland Jones, no Mercer, Snowman and Eskenazi and Robson. They'll be the 3 that'll be racking their brains about how to do it. Luke Holman in the middle of the 3 of them there. Continuing, who, well, at this point, I guess he pretty much bowls through, doesn't he? Yellow's got 3 to come. Holman now 3 for 27 from 6.
Yeah, I would have thought, unless Mulder looks to take him down the ground or hit him out the attack, Luke may have the 4 of the last 6 from this end. It's good running there, but should the fielder be a little bit more awake. First ball of the over, batsman you want on strike. It's too easy, that single, for me.
Quite get hold of it. Oh, they are going to get through for the single. Holman had to get around Bowley at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I get the feeling Mulder's looking to be aggressive here. Looking to, as you said, not just try and see his side sort of, I say meekly, but gently through to 300-ish. He's got his eye on more than that. Can he dominate enough of the strike? Can the lower order batsman give him enough of the strike? And 2, I suppose, can he get it away? But he certainly looked to be a bit more industrious, a bit more aggressive in the last couple of overs.
Oh, that squirts away. Top ball though to backward point. Well, I guess he goes to his century, Mulder, and Leicestershire goes to 300. At this stage, they take that, don't they? Walk off with 300 on the board. So is it a case of Mulder can be as controlling, as selfish as he likes with what remains of the innings?
What do you say, 11 overs 300, that's 5 and over. You'll be looking for more than that in the last 11 overs of an innings.
But Middlesex's mindset likewise is 280 and no more.
Yeah,
one more wicket and
let's say 270, 280. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could clean up these last 3 wickets. See what Mulder does here. Must probably look for the single.
Well, Bowles gave himself room outside leg, didn't he? And Holman follows him. 39 gone. 243 for 7.
Another good over by Holman, conceding just 3 runs. He's done a really good job for his side today. I say, talking about his bowling during the last championship match that I was on with you at Lords against Sussex, and areas where he needs to sort of work on to offer the control that a team wants from their spinner. I suppose in white ball cricket you've got a few more fielders out, but he's really, I say, it's, as the South African might say, he's come to the party today. Bamber continuing round the wicket here to left-handed Bowley.
That's really well bowled. Excellent from him.
And again, this is what Middlesex want. They need to get Bowley on strike. Bowl some dot balls to him, make him work hard to get Mulder on strike. And again, in reverse, that then puts more pressure on Mulder to make the most of the deliveries that he faces.
Wristily worked away by Bowley, manages to ride the bounce.
So these last 3 balls are going to be interesting to me. See what Mulder does to do. Again, the last over looked to give himself just a little bit of room, as if he was going to hit Bamber down the ground, maybe over mid-off straight.
Pretty might have went for those 12 runs off the last 3 balls of the power play. Bamber's got the best economy of the innings, even with that. Economy of 4.22, 1 for 31 from 7.2 from Bamber. 7.3 now, 1 for 32. Wide ball. Yeah, so Yaddo's got 3 to come, none for 35 from 7. The economy of 5. Bamber's 4.26 is economy, 1 for 32, 1 for 33 from 7.3. While Luisa went for 55 off his 6. Anderson 2 for 44 from his 6. Robson none for 16 from 2. Now the Cries catch it. The umpire signals nothing, including not a wide, so leg a little bit of pad on the way down the leg side.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I thought that was going to be a wide when I first looked at the delivery. Obviously hit something. Yeah, probably just flicked the pad on the way through. Apologetic appeal there from...
As ever.
Probably would have been followed. Sorry. Which is the sort of word you hear most from Ethan Bamber when you deal with him. He's an aggressive, determined cricketer, but he's always apologising needlessly.
Just a single pulled out to deep square. It's driven away for a single to end the over. 2:47 for 7 after 40. 10 to go. Power play 3 gets underway. That's the other consideration, of course. Now it's 5 fielders back for the back 5, but it's as much managing these final overs. Bamba, who has now completed 8 overs, 1 for 35. Those other bowlers, Peter Milan, 1 for 28 from 4. Milan picking up the wicket of Lewis Kimber for 68. Key wicket that was. Can anybody pick up Mulder for Middlesex? The bowler, Luke Holman, 3 for 30 from 7. Here comes his 8th.
Yeah.
You're good. You're doing a cracking job, bud.
Thank you.
Nicely done for the single. Bowley on to 8, so 5 allowed back on the ropes now. Long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg.
The partnership's starting to build, 20 runs, so starting to do a job for Leicestershire.
More bold. Had to get back. Bowley and did. Really good this from Holman. Follows him again, but this time Mulder equal to it, moves to 72. That's the 250 up for Leicestershire.
Yeah, a bit of a drag down there from Luke Holman. Gone for a quicker ball, but dragged it down and powerfully put away by the batsman.
Good follow-up from Holman. He followed him last ball of the last over, didn't he? And wraps him on the pads. Mulder not able to get it away. Clearly signposted it this time that he's backing away outside leg. Asking Holman to follow him once more. Could enter the over as well. Bowled once more, Luke Holman. 3 for 35 from 8 for him. 2 for 252 for 7. Leicestershire with 9 to go.
Yeah, standout figures from Luke Holman, going for under 4.5 runs per over. And again, that run rate, he was up at 6.8 at one stage, now 6.15, so still good. Again, 6.15 is what? Over 300 and, well, getting under 310, which is a decent score. But obviously that fourth number from the left of your screen, 7 wickets is the controlling factor for Middlesex, and the name is Mulder. He'll be the player that Leicestershire, I hope, still around in 7 or 8 overs time, and he's the one that Middlesex want to dismiss.
Should just be a single. So Yadav has 3 to bowl, Bamba has 2, and Holman has 2. Wallaluita's bowled 6, Anderson's bowled 6, Robson 2, Milan 4.
So Middlesex got to find 2 overs from Anderson, Wallaluita, I would suggest, believing that Holman, Bamba and Yadav will bowl their full 10. Couple change in the field. Third man comes up, then sent back down. So see where the Mulder looks to go straight down the ground.
Steps away and pulls it into the onside for a single. The best economy of the bowlers outside Yadav, Bamber and Holman. Peter Milan, 4 overs, 1 for 28, going for 7. His pace at this stage, though.
No, I don't think we'll see him come back. Oh, well, I'll be surprised if he came back.
His pace at this stage isn't right for the stage of the innings either, is it?
No, it's... and potentially skilled. I mean, the bloke's not a regular bowler, so you'd back your...
That'll get all the way. Holman gives chase. Has he kept it? He has. Wow.
Fielded.
Brilliant from Holman again.
When the players dive on the ground, there's a big plume of dust that sort of comes up, which shows how dry the outfield is. And again, diving on these surfaces, going to be some scrapes and grazes when they walk off the field.
So for that reason, I wasn't giving him a hope on that. Oh, it's a really well bowled slow ball. Brilliant. Kind of balls that, from Ethan Bamber, you know, we've seen him on occasion in the T20. But he's such a solid metronome, isn't he, in first-class cricket?
Yeah, I mean, one of my first... obviously, I was aware of Ethan and watched him before, but first experience watching him bowl was when he played in the Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand. And again, there, his white ball skills, opening the bowling back into the innings for England Under-19s.
Cut straight to mid-off with a flat batted effort. Well, Luita gets hold of it in the end. End of the over, 257 for 7, or have I gone early on that? I've gone early.
One ball left. So again, Bowley looking to be more aggressive in this over, taking on the pull shot. Middlesex keeping mid-on and mid-off up. Previous balls, Mulder's looked to give himself a bit of room as if he's trying to hit the ball over the mid-off extra cover area.
Oh, goes for the slower ball as well, slips out down the leg side. I think he's got the live stream on in the background there. Oh, put down. That would have been a fabulous catch. Meaty shot from Mulder.
It would have been difficult catches to take. Fast bowlers on the follow through. Propelled yourself down the pitch. And again, actually he's probably not hit that quite as hard as Ethan Bamber thought, but his follow through keeps him quite straight. He's not a bowler that's sort of ever been warned for running on. But he stays quite straight and just couldn't get his fingertips around it. So that dismissal would have been a huge wicket for Middlesex with his last 8 overs in mind. Again, it could go one or two ways this last few overs. Bowley's on 12 now. Had a bit of time at the crease, looking to be a bit more aggressive. Is he going to be more aggressive against the leg spin of Holman, which has been very effective in the second half of this Leicestershire innings? Or will he look to get his partner on strike?
Reverse sweep first. Smothered it for the single. Feels tense again now, doesn't it? 8 overs to go. It is in that kind of touching distance to the end of the innings where you could see Mulder bat it out through to the end, but also find some explosive shots along the way. It's well done out on the boundary rope by Bamber. Really tough.
Well fielded that. That's not an easy one. That hit hard to your bouncing on its way. Can easily sneak through your defences or hit you somewhere quite painfully.
Oh dear. Yes, no. Fortunately, I got to know quickly enough.
Working on it. I got me. There's not a microphone in front. This is well, it's over there.
Mark Stoneman wants to know if you got your apron ready, Gus.
Gee, I forgot that this morning. There's a few at home. Don't know whether there's one big enough for me though.
Heaved away and placed well. Oh dear, hope that didn't hit somebody out there. Bounces back off, hopefully, that fence you were talking about, Gus.
Yeah, a bit of a heave there from Mulder. Slightly fortunate to find the gap. Not sure whether he was quite placing it there, but one bouncing into the crowd, yeah. Cricket ball's a hard thing. So a rare boundary conceded by Holman. I think Mulder might go again here as well.
Drag the length back slightly on it. Holman, single taken down to Stoneman at long on, end of the 43rd, 266 for 7.
So again, this partnership gathering a bit of momentum for Leicestershire, which has been the case. All right, maybe not scored at the same rate as some of those earlier on in the innings, but 39 runs have been added for the 8th wicket. So Middlesex, having taken 3 wickets in nigh on, well, under 3 overs, maybe thinking, can we get through the bottom order quite quickly? But resistance, as there should be. I mean, it's a surface with few demons in it, and batsmen can play their strokes with confidence.
Yadav's back. Are they going to hold perhaps an Anderson over, a couple of Anderson overs right to the very end, and see if Yadav can do the damage first?
I think if my maths was right, you could have Yadav 1 and then 2 at the death from this end after Holman has finished his spell. But equally, do you realise we want to make this breakthrough now, and we don't want to get to the 48th, 49th over before we get the 8th wicket?
Big match-up. Yadav 2, Mulder. Drags the first one away for a single. Out to deep mid-wicket. Can they get him out? Middlesex around Mulder. But Bowley 14 from 20. I'm sure the message from Mulder will be just keep doing what you've been doing. Play the ball on merit, but don't be thinking much more than a single here and there. As instructed. My ball down the leg side. A short. That swung away for 4. Mulder's on to 84. 273 for 7. Yadav's brought back to try and counter. Leicestershire, their big gun Mulder, going well still.
Yeah, bounce have been a ball that Umesh has bowled quite regularly with good effect, but on this occasion, actually I think at the start of the innings as well, Mulder quick onto a pull shot. Again, South African extraction, so therefore used to playing on quicker bouncier pitches. Good players off the back foot, so he's looked to take it on where other batsmen have looked to evade it.
Hot bowl, slow ball into the block hole. Yeah, 10 tests, 12 ODIs, 5 T20 internationals. Full Mulder. Born in Gauteng. Although I'm not supposed to pronounce that first G like that, but I'm still not doing it.
Gauteng.
Gauteng. Oh, well bowled again. Followed him with the Yorker. Good match up between those two.
A bit of good over there. 8 runs off it for Leicestershire. 2-7 the last wicket. 46 runs this partnership. 54 balls, so still up there at 5 runs and over. So they're slowly but surely turning things around. Change of bowling here. So Luke Holman bowled an excellent spell. He's going to be replaced by Ethan Bamber. So Ethan, small break before he comes and finishes his day's work.
3 for 43 from his 9, Holman.
So he's got 1 left. Will he bowl it, or will we see Middlesex just return to their faster bowlers for these last 6 overs? This will be Ethan Bamber's last over. 1 for 41 he's taken.
Yeah, but a long way down, don't they, Leicestershire? Chris Wright still to come for Middlesex man, who's a pretty decent bat. Hendricks also. That's swatted away. Unbelievably, drops very safely, just a few yards away into the onside. Innings that remains right in the balance. 300 probably about the medium between the 2 expectations. Middlesex hoping to have them done for 280 maybe at one stage. Oh, now that's going to be a no ball.
No, I don't think it was.
Got away with it?
Yeah, sort of knee height. Batsman's having a word with the umpire. Wasn't dangerously high.
But yeah, 280 at one point would have been Middlesex's thoughts. 270, 280. 300 about the medium for it. Let's just still be thinking about 320 even from this stage. No is the correct call on that one.
Interesting, that one. I mean, if a ball's going to knock the stumps out of the ground, can it be called a no ball? I mean, if it's going to hit the stumps, whether it pitches or whether it doesn't, could it be called a no ball? Because that one from Bamber would have hit the stumps.
Going down around the wicket to the left-hander. Throw goes through to the non-striker's end. And any overthrow is prevented. Surely said sorry after that one.
Yeah, it's when you can see all three stumps, it's not going to get many LBW decisions, I wouldn't have thought. Well, you shouldn't anyway. Holder on 85 off 86 balls. 2 balls left in Bamber's spell. Bamber looking to get away with minimal damage. Finish a decent day's work. I think it's gone for 43. So excellent figures for him. Will Mulder look to deposit him somewhere in the crowd.
Right up there into the block hole. Well bowled. Yeah, he's nailed down his place, hasn't he, in the List A side now. As you say, the featured that many times in List A or in white ball cricket, Ethan Bamber. But he's bowled really well today. Good finish for Bamber. 4 dot balls to end his day. Just 2 runs off his over, the one leg by as well. So Bamber finishes 10 overs, 1 for 43. That's a pretty good day's work.
It is. I mean, it's an extra. I mean, you look at 3 of the 4s or 12 of the runs he conceded were. Well, certainly there's a misfield that went for 4. There was a inside edge that went for 4. So his figures could have been better. But again, he's bowled beautifully on a fast-scoring ground. I mean, again, you look at his figures. I mean, it means everybody else is probably going for 6.5, 7 and over, or some of the bowlers have. We know that just looking at the figures. But he's done his job today, and figures that you can be rightly pleased with.
This is going to be a big spell for Anderson. Holman's taken out early with 1 over to go. Anderson's back on, so 5 overs left, of which Yadav has 2 to bowl. Anderson potentially here 3. Leg by gets Mulder on strike straight away. Mulder's mindset now is going to be really interesting.
Oh, it's going to be aggressive, isn't it? That's the 50 partnership as well for these two. It's 50 off 61 balls, so even my maths can work out it's just under 5 and over. But it's been an important partnership. The innings was teetering at 227 for 7 when Holman got his 3rd wicket. But they're watchful for a few overs and looking to be more aggressive now. But I think Mulder is going to look to be aggressive full stop. Middlesex 4 fielders in the ring, all on the offside.
Yeah, long on's back, mid-off's up. Oh, leg by squirts through. Cracknell's underarm throw misses. His reaction suggests he had him. Yes, his reaction definitely suggests he had him.
Well, he should have got his glove off. It's difficult throwing with your gloves on. Maybe managed to get his glove off. It'd have been a bit more accurate.
Yeah, I'm going to cross him. And slices hard at it.
How many times have you chased 300 down, Fletch? How many times have you chased 300 down? It's a lot of runs. I mean, I know it's a lot of runs, 300. I was just thinking. Runs. Someone's got to play an innings. No. I just sort of think it's.
Times it well. Dragged it, but timed it beautifully. Bowley coming to the party now as well.
Yeah, a couple of good shots there. Attempted slow ball from Martin Anderson. Batsman had not conceded or convicted to the stroke, so therefore could change his mind. And just waited for it to arrive and pulled it through mid-wicket. So 2 consecutive round fours there, 10 off the over.
More than a frustration, it's a dangerous partnership now, this one for Middlesex. Sweetly hit on this occasion, straight to the fielder and just a single. One to come of the over.
Why don't you have a word with him? Do you have a word with him? Where's the public address for him? Don't have a mark here.
That's really well placed. Steered and bisects the fielders. Another boundary to end the over. And 295 for 7. A short ball was just perfectly placed by Mulder on this occasion. 291 for 7.
Yep, 15 off the over, so Leicestershire be delighted with the way that these pair sort of re-established. Leicestershire got them into position now. Well, 4 overs to go. They were looking to get 320, 330, which is just all right. It's a fast-scoring ground, good pitch, but someone's got to play. A couple of players have got to play really well to knock down a total like that, and things do have to go your way. It doesn't take much for a side to be 3 down. Good ball, say-so decision. Great bit of fielding. So Middlesex, as they said, need to break this partnership.
Get back for the second. When this partnership came together, we were talking about 270, 280 for Middlesex's want to try and finish off the final 3 wickets. For Leicestershire, 320, somewhere around that, maybe 300 being the median between the two. But yeah, 320 very much on Leicestershire's mind, which was perhaps even being a little bit greedy at that stage with the amount that Bowley would have to get through. Getting through well, he turns a single. Hands the strike back to Mulder. And again, this is the matchup. Yadav to Mulder. What can Yadav come up with here? What will Mulder think about against Yadav? There's 2 overs still to be bowled at the other end to Yadav as well, isn't there? So
I suppose you look at the field and the fact there's 2 fielders out on the fine leg is up, but deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Steve Eskenazi, is he going to come to long on or normal mid-on by the sound of it? So field set for full off stump or the bouncer.
low full toss. Oh, straight to Eskenazi. Singles taken. Falls forward, smothering it. Again, worried about running over a bobbling ball.
I suppose the debate for Middlesex is do you keep bowling Anderson, who's been expensive today? Yes, he's taken a couple of wickets.
I think in 2. Back they come.
Fumble there by Max Holden at deep backward point, allowed him to get the second. But excellent running there. Middlesex have got to keep their energy levels high for these last 20 deliveries.
Two again. Or is it? Is it gone?
Well, there's 3 twos in that over that Middlesex will be disappointed to concede. On each occasion it could have easily been 1. Yes, it's difficult for the fielders to come racing in on this outfield and pick it up at speed. But even so, I suppose Leicestershire are very wary of that and have pushed the fielders hard and, I say, picked up a couple of extra runs that Middlesex would have been hoping to have kept off the scorecard.
Digs out the single to end the over. Well bowled from Yadav. 9 off his over though. They'd have taken that against Yadav. 300 up for Leicestershire. 300 for 7 with 3 overs to go. And with Mulder still there, they will very much be thinking that this innings could still go anywhere. Dangerous few overs coming up here for Middlesex.
Yeah, he bowled a good over there, Umesh Yadav, and he's conceded 9 runs off it. So good running between the wickets, and again, that may well be the tactic. Yadav's the danger man. Let's make sure we get a bat on ball, run hard. Anderson, far less experienced bowling in these conditions, look to be more aggressive against him, take a few risks.
Heading to be the biggest score of the day by far around the country. Durham all out for 181. Surrey a 30 without loss chasing it. Somerset 119 all out. Nottinghamshire 43 without loss. Oh, it's a wide to start up. Kent are 298 for 7 in the 49th against Glamorgan at, I assume it's at Cardiff, and Yorkshire are 224 all out against Lancashire. Another wides, pressure's on. Pressure's on. It feels a little bit like pressure's telling out there. It's a tense field at the moment. That's crunched down the grounds. Pressure really on the Middlesex bowlers here now. Leicestershire turning this one around. 308 for 7.
Yes, so 8 off the first ball. That's a beautiful strike down the ground. Mardis Anderson not quite got it full enough.
Bowley's hand here, 39 from 34. This is putting the cat amongst the pigeons for Middlesex. No ball. Away for 4. Middlesex losing control of this at the end. Free hit as well. And this over could prove very, very costly for Middlesex. It already is.
So 1 ball's gone for 14 runs here. Conversation with Eskenazi taking place with Anderson. He's got to try and compose himself. Get back to doing the basics. Keeping it simple.
Difficult over for Anderson. As I said, the pressure was telling. You could feel the tension around the field before the start of this over. It feels like the tension's just got a little bit to Anderson here. That's going to be 4 more. Mid-wicket won't get there coming around. Hold it into the track at the batter, but tails up here for the Foxes.
Again, I think an attempted slower ball, but he's not get it right. He's certainly not dumbfounded the batsman. 2 balls have conceded 19 runs. Or say 2 legitimate balls have conceded 19 runs.
Back over the wicket to the left-hander now.
And this partnership's now 88 runs.
Smeared away, 4 more. 323 for 7. Bowley moves to 47 himself. Tough over for Anderson. 3 balls to come of it. Got to find a way out of it.
Again, the ball's gone into the hedges, so spare delivery being brought out. Sorry, spare ball being brought out.
No ball called on high. Bristol worked away for a single. Oh, slide and a slip at the non-striker's end by Bowley. He moves to 48. They were thinking about coming back for the second, but he slipped. Looks as though he's okay. Mulder looks to go big. How big does he go? All the way over mid-wicket. He moves to 96. 332 even. 332 for 7.
So 32 off this over to date. It's changed the nature of this total that Leicestershire are posting. So Martin Anderson in danger of probably unwanted record here.
The appeal goes up, certainly worth asking. Leg by, would have missed leg. But a leg bite to end the over, 33. Coming off it, 333 for 7 at the end of the 48th.
Well, again, it leaves Eskenazi with a bit of a dilemma here. I think in his game plan he'd have been looking to get Anderson to bowl the last 3 overs at the far end. I don't think he can trust Anderson with another over after that over that we've just seen. Conceded 33 runs. 2 4s, 1 6, 6 no balls. Just wonder whether Holman should bowl this over, save Yadav for the last, but I suppose the Middlesex view would be let's try and get one of these batsmen out in this over here.
Is that the century? It is. Well, Mulder has played quite the knock here for Leicestershire. A century that could well be putting them into a match-winning position. Century stand for the 8th wicket. Mulder's ton off 94 deliveries, 14 fours and a 6. He's played with great composure after Leicestershire found themselves very much on the back foot.
Yeah, he's been the rock of this Leicestershire innings. Batsmen have come in, played some strokes around him. Lilly, Kimber and Bowley.
Block hole delivery from Yadav, dug out, single for Mulder. Bowley now very much have the freedom here, even against Yadav, won't he, to start swinging again. He's on 48.
It's 3.5 hours now, so I'm sure Middlesex, well, 3.5 hours to get these overs in, but there'll be plenty of time given for the ball changes and balls being lost in this.
Yadav's got to chase it himself. They're coming back for the second. There's the 50 for Bowley. 50 from 40 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. And a hug from his teammate Mulder. A century stand again for this 8th wicket, of which Bowley there has really played quite the hand in this.
Yeah, we're talking about those 2 overs that Holman bowled early on, 3 wickets, changed the course of it. This partnership has changed it back Leicestershire's way.
Steps across to Yadav and steps across too far, plays on. 50 from 41 from Bowley. Yadav manages to strike back with a wicket here late on for Middlesex, but boy oh boy has he done some damage on the way.
They have, I say, yeah, onto off his boot. He might consider himself a little bit unlucky there, but a vital, crucial 50 on this ground. This outfield score of 260 was going to be some way short, but played watchfully to begin with, then powerful at the end. Gave Mulder brilliant support. And quite rightly walks off to the applause of a decent crowd here at Radlett, having put his side in a strong position.
21 yesterday. Nathan Bowley, and he won't forget his first professional innings with the bat. Didn't bat against Surrey the other day, his second professional match, and he has a 50 that, well, this looks like an awful lot of runs now. And will put an awful lot of pressure on the top of the Middlesex innings. They've got to get through the end of this one though. Mulder's still there, and the 2 overseas come together. Bjorn Hendricks out with him, in ahead of Chris Wright. 32-year-old Hendricks from Cape Town. 1 test, 8 ODIs, 19 T20s. And again, he's going to have a bit of freedom here to swing against Yadav's last 2 balls. Uppercuts safely, only just in front of Holden for the single. So, well, the 2 of them look at each other out there in the middle now, the batting pair. They'll only need a single. Last ball of the over from Yadav. And let Mulder get going in the final over of the innings. Single to end the over. That means Mulder's got the strike. 342 for 8 with 6 deliveries left of this innings. And this is an over that Middlesex have to try and get out of with some... what's the word I'm even looking for? Some sort of control.
Well, they do, and Eskenazi is having a chat with Sam Robson there. I suppose, does he want to bowl the over? Who are Middlesex going to turn to? Someone's got to bowl it. Tilan Walawalita, again, his figures have been quite expensive today. Young bowler who's been pretty miserly in games that Middlesex have played, but he's gone for 55 off his 6 overs, so 9 runs and over. But he's going to be entrusted with this final over. Can he somehow keep Leicestershire's, what would you settle for, less than 10? I think probably less than 15, the way that the last over at the far end went. People might sort of say, well, why not bowl Holman? I suppose leg spin, a bit more flight. It can be easier to really get hold of it.
Cricket's a funny game and a tough game, but you kind of sit back and think about this innings. At the 30 over mark, they had 200 on the board, didn't they? Leicestershire, and at that point you're thinking, wow, this could be 400.
They were 4 down, so I wouldn't have thought it'd be too... I say if you're going to double the score at 30, then I think you're 1, 2, or I mean maximum 3 down from that position. So 4 down, a lot's got to go right. But I think from...
But they've at least got to where they should have done, probably from the 30 over mark.
Yeah, it's 200 for 4, 227 for 7. They'll be pretty chuffed with the score that they've got here, I think, considering that they lost some early wickets.
I guess my point is Middlesex shouldn't beat themselves up too much before they shouldn't lose the game before they go out there with the bat, because there was certainly... Here comes that final over. Walawalita heaved away, first ball. Is it going to clear? It is, only just. Robson underneath it, tried to line it up, tried to find a way, but 6 it is for Mulder.
Walawalita there trying to push it through, trying to skid it under the bat, but a short ball, and Mulder's just got enough on it to clear the long on fielder.
But a ball, get a single for it. A little surprised Mulder's taken the single, actually. He's to 109. Little chat for Walawalita here. Left arm around still to the left-hander. He'll be looking to go straight back down the ground. Hit with that spin, that's what Sloman's saying to him. With the spin, he'll be looking at exactly that area.
It will be just interesting to see whether Tilan comes round the wicket or over the wicket to the left-hander. Looks like he's going to come round, so the angle going across the left-hander, I suppose taking some of that power, slight power hitting with the spin away from the left-handed batsman. You come over the wicket, you almost hit him with everything over that deep mid-wicket area.
Get a single to hand the strike back to Mulder. 350 up for Leicestershire, 350 for 8. Good few Leicestershire fans in the crowd, but a good few Middlesex fans, I'm sure, applauding the milestone as well. Low full toss. And he's managed to get hold of it. Leaves him again, doesn't quite get hold of this one. It's just going to be a single. They're thinking about two to put pressure on the fielder. It's not there. So Mulder done. He's on to 116 from 100 deliveries. Hendricks 2 from 2 to face the last ball of the innings. Looks to launch it, can't quite get the leverage. Single down to long on. They'll try and push for the 2. There'll be a run out to end. No, they are comfortably back for the second. And 3:59 for 8 the score for Leicestershire. Put in by Middlesex here. They were 52 on the board by the end of the 10th. But that century stand for the 8th wicket, really the story of the innings that recovered this one for Leicestershire. Middlesex do have their work cut out, but at the start of that over I was coming to the point that there were stages of this innings where you're trying to weigh up the balance of it, but that is the beauty of List 8 cricket. It does have its flows, its natural rhythms. But yeah, for me, the 52, as Ez Mulder applauded off, magnificent century from him. Really brilliant from the 24-year-olds. Took control of a difficult situation for Leicestershire, but for Middlesex, yeah, 52 for 1 at the end of the power play. Obviously, that 8th wicket partnership has hurt them massively, but they mustn't let that destroy the match at the halfway stage.
No, you can't, but you can almost sort of sense the body language of the sides. The two Leicestershire batsmen sort of trotted off, delighted with the score that had been out of post, and the Middlesex team heads down, realising that that innings has got away with them. The captain there, Steve Eskenazi, having a word with them out there in the middle before they go to the dressing room. And you're right, they can't let what has taken place there in the last 6 or 7 overs affect them, but it's going to, because I say a target of, again, a generous target of high 200s, maybe 310, which maybe looking at one stage has become 360, and that is a big total. 7 and over, no matter what form of cricket you're playing in, takes them, get it right. In T20 it doesn't, and Middlesex, it's not a ground where you can't chase that down, but equally a couple of players in that Middlesex side are going to really have to step up here and play a substantial innings, because that is what Leicestershire have done. And so there's a bit of it'll be quiet in that Middlesex dressing room, especially there'll be a lot of support from Martin Anderson. Obviously had that extremely difficult over that conceded 33 runs right at the end there, but Leicestershire won't be worrying about that. They'll be just thinking, right, we're well in this game, and from that position they'll be hoping to defend that.
Angus Fraser, thanks very much. Appreciate your company in the first innings here at Radlett. We're going to take a break on the live stream. Put in Leicestershire Foxes 359 for 8. We'll be back in, well, there you go, 3:08 play to resume. We'll be back just before that to pick up the call here at Radlett. So 360 the target for Middlesex to win. really toed and froed all the way throughout. 52 for 1 at the end of the power play. Leicestershire, they had 200 on the board by the 30th over. A mini collapse, but then a recovery. And a century from Mulder, which has just put a little bit of pressure, perhaps on the start of the innings anyway, for Middlesex here. It's a high-scoring and quick-scoring ground at Radlett. And Stephen Eskenazi, as you can see there, number 28. Lovely little graphic in the top left corner that was for Eskenazi. Alongside Stoneman to open up. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance at Middlesex. They've got their work cut out, but as we saw in that innings, it really can be quite the ride for a batting lineup here at Radlett, because there are runs to be scored.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. An interesting chase, this one. I think you would say that probably an average score is 350 here in a T20 in a 50-over game. We saw how quickly runs were scored here in the T20 cricket earlier in the season. The outfield is even faster than it was there, so this will be an interesting chase. I think wickets is going to be key, keeping wickets in hand and attacking against certain bowlers, targeting certain Leicestershire bowlers is the key to the Middlesex chase.
Chris Wright, the only Leicestershire player we didn't see out there with the bat. 9 down at the end. 8 down at the end, Leicestershire. With Hendricks out joining Mulder. So, yeah, this power play I think is going to be really interesting. We saw Leicestershire build that innings steadily throughout. The build nearly didn't work when they lost their 7th wicket. And Middlesex, if being greedy at that point, would have been thinking 280. Maybe even 270. Things that have gone nicely for the last 3 wickets. But as cricket does, it swings and it goes in all sorts of directions, and Leicestershire, it was just magnificent what they produced with the bat, Mulder. And the youngster, this first time out in the middle with a cricket bat in hand, Bowley, fine 50 from him as well.
It was, and it showed the benefit of getting a big partnership and 2 in batters, and that's exactly what Stoneman and Eskenazi will be hoping for here.
Leg sides, and worked away by Eskenazi. Lily set back, he was just short of his first list ace 50. The former Lancashire all-rounder. So Stoneman on to strike, who a naturally quick scorer. You see, highest score in list A cricket, 144. Unbeaten. Debut back in 2008. What are you doing back then, Coley?
Probably not too much. Was that 144 in a Lord's final? I seem to remember him getting a big 100 in a Lord's final for Durham. I may have just made that up, but
Coley, I haven't even had time for a cup of coffee in that lunch interval. I mean, come on. So balls, all played. Yeah, Mark Stoneman, 144 in the final against Nottinghamshire in 2017. Yeah, well done, Coley. It's a nice leave. Saw a little bit of seam movement first thing this morning, didn't we, for Ethan Bamber in particular.
And we'd expect to see Chris Wright nibble the ball around here from a good length. We Middlesex members will know of Wrighty's skills, having spent some time obviously in his younger days at the club, and he's had a fantastic career at a lot of counties. So he'll pitch the ball up, he's going to try and swing the ball back into Stoneman away from the right-handed Eskenazi, and looking to exploit any early seam movement there is.
Strikes away. In the deep there. Welsh, who was the first to fall of the Leicestershire innings, caught Holman bowled Bamber for 11. Into the opening over, 2 without loss. No panic stations, I'm sure, for Middlesex in this power play, but not a power play that you particularly want to lose when you're chasing 360.
No, definitely not. I think the key now in this power play is Middlesex will try to be on the front foot here, but wickets will be key. Just trying to get some sort of parity with where Leicester were. If you can get a runner ball through the power play without too much damage in the wicket column, with the power of Robson, Milan, Holden, Cracknell, Holman, Anderson, I think Middlesex will back themselves in the later stages with wickets in hand.
Bjorn Hendricks opens up the wide down the leg side. Was particularly needed at the end with the bat. I was surprised actually that Mulder took those singles and gave him the strike. I thought Mulder might just try and stand and deliver for that last over against Walla Luisa.
Yeah, interesting debate as the in-batter. Do you stand there and take the strike and back yourself to hit a boundary, or do you rotate and hope that the lower order batter can swing, and as we've seen with some of the Middlesex lower order players, swing quite hard and maybe middle one or edge one?
Oh, that's a nice ball. Simon sees that one slide down the leg side, angled from Hendricks. This one is holding its 9 nicely, outside off.
Yeah, a bit of pace Hendricks as well. Gets a nice carry through there to Swindles. Is it Swindles keeping wicket? It is. The Leicestershire wicket keeper. Yeah, got a good bit of pace about him. We saw that in the championship game he played at Lords earlier in the year. So a handy performer in these conditions.
Good line of length again. Stoneman riding behind it. Yeah, Middlesex know this ground obviously very, very well. Second 11 home. Played plenty of white ball, T20 in particular cricket in recent years here. But Lister as well. They'll know when there's runs to be had at Radlett. There are plenty of runs to be had at Radlett, and this is one of those days, one of those pitches. There are occasions you turn up. Oh, it's a bit of a low scoring one at Radlett, but as Leicestershire proves, there are plenty of runs. How much pressure will that put on the top order, though? Going down again, says umpire Bainton.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side there as Stoneman looks to clip the ball through the vacant mid-wicket area. Leicestershire starting with a deep square leg, a short fine leg and a mid-on. So there's a big space down towards the temporary stand by the railway side that Stoneman was looking to exploit. But yeah, the ball just trailing down the leg side.
There goes another one. 2 wides in the over. Can clearly see the difference in pace. Yeah, I've got a fair few through it, a good lick for Middlesex, but Hendricks pushing it through nicely to the gloves.
And a good ground for that, for the carry through to the keeper and the slip there. You're sort of set below the pitch level, so you always get a little bit of extra carry here as a bowler, which is a nice feeling for the seamers running in here to see the ball fly through to the keeper at chest height.
Well, stops in the covers, saving the boundary. Once it's away from the square here, then it's pretty much gone. Patel in the covers, sharply down to deny Stoneman the boundary. Doesn't quite out of the middle, but again, once it's off that square, it's pretty much away here at Radlett. So yeah, Leicestershire looking to make it back-to-back wins after that 7-wicket victory against Surrey at Guildford the other day. Managed to steer that one away for a couple. End of the second over, 6 without loss. Good running, and as we expected, no real panic out there in the opening couple of overs.
Very watchful start there from both teams, sizing each other up. A nice consistent start from both Wright and Hendricks there, and Eskenazi and Stoneman just watchful, assessing conditions as they go. As you said, a very fast scoring ground here when you get 2 batters who are in. And with the size of the boundaries as well, you do have the option of sort of a get out of jail free sort of shot as a batter. We saw that the last ball of the Tilan Walalawita's last over there, sort of a miss hit that lobbed itself over long on for 6. So you do have that boundary option up your sleeve as a batter if you do find yourself under pressure. So there'll be no panic in the Middlesex changing room thus far.
What you do know from Chris Wright in particular, but of course Hendricks as well, is a fine bowler, is they will hit a solid line of length, much as Bamber and Yadav did. Pretty much the evaluation of that innings, one of the moments to look at. 9.3 overs bowled, 40 for 1 on the board at that point, and an inside edge over the top of off stump, and 3 consecutive boundaries for Leicester. But even 52 for 1 was modest at the end of the power play.
It was for Radlett. You would say that's a low score, but obviously caught up very, very well Leicester during the next 40 overs.
Gets that one through. Hard chase given to begin with by Lilly, but again, once it's off the square here, it's away.
Yeah, just the back of a length delivery here from Wright, and just a real demonstration of how fast this square and outfield is. Just a punch into the floor, skips across the square, and then runs away down the slope towards the temporary stand for 4. Very nicely controlled boundary to get Stoneman away with his first boundary of his innings.
Oh, they're thinking 2, and yeah, the misfields. Here we go. Kimber out on the boundary rope, and that is, as we saw in the Middlesex innings, even with Middlesex's knowledge of the grounds, the outfield, especially as parched as it is today, it can be tough.
Yeah, lightning outfield, ball bobbling around a little bit, and that's something you can neglect as a batting team. You can focus so heavily on boundaries here that actually putting the sweepers under pressure and running hard is a key skill.
Uppish, but worked into the gap, and works for 4 as well by Stoneman. He's on to 13 from 12. Warmly received by, I think, the dressing room as well as the crowd here at Radlett.
Yeah, similar length from Chris Wright, that back of a length. This time Stoneman choosing to go through the leg side. Again, probably hasn't hit that as clean as he would have liked, but trickled away for 4 through that vacant mid-wicket area. Leicestershire still deploying a slip as well as a ring of 4 men on the offside here. Be interesting to see when that slip does come out into the mid-wicket region.
He's just checked that vacant mid-wicket region again, Stoneman. Not looking there this occasion though, that's crunched away. 3rd boundary of the over, Middlesex 21 without loss in the 3rd.
Perhaps a slight overcorrection here from Chris Wright. It's gone back of a length for the last 2. That one a touch fuller, offered a little bit of width, just a fraction, but that's enough in the modern game. You miss the stumps, and if the ball's going towards sort of 4th, 5th or 6th stump, that's generally enough width for these batters to get their hands through. And again, the ball has raced away for 4 runs.
He was really eyeing up that mid-wicket again just before that delivery from Wright. Stoneman. There is a lot of space out there. And there you go, he works it through there again. Deep square will come around to hold him to a single on this occasion. End of the 3rd, 22 without loss.
And an amazing change in the scoreboard, 16 off the over, and now the score flies up to 22, having been a pretty steady start from the Middlesex batters. So it does show how quickly the game can change here at Radlett.
Yeah, I guess putting the bad balls away, anything wide is going to go here, isn't it? At Radlett is what you'd fancy on this one. So that's the game really for Hendricks and Wright, just to make sure. We talked about it very much in that Middlesex power play, or the Leicestershire power play. Bamber's bowling. Anything if you just go a little bit too straight, because you're already starting with quite a straight line. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Stoneman leaving well alone. On length mainly on that one. Yeah, anything, because you're starting with such a straight line to begin with, obviously if you're just straying by a couple of inches, all of a sudden it's a leg side clip.
It is no margin for error whatsoever here. You miss 4th, 5th stump, as I just said, and you get hit through the offside. You go slightly straight into the thigh pad, you go through the leg side. So a real tricky proposition for the bowlers here. But as we said, bounce and carry and a little bit of nip early on, and Leicestershire will be looking to exploit that.
Brilliant stop in the covers from Bowley, who celebrated his 21st birthday yesterday. His first innings with the bat. Ended up with a 50 as well. A fine start for him. Did get through for the single though, which brings Eskinazi back onto strike. Remember him? He's faced 4 deliveries. It's been the Stoneman show since then.
Yeah, polar opposite scorecard from what Middlesex members had often seen in the T20. Eskinazi playing the slightly more watchful role as Stoneman has managed to cash in off that last right over.
Oh, inside edge. Called through for the single. Eskinazi's got to get a move on. And a throw to the non-striker's end. I think he'd have been okay.
A good stolen single there. Not to be neglected in these run chases. As I said, you can focus on the boundaries. And as we saw Mark Stoneman there hit 3 boundaries in the previous over. But those singles, keeping the strike being rotated, especially with the left and right hand combination, is going to be key. Just to upset that bowler's line and put their control under pressure, as you were speaking about earlier on.
And what price a good start here with the bat for Middlesex? One of the things, it's often debated actually in cricket, isn't it? Momentum. The momentum at the end of that innings clearly shifted to Leicestershire. As Angus Fraser said, they're bouncing off the field, the pair of batters at the end. Middlesex just had to gather themselves really after the late onslaught. But that is cricket and that is sport, isn't it? You've got to be able to respond to when the opposition get on top rather than crumble. But the momentum could shift with a good start here from Stoneman and Eskinazi. And a good start doesn't need to be an aggressive or reckless one, does it? As you said, actually, throughout the first half of the nearly majority until that 8th wicket partnership, there were very few high-risk shots by Leicestershire. They played balls on merit. There are a couple of nice pickups by Kimber, 2 sixes early on. Nicely played. He played it watchfully, but he's timed it beautifully. Eskinazi for his first boundary. End of the 4th, 29 without loss.
Hendricks just straying a bit fuller there, maybe asking for a bit of swing back into the right-handed Eskinazi, who's just lent on that full delivery and nudged it as it's raced away down towards the Radlett Pavilion for 4, taking Middlesex to 29 off their 4 overs. And it's a profitable last couple of overs there, 23 coming off the last 2 overs. You're talking about momentum there, Kevin. It does just shift constantly during 50 over cricket. You perhaps don't see that as much in the shorter forms of the game, the T20 or the 100, but in this instance, 50 over cricket, plenty of time for this game to ebb and flow over the next 3 hours of Middlesex batting.
Quite timed. But there or thereabouts from right. And he'll want to give it a slightly fuller length at this point, right as well, only just to try and find that little mistake from either batter.
Definitely, these new Kookaburra balls don't if they do swing, they don't swing for long. So as a bowler, you've got to shove your length up the pitch half a step just to try and induce some swing.
Mistimed again. And again, if there is a little bit of width like there was there, Stoneman will be keen to get after it. We saw that in the Leicestershire innings. What they did was, it didn't have to be a rank wide delivery, but if there was just a little bit of width, they were happy to get involved, go after it.
And you were right there. I think, what you said earlier on, some very good cricket shots played by Leicestershire there as well. There wasn't too much of the 50 over hacking that we saw.
Let's just get that one away off the back foot. Pick up a couple, Stoneman. Really does score all around the park, doesn't he?
He does. Sits and waits for the bowler to miss just short of a length and is quick on the pull shot and the cut, as we've seen so far. Didn't time that one particularly well, but still able to pick up 2 runs. So Leicestershire still hunting for their first wicket in this power play.
Bowled again by Wright. It's hitting the top of off stump relentlessly here. Not massive movement at all so far for Wright or for Hendricks. There were those few that just went off the straight for Bamber first thing this morning, which is part of winning the toss and batting first in these 50 over games. Also here at Radlett, we touched on it, it's usually a high scoring ground, but not always. Sometimes doesn't quite come on as batters would like, and that would have been part of the mind of putting them in as well. Go on then, you go and set on it, and that would have been part of the mind of Leicestershire this morning, I'm sure, in that first 20-30 overs of saying, all right, well let's play their game then, let's not go out there and throw wickets away.
That's the challenge of batting first in limited overs cricket, is you have to do the assessment of the pitch, so you have to work out very quickly what a good score is and adjust your tempo to suit that. If you get that slightly wrong earlier on, you can ruin your whole day. As we've seen some of the scores around the county, some low scores batting first for some teams.
End of the fifth, 31 without loss. Yeah, you touched on those scores. We went through them just before the end of the innings. Extraordinary scores around the country, really. In the One Day Cup today. Durham 181 all out, Surrey 137 for 1 in the 24th, nearly already there. Somerset 119 all out. And Notts win by 10 wickets in the 12th over. Wow. Short game's a good game.
Batting a 62 off 29 in that.
Typical Eskenazi, risky effort, and there's the bobble on the outfield. They won't get back for the second.
Beautifully picked up from length there from Eskenazi. One of those that he's hit straight at the fielder out on the deep square leg boundary Welsh for Leicestershire. Probably 5 yards either side of him, and that would have been 4 in the crowd. But the margins are so fine here at Radlett, and Middlesex batters still looking to exploit that quick outfield.
Yeah, I guess you've got a Radlett veteran, really, in Stephen Eskenazi. Mark Stoneman, his first bat for Middlesex, certainly, here at Radlett.
Yes, he's got a lot of first and second team runs here at the ground, so knows the angles very, very well. It's a ground where the ball does seem to run behind square very, very quickly, so to the left hand of the point, right or left hand of the point fielder. And to the right of third man, so it's a very key angle to cut off there, as it does seem to go very quickly, and that's one of Eskenazi's strength, that cut shot we see a lot of.
Oh, that's a beaut. That's wonderful from Hendricks. Lift and movement.
You've been asking for some movement, Kevin. There it was, just from a very good length. The ball's bounced through to Swindles, but also just left the left-handed Stoneman. Just a little bit of away movement, perhaps in the air, more so off the pitch, I would imagine. And a very good delivery from Hendricks, who's been impressive so far.
Gets him away there. Just working with the angle. Ramps up off the advertising board for 4 more.
That's the bowler's curse. You see a little bit of away movement from the left hand of the previous ball. You go a touch straighter this time, and Stoneman able to clip the ball down to the vacant tent, gazebos. I'm not sure. There's no fielder down there. I'm not sure what you would call those, but a lovely timed shot there from Stoneman, using the pace of Hendricks. He's got plenty of pace there, so lots of pace to use on the ball. Very well controlled shot for 4 runs.
End of the 6th. 36 without loss. Yeah, Mark Stoneman, 26 from 27. It's a strong top order, isn't it, for Middlesex? England Test opener Stoneman. Stephen Eskenazi with his recent Lions appearance. Robson, former Test opener. Milan Test batter. Former England under-19 Max Holden. And Cracknell, who wasn't picked up this year for the 100, but a big boost for Middlesex to have him.
It is. Cracknell at 6 gives Middlesex some real power in that middle order. Him, Holman and Anderson 6, 7, 8 are an explosive trio who could come into play later in the game.
Come back for the second. Lily out there sweeping up. Any thoughts of switching it up with Cracknell? Send him up the order, or comes in at 3 in T20, doesn't he? I guess it's a temptation to think about putting him up.
I think that's the balance that the Middlesex management would have been sort of debating. Do you go with the more traditionally skilled Robson, give him time to bat at 3, or do you go for the more explosive Cracknell and try and get on the front foot early in the innings? And I suspect there may be a bit of flexibility in the order.
We'll get back to Cry, get back he does. I suppose that flexibility has already been shown by Robson pushed down to 3 and Eskenazi goes up to open, breaking up the championship opening pair.
That's right, it's the same sort of championship top 5 at the moment in the side, just in a slightly different order, as is on the scorecard. But I said, as I think as the innings progresses, we might see the promotion of a Cracknell or a Holman potentially, just to keep the momentum going if Middlesex continue with a decent start.
Oh wow, look at that one climb. It doesn't carry, but it's hurt Eskenazi. Had a lot on that left hand. Didn't see too much of that in the Leicestershire innings. Early on, Yadav and Bamba got a couple to really climb. That one's lifted.
It has just looked like a length delivery here from right. Nothing too much in it. Oh, and that's just jumped off a length. Is it Eskenazi in the left wrist, perhaps? Left forearm? Oh, actually a bit higher than we thought, actually. Just underneath the elbow. Eskenazi were using one of those shorter arm guards that we see in the game these days, rather than the traditional sort of longer forearm protection. So it's got him on maybe a bit of bone there or a bit of flesh, and will no doubt be sore. But the Middlesex physio Vishal Kanji's out there.
It looks
working his magic.
Looks as though he's lucky, and it's just below the elbow, doesn't it?
Yeah, very painful on the elbow, those blows. But he looks like he's going to be okay.
How much does that do to the mind, though, as much as the body?
Be interesting. The next test is the next pitched up delivery, and how much weight Eskenazi gets into the ball. Does he take a big stride or not? That's often the big test, the next pitched up ball.
It's always the big test of outgrounds as well, isn't it? You know, you are going to get the odd one that will misbehave. Remember, I think Owen Morgan may well have been on commentary with me at the time. Years ago, Hilton Cartwright had one that climbed almost off half early length and hit him in the grill. It was an extraordinary spit off the pitch. But that does happen in outground cricket. As I say, we saw 1 or 2 with the harder ball earlier this morning, but it died down quite quickly. Bamba and Yadav, both in their early overs, just managed to find an extra bit of climb from somewhere. We've seen a few from Hendricks pick up bounce, but not quite to that extent.
No, fairly out of the ordinary, that one. And then the Middlesex batsmen will be more watchful now, without a doubt. A bit of uncertainty creeps in these situations, and really important that you go back to playing the ball on merit and trusting that's a one-off. It's, you know, we've had 56 overs of cricket now, and that's the first ball that's done that. So trust that that's a one-off, and try and play your natural game if you can.
To the call. So it is. Eskenazi on to 12 from 12. Stoneman 26 from 28. Very much the kind of start Middlesex would have hoped for here. 40 on the board. Again, 9.3 overs bowled in their innings, and Leicestershire were 40 for 1. Next 3 deliveries go for boundaries. Edged and safe.
I suspect that those last two deliveries actually from Eskenazi there are a bit of a hangover of what happened in the previous ball. The previous ball, Eskenazi sat back to quite a pitched up delivery. That one, he's just swung his hand through a big thick outside edge and it's run down very quickly just to the left of where we're sitting, Kev, for 4 runs. But wonder if Eskenazi here is going to go on the offensive now. Perhaps with a little bit in the back of his mind as to how this ball is going to bounce at him. Maybe sit a little more leg side of the ball and free his arms up, as we see in T20 so often.
Lovely looking shot, only as far as mid-off. Well, I guess having gone up the order for Robson, the reason being is that he'll back himself in the power play using the angles that he does so well to score quicker than Sam Robson, who has been a very capable List A batsman over the years for Middlesex, but having pushed himself up now, there will be a little bit of an onus, I guess, to try and go at that better strike rate in the power play, and I say a little bit of an onus on him, but freedom as well. So fine, I'll take the opening berth with Stoneman, but you know, with it, he knows he'll have to take some risks.
Most certainly. I think well established now that Eskenazi's Middlesex best white ball player, most consistent performer, who hasn't had that recognition apart from the Lions series recently. So definitely a highly skilled white ball player who'll be looking to take advantage of this power play.
Just drops the single down to deep third. End of the 7th, 44. Start of the 8th even, 45 without loss. We were too busy thinking about other things at the moment, which I think is why the producer just adjusted commentators cam. We're not getting away with it. Unless we can finish our ice creams quicker than he can pull up the pictures. Yeah, there we go. Busted. We're still waiting on the tiramisu's though, aren't we, lads? It's from Radlett Cricket Club. Kindly received here in the T20s. Stroked away nicely, but just a single.
The old ice cream van over in the far corner looks quite quiet actually, so our trend hasn't caught on yet.
The temperature's dipped today, hasn't it? Gus and I were sat in here this morning at the back of the tent hiding from the sun. It's cooled a little. I think it's fair to say as well, I've gone after my ice cream like a T20 power play. You've gone for more of a List A power play.
Yeah, I've gone very delicate with mine, just nibbling around the edges. waiting for the good bit in the middle.
The good bit of a List A is the middle bit for you.
I think it's the connoisseurs bit, isn't it, really? It's the bit where all the action happens.
Oh, that nips back in with bounce. Simon has to get back.
In the wars here, Eskenazi, that looks like it's got him somewhere near the inner thigh pad. Rather uncomfortable, the left arm seam with a bit of pace coming around the wicket. Bringing the ball back at you at a steep angle, quite hard to line up, and that one's just caught Eskenazi on the back of the right leg.
Interesting move to come around the wicket. Into the scoring arc in some ways. They've got a busy onside field with a mid-on and a mid-wicket, deep square, short fine leg. It's that angle into him again. Eskenazi chastises himself as much as anything for not getting bat on that one, I think.
I suspect some internal battles here that Eskenazi's going through. One on the elbow, a couple on the thigh. As he desperately looks to try and keep it moving there. Perhaps a little bit of numbness. Be interesting to see where he goes from it. Does he grit this out? Does he ride out the trickier conditions at the moment? Or does he go on the offensive?
Yeah, I was going to say, it goes sharply one of two ways here, doesn't it? Either he knuckles down and says, right, this is going to be tough. If you're going to do it, you have to dig in. Or he thinks, right, Let's take a chunk out of this now. And he width, and he will try and go after it. Just the single again, though, doesn't get it through. Not quite timed. And that is the end of the 8th. 48 without loss, so Middlesex on course to win the power play, but again, it's not that kind of match, not that kind of innings. It's not a case of win the power play, win the match, but certainly I think lose the power play here at Middlesex could well have been looking at losing the match.
Definitely, and I think the other thing here is that Middlesex will be looking down the Leicestershire bowling lineup. Wright, Hendricks, the two most experienced of the Leicestershire seamers especially. So in a similar way to Bamber and Yadav for Middlesex, I think they only went out about 100 runs between them at the end of the innings. So you do have a bit of scope to be watchful over some of the seamers and then attack some of the other bowlers a bit more freely.
Gives himself room on that one and swings it all the way out towards one of the shops on the far side of the ground. Huge 6 from Eskenazi.
Length ball from Chris Wright there, and Eskenazi almost down the wicket, gave himself a little bit of room outside leg stump, and a lovely pick up down towards the binocular tent. I was down there earlier on, and a lovely pick up down towards the binocular tent. Although the people near there did not need the binoculars to see that, as it bounced in their laps just at deep mid wicket.
Think about 2, settle on the 1. It's a good stop in the ends. Again, the outfield's difficult here. We said that I went with the T20 power play and you went with the List A power play on our ice creams. Oliver Thorpe alongside us in the commentary box. He's definitely gone with the test match approach, and it's now melted all over him. Not going to get him on commentator's cam looking like that, are we?
It does look like he needs a bib actually, doesn't he?
What took him so long? Ours has gone in no time. Tiramisu's not as messy. Don't worry, Ollie. You'll be safe when the tiramisu arrives. Did you get dessert today?
I didn't even have lunch.
Why?
It's such a short break, isn't it? You know, by the time you've not saying I'm particularly busy during a lunch break, but by the time you've done the bits and pieces, there's not a huge amount of time.
Now, does he get it through? No, good stop.
Again, Stoneman looking to just exploit anything short of a length there. Sitting back, waiting for that pull shot. Hasn't managed to really time one yet, but I think once he gets the pace of this pitch, that will be a big scoring area for Stoneman.
Well, Mulder certainly got the pace of this one, didn't he? He proved there's no demons in it. Batted beautifully for his century for Leicestershire. Kimber likewise, who to some extent was playing the Eskenazi role. He's on to 29, level with Stoneman from just 21 deliveries.
Short ball from Wright, and Eskenazi just pivots on the slightly short, just outside off stump actually. Managed to get that behind square leg, raced away. Aaron Lilly unable to get anywhere near it really. Just demonstrates how fast this outfield is, and a lovely piece of batting from Eskenazi.
Looks like those couple of blows as well, just to really have sharpened the mind of Stephen Eskenazi. Not that he would have needed it, but it looks as though it's put him right into the zone. End of the 9th, 60 without loss. So yeah, 29 apiece for these two. As we saw at the start, Welsh was 11 on the board and he's caught Holman off the bowling of Bamber. Patel took his time about it. Kimber upped the scoring rate a bit from the start of his innings. Rattled along at a fair rate. Then Mulder just timed it nicely all the way through. That's run away nicely. 4 more. Angled the bat. No slip in place.
Stoneman just using the pace of this delivery from Hendricks perfectly. Just outside of Stoneman. Not a bad delivery whatsoever, but just with the speed of the outfield, as we keep mentioning, that's run down very fine down to third man. No chance for Leicestershire to cut that off. 4 more to the Middlesex total.
Runs him again. Deep third will get around a little finer on this occasion. Hold him to a single.
Awkward little bounce there. I think it was Scriven down there for Leicestershire. Dealt with it quite nicely. Stoneman opening up the third man area now. Makes it very difficult for the captain to set a field if the batter's able to pull a ball through mid-wicket and then run one down to third man off similar deliveries.
Well, actually, likewise, Eskenazi just scores all around the park, doesn't he? I think I told you about the story when Ben Brown was on mic, Sussex captain, as he was at the time for one of the T20s. I just hate facing captaining, setting a field Stephen Eskenazi. That's a lovely shot. Straight down to our commentary tent. Pops up. So we know Devon Malcolm's down there, the match referee for this one. Another boundary.
No concerns of the bounce of the pitch there from Eskenazi. Full delivery from Hendricks and just punched it back down the ground. A very well controlled shot between the bowler and mid-on. 4 runs for Middlesex. 69 for naught now as the scoreboard ticks along very nicely.
Big 3 deliveries for the power play remaining here. Bjorn Hendricks maybe 2 perturbs wide all, but you think how the last 3 went in the Leicestershire power play. And that's crunched away for 4 more. This is all of a sudden turning into an excellent power play for Middlesex.
They've waited, had that big third over of the innings, but have sat and waited really. Bit of width there from Hendricks and Eskenazi. A real strength, as we know. Throws his hands through it, and 4 runs. More for Middlesex. 13 off the over so far. 2 balls left of the power play.
As you said, they went from 40 for 1 to 52 for 1 at the end of their power play with those 3 deliveries, one of which that inside edge over the top of off stump Leicestershire. Welcome dot ball for Bjorn Hendricks. So yeah, Middlesex rattling along to 73 without loss. .287 further runs required. 40 overs. That's still a very good 40 over score, isn't it? Even though this is a pretty useful power play, to say the very least. Last ball of it coming up. Dot balls finish, couple of dot balls to finish for Bjorn Hendricks, but that is a power play Middlesex will be very, very happy with. 73 without loss, Eskenazi 37, Stoneman 34, and that in comparison to 52 for 1 from Leicestershire.
Exceptional power play, only 6 off the first 2 overs, remember, as well, so a very strong scoring middle and back end of that power play. Makes things tricky now for the Leicestershire captain to juggle his bowlers. Although he can now have 4 men out, even so that does create some challenges. Opens up a few more spaces for singles. So Middlesex really have won that power play, fair to say.
4 men out's not much good at Radlett. 5 men out barely is. So that's probably been one of the best. Well, it has been, I think. I think List A has settled on a perfect format now, hasn't it? Perfect formula. Since 2005 was my first year, it's been constantly tweaked with, criticised, written off, List A. But at the moment, they actually, I think, have found the absolutely perfect formula in these 3 power plays. So 4 back now. Here's the first look at Mulder around the wicket. That's clipped out to Hendricks. They've taken a couple.
I agree. It makes it easy to follow. Rules are very straightforward. Two fielders outside the 30-yard circle in the first 10, 4 outside between overs 20 and 40, and then an extra fielder outside in the last over. And if you haven't bowled your overs in time, one of them has to come back in. So really, really straightforward. None of this, we can take a power play here or there, or it just makes it very, very easy to follow, and means the batters up the intensity a little bit in that middle period as well, which has often been called a bit stale. So I'm very happy with this.
Yeah, I think the natural flow of it. I think there's probably less crash bang wallop in that first power play at domestic level, probably at international level there is in the first 10, but just the natural flow, the natural curve of that innings now with the middle, as you say, it doesn't have that horrible drop off and those dead overs that it almost felt like in the middle. You know, which really at that point it felt like go back to 40 overs. It works better. Quite get hold of that one. Just a little bit of width that he saw Eskenazi, but threw it early.
Yeah, you often had between that 20 and 40 over period, just had batters sort of waiting for to have a slog at the end, didn't you? Really, and you spent batters just spent a lot of time knocking the ball around, waiting for that moment to come. Whereas now, a real opportunity for the batters to inject, a bit of impetus into the innings and shift the pace during that middle phase, take advantage of the one extra fielder inside the circle.
There's that typical Eskenazi snap of the wrists and putting the pressure on Hendricks. We've seen a lot of that today. And that one gets through.
Very nicely guided through the third man region there from Eskenazi, just on top of the bounce. Hendricks just running round. Difficult to know, is it going to bobble, is it going to roll on the ground? And the big fast bowler there just couldn't get enough on the ball to stop it. 4 more runs to Eskenazi and Middlesex.
So there's the same one. Down to deep third for a single. 79 without loss.
Has he done talk, has he? Oh, did he? Oh, Irish, fair enough. Huh? Right.
Oh, he's got him. Stoneman plays around that one. Looks back on the stumps. Was it a little inside tickle onto the pads and onto the stumps? Or did it just go straight through? Felt like there were a couple of noises out there. But the breakthrough's made, 77 for 1.
Moulder round the wicket here for Leicestershire. His first look at Stoneman. Little bit of in shape, yeah, straight through. Stoneman just looking to take that ball off the stumps into the leg side. And Middlesex's first wicket lost, 79 for 1 off 11 overs.
Yeah, very good start. That partnership between Stoneman and Eskenazi, 35 from 36. Sam Robson, Stoneman's championship opening partner, comes out to replace him. Did it just bounce a little bit more on him? Just looking at where it went through. It looked as though it went higher than perhaps the clip he was trying to play. Sam Robson, 106, his highest first-class score. This day debut the same year as Mark Stoneman, 2008. Stoneman's got a couple of years on the 32-year-old Robson. He's had a fabulous season, and well, he's been a good player to watch in List A cricket the last couple of years as well. Sam Robson.
Yeah, Robson's List A appearances have increased definitely in recent times. Played a lot last year in the 50 over campaign, and I think in 2019 as well. So his List A appearances have definitely increased over the course of the back end of his career as his skills have continued to develop. A very good player of spin bowling, Sam, with some very good options. So it'd be interesting to see how he approaches this as Bowley comes into the attack from our end, the rugby end.
Pavilion end. We try not to mention egg chasing on this stream. Well, we saw what he's made of with the bat. Nicely flighted first up, nicely landed. 21 yesterday. What are you doing the day after your 21st birthday, Alan Coleman?
Not playing at Radlett. December birthday I am.
Guess that one through. Just a single. Oh, so it had been Prague, Barcelona.
Probably just feeling bitter that people don't buy you a separate birthday and Christmas present. That's probably what I was doing.
Who doesn't buy you a separate birthday and Christmas present, Alan Coleman?
You don't buy me either.
Well, as I said to Angus Fraser, I'm still awaiting my invite to the barbecue tonight. I mean,
who wouldn't want an overcooked sausage cooked by Angus Fraser?
I feel there's something to this story because that's about the third time today I've heard it. Mark Stoneman shouted one across the boundary rope to us on mic earlier. Tapped away nicely by Sam Robson. 84 for 1.
Yeah, Kev, earlier on you were talking about the classical way that the Leicestershire batters played, and a very classical late cut there from Sam Robson. Vacant, short third man area, no fielder in that area, and the ball's run away down towards the spectators at the bottom end.
He's enjoyed his white ball cricket, Sam Robson, chatting to him over the years. Nice sort of use of the feet, no run. Obviously he's been, as you say, an increase in list A. T20 is one that's always eluded him, although he's always said he wanted it. He wanted to try, wanted to go at T20, but not able to force himself into that team over the years. End of the 12th, 5 off Bowley's first over. 84 for 1 after 12. Yeah, so Grumpy Gus's grizzled sausages. Grizzly grilled sausages.
He does a good barbecue. He does. He knows what he's doing around the grill. Not just eating it. He knows what he's doing cooking it as well. Contrary to popular opinion, of course. But no, very much looking forward to what he has to offer this evening.
John Embry always had the famed barbecues when I first started doing this job. Who's had the best barbecues over the years?
Yeah, definitely Gus. I think Gus definitely wins the barbecuing contest.
Did you ever go to an Embers barbecue?
I don't think I did. No, not sure. Did I miss out?
Is there such a thing as a liquid barbecue?
It's quite hard to deep fry a glass of Pimm's, isn't it?
It's edged away. Tumbling stop down in front of us by Bjorn Hendricks. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, nice bit of work after his misfield in the couple of overs previously. Tricky work fielding at Radlett, especially on the boundary, but got his body behind that. Good pair of hands on it and limited Middlesex to 2 runs.
Pizzeria fired up today here at Radlett.
It is. Saw some people eating the pepperoni earlier on in the clubhouse. Very good it is too.
Oh, Dabs nearly on. Wow, Eskenazi was looking for the single. That ball was bouncing up behind him. Unfortunately, over middle and leg by the looks of it. Let's have another look.
Good length from Mulder. He's bowled pretty well here at the start of his spell. Back of a length, a little bit of movement in. Oh, and just bounced up and over leg stump possibly. I'm sure Eskenazi will say he had it all under control there.
As that big deep breath at the end suggested. Oh wow, no ball.
an interesting one because that's actually wide in international cricket. It's in English domestic cricket.
James Harris to David Visa. No free hit, of course, with the no ball on high. Single dragged down to deep backward square leg, 89 for 1.
Yeah, we're just saying there that if Mulder here, with one ball left in his over, if he bowls another one overhead height, the second that would then be a free hit. So you get one, and then the second one would be a free hit. So you have to be careful here. And he's also bowled his one. That counts as his one over shoulder high as well. So a bit of a double whammy there. Means that he's pretty much got to pitch this ball up.
Well, bowled turn the over. 13 done, 89 for 1. Decent start here for Middlesex in the chase.
It is, and a nice period here for Leicestershire actually. Post power play in those 3 overs. Mulder and Bowley in his first over there have exercised some very good control. And just shifted with the wicket, just shifted the balance back a bit more evenly. So a fascinating period of cricket here.
So about those pizzas, if we say it often enough, like the tiramisu, do they magically appear in the commentary tent? Try my best here, lads. Margarita usually pleases everybody. Right, icy by Eskenazi. Just a thought before you go. I know we're having a change at the end of the over. Martin Anderson, that was a tough over. It happens, doesn't it, in sport? Tough over for him. This would be a mighty victory for Middlesex, but for Anderson as well, if they can pull off this chase here, because that wouldn't have been a nice feeling for Anderson on, or indeed even once he was off the field. Calls for 2. Back they come, well run. Robson's on to 6.
Yeah, a tough time for the bowler, fair to say. But being an all-rounder, as Martin is, I know the conversation in the changing room was, come on, you've still got a chance to influence this game in a positive way, and there's a game to be won.
In any sport that you play, if there is a bad day, the important thing is to put that bad day out of your mind and not carry it with you.
Especially if you're as talented with the bat as he is. So could be a key player coming in around 8 for Middlesex here.
Sharply taken single to mid-off. Trying to put the pressure on them. Put the pressure on, they do. Tumbling effort there from Hill.
Robson very keen to use his feet here. He's been down the wicket a couple of times to the young off-spinner from Leicestershire. Looking to open up that offside. Just trying to upset his length, but a very consistent start from Bowley.
Slips away. Oh, it bounces up. Fortunately, bounces up relatively kindly in the end for Welch out there. Single taken. Seen a nasty few like that, which have got away for the boundaries. End of the over. Good spell from you, Alan Coleman. I think 94 for 1 after 14. Thanks to Alan, head of performance at Middlesex. 15 the partnership from 19. 266 to win from 36 overs. That figure 7.39. That's the one they just have to be wary of. It's the kind of figure that can climb uncomfortably quickly in a bad patch. But 14 overs done. Middlesex will be pretty happy. Robbie White sat down alongside myself. Kevin Hand. Robbie, you've been watching the whole thing?
Afternoon, Kev. No, I actually got here with about 15 overs left of our bowling innings.
Oh, that's a nice start from Holder to the over there. Just a little bit of climb again to Eskenazi, which put the doubt in his mind earlier on. He's recovered from that nicely, though. So you missed the good bit with the ball then?
Yeah, I came for the last 10 or 15, which, here at Radlett can always be a tricky time to bowl with the outfield and the boundaries being fast and short, it can be very hard to defend. So that's a good positive for us in this chase, that sort of nothing's really out of reach when it comes to the last 10 or 20 overs.
Run away, a little finer, I think, than Eskenazi was intending, but that brings up his 50. 52 from 42 deliveries. Took that nasty blow just below the elbow. And fine work from the skipper. 7 4s and 1 6. 42 deliveries for that 50. Good strike rate there as well. And a good first hour for Middlesex with the bat. Nicely
guided down to third man. It's very appreciate that sort of batting from Steve there, using the pace. Always good to see.
Is that a big scoring area for you as well, Robbie? Oh, look at that one spit again. Picks up a single to move to 53. 99 for 1 in the 15th, but again, Eskenazi having to try to ride some additional bounce here.
I've just seen a couple pop from a length there throughout this innings, so did well to get enough glove on it to get it down to third man for 1. Yeah, not an area I use much down to third man. Tend to only be straight down the ground.
Bringing in a slip for Eskenazi. 99 for 1, 15th over. Slip comes into play. Or indeed for Robson first up. But I think either or the slip is in now.
Feel like taking wickets is the key throughout the innings here. It's one of the only ways to really stem the flow of runs, so you can understand having the slip in place, try and give yourself the best chance to take any opportunity that comes your way.
Yeah, it's very much a point Gus was making in the first innings. The only way you're ready to stem the runs is to take the wickets. The interesting one here, though, for Leicestershire is the weight of runs they've got on the board. It's run nicely for a single by Robson now. But again, easy enough to take that slip out if they feel those runs are getting away. 100 on the boards in the 15th for Middlesex, 100 for 1. Just getting a little bit to nip back in here, isn't he? Eskenazi just turns it into the onside. 100 for 1 after 15.
Yeah, just looks to be bowling dead straight there, trying to bring bowled LBW into play. Yeah, good way to try and restrict bowling nice and straight. Any width is a bit of a free hit on this wicket with this outfield.
Is it just the angle he's creating at the moment? Certainly that one that climbed, it felt like it came back in with that climb as well to Eskenazi, but maybe it was just off the angle that he was bowling.
Yeah, it just seems like everything's coming back towards a batter, I think. I'm not sure whether that's intentional or sort of some natural variation, but I think in white ball.
Robson's run that one well. Again, once it's away, it's gone. 104 for 1.
A good example of how quick the outfield is there, just dabbed away. But yeah, 10-2 in white ball is trying to run it back to the batter to give them no width to free their arms. So he's done that quite effectively and not given much width for the guys to score.
Queue outside the refreshments van. They'll be hoping the temperature rises up here and it'll be a longer queue. Unbelievably hot morning. Much cooler afternoon. Nice use of the feet on this occasion from Robson. 105 for 1. Bottom hand off, ricochets all over the place. He'll probably had it, but an enthusiastic 21-year-olds. Bowley, 21 yesterday.
Good desperation there to stop the single. That's what you want to see.
Well, he's on a high after that 50, his first bat in professional cricket. Trying to snap the wrists on that one again. Eskenazi away into the offside. There's no run. Again, opening the face on that one, a dot ball. What's the enthusiasm been for the One Day Cup this year? I mean, it's a very, very strong side, which you can tell by the fact that you're sat alongside me at the moment. It's an incredibly strong top order in particular. Single to end the 16th, 106 for 1.
Yeah, I think the guys are really excited, and it gives us a really good opportunity to try and challenge and win a competition, and that's what we're fighting to do. I think, yeah, potentially from last year we got a few more guys around, and obviously a couple more in like Rocky and Pete Milan. So there's a lot of competition for places, which is a really good thing for the club. And we feel like we got a strong squad to try and compete. So yeah, it's obviously an interesting time to play whilst the 100's going on, and you've got players away. But I think it's still a great opportunity to try and be in competitive knockout matches and win trophies, which is why we play, really.
Looking for two. Two the get. Eskenazi on to 56. Yeah, it was a fabulous start to the T20, wasn't it? Those 3 victories to start. A campaign that stuttered thereafter. Still all to play for in Division 2 of the County Championship as well. Second spot for Middlesex. Leicestershire were extremely unlucky in the T20. Won their last 6 games in the group stage, but disciplinary measures meaning they missed out on the quarterfinals. So well stopped in at point. But this competition, it doesn't feel like, again, which was the big fear for this going back a year, that the Royal London One Day Cup would drop off a lot in quality with the amount of players called up to the 100, but it just doesn't feel that way at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the players playing in it, it's a really competitive. Everyone wants to do well. There's obviously more opportunity for young players, for people who aren't playing in the T20 or the Championship, so it gives them a great opportunity to come in and...
Is it just doing too much? No, he's given him. Nips on back in. Angles it back into Eskenazi, and this time Mulder has the wicket. Eskenazi's gone for 56, 108 for 2 in the 17th. And a big, big, big wicket for Leicestershire.
That's what we're speaking about, just running it back into the right-hander.
Oh, I'm not sure that's going to be the most popular dismissal when it's seen on replay. That looked as though it was drifting down the leg sides, which was the shot Eskenazi was playing.
Yeah, nip back a lot with that extravagant movement. You think there was enough time for that to potentially miss a leg stump, so it's a shame for Steve.
It's very diplomatically put by you, Robbie. Here's Peter Milan, who walks out to the middle. It's difficult to call it any other way, really, isn't it? 169, his highest score in first-class cricket. 2007 debut. The year before Stoneman and Robson, 2008. Doesn't feel like he's the old man of the squad. Stoneman, 34, is the oldest out there today, isn't he? Robson at 32. And Milan sits in the middle.
Yeah, shame that for Middlesex. Eski's obviously been in great form, and he was probably looking to bat through the innings and let the other guys bat around him. So yeah, he looked really well set there. It's a shame for the guys to lose him there, but obviously Pete's hugely experienced, and he'll be have a big role to play here to try and bat for the next period and set up a sort of last 20 overs where we're in a good position to get the runs.
Not a bad start for Peter Milan. 4 to get off the mark first ball.
That's a great shot. He's pretty strong on the short ball, often you get with the subcontinent, Southern Hemisphere batsman. Rapid onto the short ball there. He smacked it away. Great way to start your innings, that. Gets you going.
Very simplistic to put it as Battle of the Overseas, but century for Mulder, 116, 100 deliveries. Peter Milan, list day debut for Middlesex. I'm sure he'd desperately love to replicate with something here. Just a single. Out to deep point to end the over. 17 gone, 113 for 2. Stephen Eskenazi out. LBW to Mulder in the over for 56. Can feel a little hard done by with that decision. Very likely missing leg with the angle back in. But all over to those two now. Again, experienced pair. Robson and Milan. Reminder of that Leicestershire innings. Ross Welsh first for 11. Caught Holman off the bowling of Bamba. Patel caught Holden, bowled Anderson for 25. Kimber with 68 off 51. Caught Robson, bowled Milan. Hill caught Cracknell, bowled Anderson 2. Mulder the unbeaten 116. Lilly caught Stoneman, bowled Holman for 46. Swindles caught Robson, bowled Holman for 0. Scriven was stumped by Cracknell. It was a brilliant delivery from Luke Holman for 3. And Bowley eventually bowed out for 50, bowled by Yadav. Hendricks with 4 unbeaten at the end. Here's Scriven's first bowl. Hampshire Academy products, former England under-19. Nice ball on top of off. First up. Ridden nicely by Milan down to deep third for a single, 114 for 2.
I think Pete's another one who favours the third man area. It was a big scoring area when he was up in Durham last week. So yeah, another one who likes using the pace. Big fan of that. Nice way to rotate in these middle overs, just to tick over, try and limit the dot balls.
Intelligent batters realise that backward point's a big scoring area, of course. Just a single for Robson. Mid wicket set perfectly for it.
I think these two will be looking to sort of consolidate for the next 10 overs or so. Wickets in hand, really important going into the last 20 overs for Middlesex. So hopefully these two can put on a partnership and then set it up nicely for the guys coming in later on.
Now, just looking at the innings for Leicester, went through the card there. The fall of wicket, 32 for 1, 79 for 2, 83 for 3, 129 for 4. And it was that 215 for 4 to 227 for 7. That was the point where Middlesex were thinking, right, 270, 280, let's have this done. And in a score of 359, just the 1 century stands, and that being the 8th wicket.
I think that was frustrating for us. The last 15 overs felt like 7 down early. You know, you get a couple of wickets there and you can bowl them out with sort of 10 overs left and feel like yeah, you're well on top there. So they obviously batted really well and managed to navigate that period.
12 bowls. Milan just had to get in behind that one, didn't he? Keep that bat face open, push back. Got a little squared up as well, didn't it? Is that fair to say? Yeah. What's he doing here at the moment? Scriven, it's hard to put your finger on. It doesn't look exaggerated movement, but it's just causing a little bit of an issue. This feels like he's straightening it slightly. Not that one. Drifts onto legs. The legs of Milan. And 118 for 2 at the end of the 18th.
You always feel like the wicket does offer a little bit here for the bowlers. And obviously you get such good value for your shots, and when you bowl it with width or too straight, you get punished. But if you do hold that good area, it can be really tricky to score. So that's obviously what the bowlers are trying to do here. And when it is in that area, it's about the batters trying to counteract that that challenging sort of top of off period which the bowlers are trying to do now. And they've done it pretty well the last few overs, making it tough to rotate for the Middlesex batsmen.
There's a good example of that parched outfield that we've been talking about. Should be so familiar up and down the country. Sharply taken single there.
Good running. That's makes a big difference. Getting the good ball there from Mulder, pushed in the offside for a quick single, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over, which is really important in this middle phase. Yeah, the outfield is looking very dry. Doesn't look much fun fielding on it at the moment.
Again from Mulder, he's just getting that constant angle back in there. Scriven in the foreground that bowled it last over, who did just seem to be straightening a little bit more in contrast to that angle that Mulder's creating back into the right-hander.
That looked like a cutter. I don't know if that was maybe see the replay, but it looked like he may have rolled his fingers over it and just gripped in the wicket a little bit. It's a good change up from Mulder. Yeah, a bit different outfield from the lush carpet of Lords or some of the other first-class grounds.
Typical Sam Robson, that. 1, 2, 3 for 2.
Good example, just straying onto the pads, and he's just beaten mid-wicket there, and it's raced away. Yeah, he's taken that off sort of off stump, so it wasn't a really bad ball, but he played it beautifully. Yeah, and it just missed a man in the ring, and as so often here, you get your boundary.
Oh, Robson goes for his uppercut. Didn't quite get it as he fancied, I don't think. Picks up the single down to deep third. Maybe just a bit of a bottom edge about that one from Robson as he looked to ride the bounce. Didn't quite get over the top of it. Or it did the other way, he did completely get over the top of it with the bottom edge, but that one troubles Milan as well. Still ticking along at 6.5 and over, which is fine for Middlesex. That won't allow the required rate to climb massively.
Good thing about the Middlesex batting line up here is having a lot of depth, which gives you confidence knowing that, you know, Martin Anderson at 8, that's a very handy number 8, so it gives you a lot more confidence and backing of the guys to come.
Just a single to end the 19th, 125 for 2.
And having seen some of Umesh Yadav's batting in the Championship, he could be a handy player to come in towards the end of the innings to entertain the crowd with hopefully a few big shots.
Yadav and Walla Luita at either end.
Yeah, that would be it wouldn't be a dull partnership. That you'd have things happening, whatever it was. It wouldn't be a quiet.
I think the stream figures could and should be going through the roof at that point.
Yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? So yeah, hopefully it doesn't get down to that. But if it does,
it would just require Mercer at 11 to finish it.
Yeah, Mertz would complete that trio. Although I think the other two have probably got him covered at the moment.
Actually, Ethan Bamber could feel a little bit hard done by at 11, can't he?
Yeah, that's not bad, number 11. Ethan's he works very hard at his batting, and he's improved a lot. Yeah, he played really well. I think it was at Chesterfield. He got 35, 40 odd in the championship game, and he's definitely good to hang around.
Chase is on. Chase, you won't win. Nicely placed by Milan.
Just picked out the gap there between the two men in the deep and picked up 4. Yeah, Ethan's not quite as dashing as Tillan and Amesh, but a little bit more conventional and defensive in his method, but effective nonetheless. And I think he could be handy down at the end to accompany one of the bigger hitters.
That was just played as though it climbed a little on Milan. Over the top of it, right it well.
He just got him on the thumb there. I think he's took off his glove.
Oh, he did. So I did think that it got a little bit more bounce. Yeah, the comparative stage is virtually identical. So we hit the 20th over mark, but for Leicestershire 1 more down. There are 3 down at this point. As we've seen from Milan here, 14 from 14. Robson as well, 20 from 18. There's barely been a shot in anger, has there, from either of these?
Yeah, that's what we talk about here, really. There's no need to try and manufacture anything or pay the big shots. It sort of comes naturally with good batting, strong shots, and running well. You can, score, higher than a run of ball without taking much risk. And that you see the high quality players of Milan and Robbo here, just playing strong shots and playing properly, and they're ticking over nicely.
Oh, that was uppish for a moment. Pick up the single to mid-off, end of the 20th, 130 for 2. Wondered whether he just scooped it enough that the bowler might have been able to get around, but wide enough. So 130 for 2 it is. There you go, 132 for 4 it was by the end of the 20th. The 4th wicket falling in the 20th. So keep those wickets in hand. You talked about the last 15 overs at Radlett being pretty tough to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. With Cracknell at 6 and Luke Coleman at 7 and Martin at 8. That's a pretty handy lower middle order to have chasing sort of anything in the last sort of 10-15 overs. So hopefully these 2 and Max do the bulk of the work, and then if those guys are needed, then there's enough firepower in the sheds to really hurt the opposition when it comes to the back end. So it's just ticking over nicely for Middlesex at the moment.
So those 2 little phases in the Leicestershire innings from 2 down to 4 down. Right returns and returns. Concede a couple. Hendricks does get around on the boundary rope. 132 for 2. Yeah, they were 79 for 1 to 129 for 4. And again, that 215 for 4 to 227 for 7. Middlesex won't want to leave it that late for the big stand, which came at the end. That 5th wicket stand was 86. That between Lilly and Mulder. And then Bowley and Mulder sharing the century stand. They've had an excellent start here, Middlesex. Will feel a little bit hard done by that wicket of Stephen Eskenazi. Gone for 56, 35 from Stoneman, bowled by Mulder. Solid again from Wright.
Interesting move bringing him back in the 20th over. He's sort of their strike bowler, so clearly they feel like they need to try and push for a wicket. at this time, and yeah, that's what they'll be pushing for. If they can get a couple more wickets here, then you're sort of putting the brakes on the Middlesex innings. So that's what we'll be after. Middlesex will just be trying to get through this, ticking over as they had been.
Oh, that comes back in. To Milan managed to trap the bat down on it. Single down to deep third.
Really pushing with the running, these two as well. You can just see the fielders are bit timidly approaching the ball as they sort of fear a ball bouncing up at them. So you've seen a couple of misfields already today, and you sort of have a bit of empathy for them. As the ball sort of bumps towards them, you're never quite sure whether it's going to stay low or bump up at your body.
Oh, that's edged down to Hendricks. Just in front of the scorer's tent there. Don Shelley on the left, Middlesex scorer. Bowlers are still in the game at this point, though, aren't there? There's just enough out there.
Yeah, that's where you wonder if you can gamble with a catcher behind the wicket somewhere, but it's difficult because the scoring's high and you want to protect other areas of the ground. But if you can get a slip in from somewhere, it gives you a wicket opportunity from your best ball.
Single down to deep third. 135 for 2, end of the 21st. I haven't had a chance to ask you, actually. Angus Fraser said a slight back problem for you at the moment.
Yeah, I've had a bulging disc that was diagnosed in the winter. So yeah, it sort of flares up from time to time, and it flared up during the winter and settled down quite well for the first half of the season, and then the last sort of few weeks, month, it started to get worse. So I had an injection on Tuesday. Just sort of cortisone injection, which is fairly routine for that sort of injury, so hopefully that's just sort of settles it down, and a bit of pain relief and anti-inflammatory to sort of get through the rest of the season. So yeah, it's a bit of a old man's injury to be having at my age. It's a bit frustrating, but
down the ground, hasn't quite got hold of it. Be held to a single. Wicket keeper's injury?
I don't actually know. Essentially, I think Ben Folkes, who didn't keep in that, I think it's a Headingley Test match he was playing in, he didn't keep on one of the days. He's got a disc issue as well. So, yeah, maybe it is something to do with the squatting of the keepers.
Steered nicely. Only get a single though. Thinking about 2. Robson on to 22.
Yeah, hopefully apparently it tends to heal itself. So
yeah, I was going to ask, is it a surgery on, or is it Pilates and physios?
Yeah, it'll be some pretty dull Pilates and yoga set by our physios and S&Cs that I'll probably be doing a lot of, or continuing to do a lot of.
Pushes that one a little bit harder. Still just the single as Hendricks gets round. What's worse though, the S&C set in the gym stuff or set in the Pilates and yoga?
I think the yoga and the Pilates is more taxing. So
oh, why?
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. It's I prefer the thing that
the intensity.
Yeah, at least you feel like you've done something with running or gym. Oh, shot.
Well fielded in the covers, saves the boundary. Sharp work in there. Yeah, so you'll have probably guessed Pilates and yoga's more my thing.
Yeah, it just feels like a bit of a exaggerated stretch, really. So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. But no,
probably too young to reap the benefits of it just yet. Good stop again. In the infield from Leicestershire. They've saved some runs here in the last couple of overs. Mid-wicket and cover.
Running well in the ring, these two. Picking up singles know how difficult it is when the ball's hit firmly either side of the fielders, so they're running really well on the ring. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Top ball into the offside to end the over. 22 gone. 139 for 2. Required rate just up to 7.9. Current dips to 6.3. Just the boundaries have dried up a little in the last couple of overs. There's a comparison. 149 for 4 to 139 for 2. Just crept slightly away. Thanks to Robbie White. Make him wait.
Cheers, Kev. Pleasure. Enjoy. Josh DeCares now is coming in, so very insightful knowledge from him. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Robbie. Good luck with the back injury. Josh, good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
How's the season going? How's the last few weeks been for you? Where have you been? What have you been up to?
Been all over. Bit of club cricket, bit of second team cricket. But yeah, watching the boys today, which is always good.
Oof. Going down the leg side. Has the second's been busy at the moment? I know there are quiet patches at times.
There have been. There was quite a few games the last 2 weeks, and now a bit more of a quieter period. So all a balancing act. But yeah, enjoyable.
Of course, this is your club grounds, Radlett. This is your local.
This is, yeah, mighty Radlett. Play my club cricket here, which is really nice. Great ground, obviously. The boys love coming here. So.
Oh wow! Look at that go. No ball called. And over the keeper for 4 as well. That helps on that boundary count that's been down the last little while. We've seen a few really kick off the surface. That was dug in short though by the former Middlesex man, right? Yeah, family's local to here as well, aren't they?
Yeah, we are. 5 minutes away in a lovely village.
Your old man's done a bit of broadcasting work as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Keeps telling me it's really hard, but I'm not so sure.
Do you see much of him in the summers? I mean, you're busy. He'll be away here, there and everywhere with England.
He's actually on holiday at the moment. Oh. Would you believe it? Yeah.
Hard life.
I think he had a week off, so has left me all alone at home.
I was about to say, no invite?
No.
Family holidays are done now, are they?
I think so. But yeah, swanned off somewhere in Europe, which is lovely.
Pace and bounce again on that one from right. His return to the attack. Yeah, but of a general summer, I guess it must be. You're here, there and everywhere. But he does try and keep up with your game as much as he can, doesn't he?
I think so. Usually tells me when I'm not doing that well, which is really good of him. But yeah, we catch up when we can, which is nice.
Of course, he came down to Cheltenham College, I remember, for your debut, for which you spent the day in the fields.
Yeah, he made the trip down, was really excited to watch me, and we fielded for 90 overs.
That comes right back in. On Milan, still movement out there for the Leicestershire bowlers. Really comes back off the surface, that one. Saw it move about in the very early stages for Middlesex, but then died off. For Leicestershire, there wasn't much in the early stages at all. Just seemed to be a little bit more now than there was at the start.
Just speaking to a few of the lads, I think they said while the ball was still pretty hard, there was a good amount on offer for the bowlers. So it might be a case of slightly later on, when the ball's a bit softer, the batters look to take advantage.
Approaching the midway point of the innings, 360 the target, 147 for 2. One ball to go, the 23rd. Yeah, that Cheltenham College day, of course, he batted all day and then he had to be away that night, I should tell viewers is the point. He had to be away for an England game the next day.
Yeah, exactly. So got to see me field, which is as exciting as ever. And then missed my about 10-minute stint at the crease, which was...
T20 debut came that week as well, didn't it, at Cheltenham College?
Yeah, very unexpected. But it was a good day, really enjoyable. Can't actually remember if we... Well, I think we lost, but...
it was Gloucestershire, so probably.
Yeah, I think we lost.
The bogey team for Middlesex.
Good fun, nonetheless.
20, 30 cameo for yourself that day, was it?
I think you're being generous there. I think it was 12.
Oh, was it?
more in the region of...
I remember a good
12,
few shots,
14.
I remember
Yeah, I
a
think it
good
was
few
a
shots.
short-lived innings.
Looking for 2. Tumbling stop down there. 2 it is. On 49 for 2 then. Came together with the score on 108. Just laying that foundation again. Yeah, good start for the season to yourself as well. 80 in the opening game.
Yeah, lucky to get a go in the first game. I think Sam was struggling with a broken finger, so I managed to get a go, which was really nice. Naught in the second innings, which no one really remembers. But
who was first game of the season? Derbyshire.
No, I left it straight off.
Little bit of width. Goes hard at that. It's a brilliant stop. We've talked about how difficult it is. Lily out there. Tumbles and holds them to 2.
I think both sides have coped really well actually with the outfield here, being really fast and quite bobbly. When it does go wrong, it can go really wrong when you're in the field. So far, both teams have coped really well.
150 on the board. Good tumbling stop again. Fielding has been good here from Leicestershire. It was from Middlesex as well, but Middlesex very accustomed to Radlett, fast scoring grounds. Bit of a bobbly outfield, especially when it's as dry as it is at the moment, but Leicestershire, the visitors, have responded very well in the field, I think. This goes leg side with that one, and that one's away for 4 more. Milan's odds 30, 155 for 2. Partnership approaches 47. This will be a period now, though, when it against the change bowlers. They're brought right back, see if we can dislodge one of these 2. Will there have any thoughts to bring back Hendricks at this stage, just in the middle of the innings?
I think that's part of the planning when you're taking on a big score or a chase, is figuring out the bowlers that you quite fancy and think you can get a hold of, and then making their overs as tough as possible. So it might be the 2 bowling now, or it might be someone to come, but I think that'll be definitely in the batters' minds, of if they quite like the look of someone, is try and put them under as much pressure as possible.
So that single turn the over, which is clever batting as well from Milan, on to 31, 156 for 2 after 24. First class wicket this year for you as well. Was it this year or last? It was this, wasn't it?
Yeah, first one this year.
Just trying to remember, was that also the match when Murtagh brought up some milestones? Because I remember it being put to him at the end of the match that when he'd taken his first class wicket, you weren't even born.
I think that sounds about right. Yeah.
Has it been repeated to the club captain often enough?
No, I don't want to raise that with him. Yeah, you don't want to upset him. He great control, Mert. So keep him on your side as opposed to
sensitive soul as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Keep low and jag back in again. Just in a little bit more in this chase, this second innings, than we did in the first with the ball. Just 1 or 2 more spitting. We saw a couple of early signs of it from Yadav and Bamba. Not as much as there has been through this chase, though. Oh, that gets through. Only for the single, though. Not too costly.
Yeah, the last 15 of the first.
Just a single again, guided away by Robson.
It's one of the things that gets spoken about a lot at Radlett, is making sure you really run hard at the men who are out, because it's obviously very fast and bobbly outfield and almost banking on a misfield sometimes, which can grab you 20 or 30 runs in an innings.
No ball called as well, so it'll be a free hit. Overstepping from right.
It's free hit the innings.
There's a few overhead high.
Yeah. First free hit. I think it's the first free hit of the day, but I think it's the first free hit of the innings.
Free hit. Slams it back down the grounds. I think he pretty much had that in mind the whole way, didn't he, Milan?
Absolute dream for a batter there when the bowler oversteps. You make sure you don't run that ball. Keep yourself on strike and try and slog it as hard as you can.
Actually got away with it to some extent, right? It didn't really get hold of it. Milan looks at the bat at the end. It was more toe end, wasn't it? But got it straight back down the grounds. Under 200 to win now. 197 more required. Middlesex 164 for 2. It's still an awfully long way as we're about to hit the halfway stage. And a dot ball to finish. 164 for 2. It is then after 25. Double your score at 30. 200 on the boards after 30 overs. Leicestershire. Has the scoreboard missed? We've still got another ball to go the over. Have we missed another extra?
To be fair, no, but how they've come up with an extra ball then an extra ball.
And that is a dot ball to end the over. Scorecard down below suggesting the scorers have... Oh no, the no ball. There we go, they've caught it up now. 25 gone, 164 for 2. So yeah, double the tally at 30. We were discussing with Angus Fraser, the old adage, it still stacks up to some extent as long as you got wickets in hand.
I think sometimes what can be useful in a chase as well is using the Duckworth-Lewis par as a bit of an indicator. So yeah, Middlesex obviously right up with it at the moment. It's usually a good indicator of how your chase is going and what sort of a score you need to be looking at.
Is that 166 for the end of the 26th over the DL? We'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it's the end of this over. That's what you're supposed to be on. Not sure there's much rain about, but
no, but it's a great way of judging an innings. We'll see if it changes after the first ball of this over, whether that's 166 for what they need to be at the end of the 26th. Some grounds do change it by the delivery now, but fair old ask an out ground, isn't it? First look at Lily. Second spin bowler to be used by Leicestershire. Middlesex left it late with Holman as well. The Lancastrian Lily comes on. And around the wicket first up to Sam Robson. Single to start the over. Partnership's on to 57. That 50 partnership missed it, coming up with the free hit. Nice. So DL has gone to 167. For that's after the next delivery. Middlesex would need to be 167 or above. Oh, wide down the leg sides. how costly. They run a single with it. Of course, 167 is the par, isn't it? So they need to be 168. Try again for the second ball of the 26th. Chipped. Gone. Robson's gone for 26. Chips it to mid-off. Lilly strikes in his first over. 167 for 3. Pretty much a dolly to mid-off. Big, big wicket to remove Robson. Just didn't quite get to the pitch of it and ended up scooping it. To the skipper, Hill, at mid-off. Searching for the ball. In the ends. 26 for Robson from 30 deliveries. Hill the catch, Lilly the wicket. 167 for 3. Brings Max Holden out. T20 opener. Holds the record for Middlesex County Cricket Club in List A cricket with 166. Scored at Canterbury alongside Ross Taylor. A fabulous partnership down there at Canterbury it was. Took the record from Andrew Strauss. 164 he had against Surrey. Graham Barlow before him, beaten by Strauss. So T20 opener, out to join Milan. Still plenty of batting to come in Cracknell, Holman, Anderson. Actually, it's a real T20 middle order, isn't it? With Stoneman, Robson, Milan, Eskenazi, the oddity of the top 4 for the T20 side. But Holden, Cracknell, Holman and Anderson very much part of the T20 setup for Middlesex over the years. Anderson obviously had to wait a bit this year. A job to do for Holden, as the point was made by Angus Fraser. 359, 360 is a very gettable target, especially here at Radlett, but the point is somebody has to do it. It's a lot of runs. Requires somebody to go pretty big. Mulder did that for the Foxes. Can Milan do it for Middlesex? Oh, reverse sweep out first ball from Holden. Kept that back foot in his crease though. Big shot for Max Holden, isn't it? A reverse sweep. All formats. Any stage of the innings. Very comfortable with it. It's a little bit of width. Allows Holden to get off the mark with a single. Yeah, it's not often over the years with the Middlesex side. I've said it a few times this season in all formats actually, that you say the batting's the stronger suit than the bowling, usually for Middlesex. Certainly in the Angus Fraser years, it was always the bowling was far stronger. Around the wicket to Milan. Given some width. Coming back for the second. Safely so as well.
These two at the crease are very fast between the wickets. I think you can probably expect a fair amount of twos, or at least pushing the deep men from these two.
But yeah, going back to that batting at the moment, obviously that's not the best thing for yourself and Robbie White. The strength and depth in batting at the moment is actually huge for Middlesex. Far stronger and deeper.
Yeah, I think we're in a
going down the leg side. It has gone away for 4. Sorry, I was watching Holden charging down there.
Right.
Still on one leg, Milan. That ends the over. 174 for 3.
Obviously in a bit of a, I guess, lucky for the club scenario that not many of our batters have left for the 100, which leaves us with a really strong outfit for the Royal London comp.
A little unlucky, Cracknell and Eskenazi, do you think?
Definitely, I think so. Obviously Cracknell was in it last year, and Eskenazi's been a standout batter for us in the T20 cricket for the last few years. But Middlesex's gain, obviously, with them both being here to play, which is really good for the club.
Change of ends. for Bowley. On from the Saltersfield end. Yeah, I don't think I can ever remember a queue for the Middlesex batting lineup like there is at the moment. Goes to reverse sweep again, gets away with it to backward point on this occasion. Wonder was Bowley reintroduced because of the fall of the wicket. Holden coming on, wanting to get the off spinner on. Yeah, off spinner back on with the left hander. Try and get at him early. Pretty useful off spinner himself, Max Holden. Though he's a long way down that queue at the moment, Josh.
No, I think me and him very much competing for the off spinning spot. Yeah, he brought himself on as captain against Berkshire last week, which was good of him. Stole my overs, but I've let it go now.
More importantly, how did it go?
Max's bowling. Oh, it was very good. I think he probably bowled the best of us there on the day, which was really good for him. But yeah, a bit of a theme when you're captain to bring yourself on and bowl.
Is he a bit like Mercer's batting when Mercer's captain? All of a sudden, he just seems to be a better batter straight away.
That might be a bit of a disservice to Max's bowling, but
let's push back past Bowley for the single. Amazing to see how Max has managed to get that partnership going with Stephen Eskenazi at the top of the T20 lineup, which again, when he came through, Max Holden, it wasn't particularly a role that you'd have thought that he'd ever take opening in the T20, even List A, but his game really kicked on. Again, that T20, that List A record that he holds now, 166. It's pretty impressive display and pushed him into that T20 side. He hasn't really looked back.
shot.
Gives himself room, puts the pressure on the bowler, gets a full bunger and puts it away. Into the 27th, 180 for 3. Went early, didn't he? Backed away.
Something he does a lot of in the nets, actually, when I bowl at him, annoyingly. He likes whacking me through cover.
What's your usual response when you see him backing away?
Tell him to stand still, but...
Dart on him? Float it?
I don't really know, to be honest. I probably should, but it's a bit annoying when someone's moving around. You're not really too sure what to do. I usually just say there's a fielder there and get on with it.
And just pierces through for the single. Tabs away for a single. 182 for 3. TLS pass score is 190. 192. That for the this delivery coming. It's just gone up a bit with the wicket of Robson. That required rate has been hovering around that 7.9 mark for a little while. Won't want to allow it to creep up here with the fall of Robson. Leg side, tuck just for a single.
I think the lads will be relatively at ease with the rate where it is at the moment. Radlett's such a fast-scoring ground. I think, especially with the batters to come and the two guys at the crease, back themselves to chase quite a few in the last few overs as that one disappears for 4.
Whoa, it's a big wide down the leg side, isn't it? Couple from Lilly. Finished his last over with one down the leg side, which just flicked the plaid, saved it being a wide. Gus was grumbling about the extra count in the Middlesex innings, and he was sat in here earlier. 34 Middlesex conceded with extras. Extras for Leicestershire now. Not on the scoreboard opposite us. Let's see what it says online. On to come at the 28th. Extras up to 23.
Enjoy my commentary.
This one here, Gus. If you need it. You can have it for a burger. 190 for 3. Angus Fraser's arrived at the back of the commentary. It's a bit like Tim Murtagh arriving in the commentary box. Just chaos, isn't it? The real act. Ever had to suffer the company of your old man and Gus Fraser at the same time before?
No, thankfully not. Managed to avoid one or both of them most of the time, which is usually good.
Holden gives himself room again, goes through extra cover for 4. Moves into double figures, 195 for 3.
I'm glad that it's working for him in the middle, the backing away. He practiced it so much against me in the last few weeks.
How much net bowling do you get to do against each other? I mean, it is such a busy season. Everybody's here, there and everywhere. Different formats, first, seconds. How easy is it to... Well, one, how much do you get to do, and how easy is it to arrange?
Varies throughout the season, but whenever I get the opportunity, I try bowl at the lads, mostly because if you get one of them out, it's absolute Christmas. Unfortunately, I don't take too many wickets, but whenever you do, you hold it over anyone for as long as you can.
Who celebrates the net wicket the most?
I'm probably up there, to be honest. I don't get many of them, so
Singleton the over, 197 for 3. Right up with that DL again. So those that wide 4. Extra cover shot for 4 from Holden as well. Partnership 30 from 22. That's rattled along pretty quickly and couldn't say unnoticed. The wides probably helped the extras in the last couple of overs, but the leg buys that we mentioned as well. But 197 for 3. DLS pass score for the first ball of the 30th over is 199. So Middlesex needing 3 to be ahead of it. Again, by the end of the 30th, Leicestershire were 200 on the board. Double your score from 30. Middlesex are very well placed here. Not as easily done as it is said. Swept well. 200 up for Middlesex, 201 for 3. Feels like a little bit of a, not a gimme, but Maybe a get-out shot at the moment for Middlesex with Lilly around the wicket to Milan.
Batting on leg stump there, Milan. Means he can get his pads right out of the way. No fear of LBW. So yeah, I'd be pretty happy playing the sweep shot.
Lost a ball again. Oh, it's back now. What does August look like for anybody that doesn't make the first 11 for the One Day Cup? What's the seconds fixture list like?
There isn't really one. It's a really weird month with some counties obviously being much more depleted than others. So it's kind of just...
So it's a club and net month?
Yes, very much so. I think I'm going to be playing a few minor county games for Hertfordshire, which will be really good. But yeah, just keep your head down in training sort of month.
Reverse sweep hits outside the line of off. Nearly just upset with something. Backward point. Two in there really. Backward point and a wide gully. Uses his feet and pushes it back to the bowler. Interesting little setup to have those two backward off point. Running the first hards. They settle on that one. Holden's on to 14. Milan's on to strike. Last ball of the 30th coming up.
Pass over now to Mark Stoneman, another aspiring off spinner at the club. So thanks for having me.
Just a guess, thanks so much. That's tickle for a single and for the 50. Milan moves to 50 from 52 deliveries. 204 for 3. End of the 30th. And Milan raises bat around Radlett. 5 fours, strike rate of 96. And helping to put Middlesex in a pretty good position here, the 30 over mark. Comparative scores almost identical, except Middlesex have 1 wicket fewer down at this stage. 286 for 4. Leicestershire 204 for 3. Middlesex, well, he's already been given the build-up. Afternoon, Mark Stoneman, how are you?
Good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone listening. I'm very well, thank you. Obviously would have liked to have a few more runs myself, but the lads have built a nice partnership here, and we were just discussing there, if you've got a long chase, being in and around the Duckworth-Lewis score is never a bad place to be, and we're right on the money there, so as deep as this partnership can take it, and we're in a good place.
200 on the board at the 30 over mark. This is where they were. Middlesex 1 fewer wicket. Double score at 30 overs. It was a funny innings to weigh up, actually, the Leicestershire one in many ways, and that being one of the large parts of it. Hendricks back, that says a lot. Has it taken him? It has. Milan looks back at the pitch. Balloons up at him down the leg side. Good take as well behind the stumps, has to be said also. But Hendricks returns. Put back by Leicestershire to try and make this breakthrough. And he strikes at the first ball.
Yeah, not a lot Peter can do with that one. I think it's sort of gone through the top there, and fair play to Leicester. They've been desperate for a breakthrough. They've brought their overseas quick back, and he's taken the wicket. A little bit fortunate, but yeah, fine innings comes to an end there for Peter.
Yeah, really good knock. Let's give Middlesex a fair chance at this in the final 20 overs. The 4th wicket falls, which again tightens up that comparison at the 30 over mark for the two sides. Brilliant 50 from him. Joe Cracknell back into the side in the One Day Cup side, not making the 100 this year. Big boost to have him in the List A side for Middlesex. He wouldn't have played last year because of that 100. I think he got 1 game last year before the 100 call up. But a bit of work for these two who went well in the T20 this year, opening in at number 3, Cracknell. Bit of work for them to do now. You got a couple of those from Hendricks yourself early on, didn't they? He really did find an extra bit of bounce from the beginning, didn't he?
Yeah, we were hoping that the bounce would even out a little bit as the ball got a bit softer, because obviously when it's a hard new ball, any inconsistencies are going to be exaggerated, but that one sort of leapt a bit off back of a length. I was quite fortunate the ones that were straight enough Esky got, and he wore a couple there. He was in a bit of pain once or twice. Mine just managed to go past the outside edge. So, yeah, there's been a few surprises in the deck, but without being a minefield.
I was just saying, well, I was putting it to Robbie White that it feels like this ball's still doing more through this innings than it did through the Leicestershire innings.
Potentially, yeah. I couldn't quite put my finger on why that would be, but the fact that we have such a fast scoring outfield here and some interesting dimensions keeps us right in the game.
Right up there, first ball to Cracknell. Solid power play from yourself and Eskenazi at the top, though. Pretty happy with that opening partnership.
Yeah, a decent start. We felt that because of the nature of the field here, if you get it through the infield, you get a 4 pretty much every time. So we didn't want to be sort of too desperate or go too high risk with it, and the scoreboard kind of took care of itself. And it would have been nice to extend that partnership and get up above beyond 100. Wasn't to be. Certainly the kind of surface where it probably takes you 10-15 balls to get the pace and bounce of the pitch before you can start moving through the gears. So important. Crackers just gives himself a chance here because his striking of the ball, once he gets going, no one's going to rein him in on this deck. So ideally I'm teeing him up for a nice innings here. He gets himself in and takes us home.
What is it, 20 overs and 156 runs. That's nicely done. Just a single, but certainly a fair sign that Cracknell's eyes in early.
Yeah, we had the game Tuesday against Hearts, and he lit the innings up at the end. He absolutely smacked it. So once he gets going, like I say, this ground isn't going to be big enough. So it's almost we just get through this period of Leicester bringing their strike bowlers back. Tactically well played from them to pick up Peter. But like I say, get this partnership established and Maxi can anchor us through. Top shot.
Nicely done. 4 runs for Holden. He moves to 18. 209 for 4. Had a pretty decent season as well, Max Holden. Oh, no ball as well. Free hit signals.
Yeah, Max, he's a classy player. He's played really well all season without going really big, which I know is a frustration for him, but he's got the all-round game to really dominate at this level, which would be nice to see once it all clicks into place, but without searching for it too hard. It's a balancing act as a young player. Haven't sort of been through it myself, so hopefully a few good scores in this one-day comp for him to come.
Is the free hit? It's it down the ground for 4, mid-off and mid-on up. Holden gets himself into position early. Little step across. Got a fair idea what he wanted to do with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think nice solid base, and on this ground, wherever it was, he'd be looking to send it to the rope. He's probably disappointed with himself. He's too short of what he wanted from that ball, I reckon. It was the right way he wanted it, but well executed for the 4.
Oh, through it goes. End of the over. 31 done. 213 for 4. Mark Stoneman alongside myself, Kevin Hand, live from Radlett, the Middlesex Stream in the One Day Cup. And Leicestershire setting a pretty big target, 360. But it's a quick scoring ground here at Radlett. Your first game at Radlett? I was trying to think whether you'd have played for Durham.
First professional game here, first team game here, yeah. I think from memory, back when I was 18, might have been 18, I played a second team game here, which actually got me on my first sort of professional terms down here, but it's been a long time between playing here. Obviously lovely little ground. You get a bit of atmosphere with the crowd being nice and close to us, and certainly get your rewards as a batsman if you get the ball through the infield.
Return for Scriven. Onto the legs, just be a single out to do a deep square. Former England under-19 was the same, former Hampshire Academy. It's pretty high level, isn't it? The quality of this game. Going through the Middlesex batting lineup. 3 Test batters in the top 4. Eskenazi, England Lions. Holden, former England under-19. Cracknell with the 100 last year. And Holman, who's having a fabulous season. Likewise, Leicestershire, though, their bowling attack. Mulder, Wright, and of course Hendricks at the top. Despite the call-ups, county cricket's pretty much holding its own in the One Day Cup, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I know the sort of the language around this competition once the 100 was announced as a sort of development competition or whatever. I think that's kind of been put to bed. Yes, there's young guys come through and get opportunities that might not otherwise have been there, but there's still a high quality of cricket to be played. Obviously, other counties lose more than others, but there's still some very good players on shore.
Oh, Scriven, that was a nice ball, just goes past the edge.
Feels like he gets to straighten him a little bit more. Mulder's angling him back in. Is it yeah, it was Mulder who's getting it to nip back in.
Yeah, 'cause from a point of view sat on the sideline watching, it doesn't feel far off what you'd be generally accustomed with for a list day game over the years. Because obviously teams get called up, whether it's England Lions, England A, England Firsts.
Yeah, absolutely. And throughout the season, we do play a fair amount of cricket. I don't think it's excessive at all. And you have injuries or workload management and stuff like that. Get through. That's a nice
Throws
shot.
the bat at that one. That's a good stop, really good stop. Out on the boundary rope by Lilly. He's run over it as he tries to pick it up, but they'll pick up 2. He saved a couple though. Tremendous work out there.
And to continue on that, yes, it's also the responsibility of the young guys to come through to lift themselves to first team standard and performances worthy of that title. You know, it's certainly not development cricket. It's first team cricket, and it for some guys it's sink or swim time.
Lovely shot from Cracknell, who's certainly been swimming since he's been in the Middlesex first 11, and he doubles his tally with the boundary.
I think the benefit of this competition is we have throughout the country you'll have some good young players coming through. They'll dominate second 11, but then they don't get first team exposure to see what they've got. Whereas the opportunities come in this competition, and it's their chance to perform and stake a claim for other formats for the first team. So I think it's quite nicely suited in the season as it stands. Obviously, there's reviews have taken place and talk about what's going to happen next year around 50 overs. But I think this year is probably the best that we can have in terms of fitting everything in.
Finds the gap in between. Well, mid-wicket, who's up. Deep square, it was in front of him.
Just on that point about Duckworth Lewis earlier, we lose a wicket, we drop behind. We've probably got 20 balls of this partnership now, and we're straight back up there. It doesn't take a lot on this ground to catch up with the rate.
Stream's wrong. Stream's wrong. We come straight from the scorer's tent. Scorers. Don! It's been wrong all day, for whatever reason. Really? It keeps on going wrong all day, yeah.
Enjoyed a trip back up to Durham last week?
Yeah, it was quite strange. I was back there last year in this competition for the semi-final, but it was only a whistle-stop tour. But sort of the 5 nights we had up there, it was nice. Get some of that northern air in the lungs again after a while. It was a good week. There's some good cricket played on a service, which actually it turned into a fantastic final day. and the guys gave everything to try and force a result, but it just wasn't quite to be.
That's well run. Yeah, it was throughout the first few days there was a lot of local grumbles, should we say, about the surface and the square, that it hadn't quite offered enough life this year, but certainly came to life at the end.
Yeah, and obviously we lost 50 overs on that first day, so it could have developed quite nicely. I always believe every pitch sort of has its breaking point, and it seemed it was getting there on that last day, and obviously Umesh ran in and put his heart and soul into his deliveries there and really caused the Durham batsmen some problems.
Oh, just snaps at that one. Just offered that little bit of width. Managed to see everybody you wanted to see, avoid all the ones you didn't?
Yeah, I think the ones that don't want to see me, they certainly keep away.
I meant you, dodging. Ash Thorpe was up doing the commentary with us for a fair bit of the game. He was desperately trying to find you before the game was done.
Yeah, managed to catch up with him at the steps on lunchtime at day 3 there. He's a good fellow. He's an absolute cricket nuffy, so he's always on the phone. Oh, that could be 4.
That's away.
Lovely.
Leg byes signalled. Just that angle always offers that danger, doesn't it, from Hendricks around the wicket. End of the over. 232 for 4. 128 more required from the final 17 overs. With a required rate of, well, look at it drop there from 7.8 to 7.6. It's manageable as long as that wickets column stays down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never really gotten away from us. We started off requiring 7s, and it's still in the 7s region there. So once it gets to double figures, that can be hard work, especially if you're losing wickets. But these guys have done a great job since we lost Peter.
Wide signals. Holden likes it. The bowler doesn't. Just does a little look back. Scriven.
Yeah, bowlers are always hard done by, aren't they?
Well, you're in a difficult position here, really. I mean, there's Richard Johnson, Alan Coleman, Angus Fraser. You could do with a few batters in power at Middlesex, couldn't you?
Pass. Keeper coming up to the stumps now, which I don't actually mind.
Even the club captain's a bowler.
Yeah, it's the way in it. They stick together, bowlers, the old bowlers union. They look after each other, so just got to keep our eye on them. There we go. Keeper comes up and we get a fine nick for 4. Perfect for us.
Goes all the way over the hedge, that one. Ramps up. Holden moves to 32.
It's quite deliberate from Max there. Maybe he's a little bit finer than he would have wanted, but I think just guiding a fine of third man there for 4 runs. Well executed shot, and that, like I say, that's what we talk about with the surface. You get the angles right and it's pretty much guaranteed 4 every time, so a required rate of 7 and over it can be quite comfortable if you get set batsmen.
Well, you look at that close up now, it's 7.9, just a couple of overs back. We've got a couple here. Chase out on the boundary rope for Welch. Back comfortably for the second.
2005, same year as me, first one. Don's been seriously been scoring for 60 years. He's come up to the 60th anniversary of this year. He's been scored for Middlesex.
well run.
So you've only got 8, 9 off the over there, without 9 so far off the over without taking a risk really. Just shows what you can be capable of on this ground.
Yeah, that was the note really, that Leicestershire innings. Same with Angus Fraser and with Alan Coleman at the start of this one. Oh, going down around the wicket. Slight question on height as well, but certainly the angle is always in the batter's favour.
Yeah, obviously Mulder anchored their innings perfectly, and there's some nice contributions from the lower order there to help them get to the 360 total.
But it was only at the end that we saw those shots in anger, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it was a balancing act from him of the wickets being down early, of how hard he could go at what stage of the innings. But I think that's also credit to our guys of how they stuck to task. Luke Coleman, especially, the wickets that he picked up there, bowled really well. So I think it's probably a par score, 360 on this ground, given the surface and the outfield and the boundary sizes. So although at one stage we would have hoped for better in terms of possibly bowling them out, it was by no means a disaster of them posting 359.
Enjoyable mix with the youngsters this year. There's a fair few around, isn't there, at Middlesex pushing through at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Got a couple of senior heads and some nice youngsters coming through. It's a pretty good balance, and that energy that the young guys bring, they're keen for everything. So just important that we keep the focus on winning, and keep driving the standards forward to be successful as a club.
Big couple of months, isn't it? I mean, as we said, this is a strong Middlesex squad really for the Royal London One Day Cup, as it was last year.
Yeah, if we can come through this competition playing some good cricket and confidence high, see where we can get to. Obviously, we want to be challenging in the final stages, and then get some of the big boys back, and a big massive push for the last 3 games to try and get promotion.
Mulder back on from the Salters Field end. Yeah, it's a home game against Glamorgan, then a trip to Leicestershire, a trip to Worcestershire to finish. Holding second spot in Division 2 at the moment, Middlesex.
Yeah, we're certainly where we want to be. If you'd given us this at the start of the season, we'd say, yep, we'll back ourselves going into the last 3 games. But it's important that we keep that focus on one game at a time and don't get too worried about what's going on elsewhere. There's certainly fixtures in the competition where you can take your eye off the ball a bit. If we saw what Glamorgan managed to achieve at Grace Road on the last day of their game, sessions, a good hour's play can quickly turn a game for you or against you. So like we saw a bit at Merchant Taylors and that loss to Worcester, never look too far ahead and play the next ball as it comes.
Let's hope the weather plays its part in September. We've been pretty lucky this year overall, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good summer. Can't really grumble. We want the fair weather. I mean, take us back to March playing against Surrey and Essex at Merchant Taylors, and it was pretty bloody miserable, wasn't it?
I think that was our first stint on the mic, wasn't it? Merchant Taylors against was it Surrey? Yeah, it was Surrey, wasn't it? Around the first hard, just a single.
Yeah, when you're out there with 2 jumpers on, hand warmers in your pockets, and you can see your breath, it's not what you would call cricket weather. We came off for snow a couple of times against Essex. Guys are in beanies. You think, can't wait for it to warm up. The only thing is now we're complaining of how hard and dry the outfield is here. It's alright when you're batting, but when you're running around diving on it, it's you're skinning your knees and your elbows.
Yeah, but you're clever. You're a good enough fielder. You've made yourself a good enough fielder to make sure you're always on the square.
Yeah, I try and dominate extra cover where there's some nice green grass. Some grounds you get the footholds, so it's not ideal. But yeah, I did a bit of extra cover today, and then later on got sent out and about, skirting the boundary. So I got one dive in and nearly lost my teeth. So I was quite lucky the ball bounced over my head.
Thinking about the second, just the single. End of the 35th, 244 for 4. 116 more to win for Middlesex here at Radlett in their opening one-day cup game. Leicestershire looking to go 2 from 2 on the back of 6 straight white ball wins. Ended the T20 competition extremely strongly, but disciplinary issue meant they didn't qualify for the quarterfinals at the Oval, which missed out on a fair old payday, I was told as well. They'd have got half the away gates of that T20 quarterfinal.
That's going to sting a bit. I see Leicester bringing Righty back into the attack now. Senior bowler, obviously trying to put the squeeze on, and no doubt they're looking for him to pick up a wicket, much like Peter Milan did, much like Hendricks did when he picked up Peter Milan when he came back into the attack. So I said, Crackers and Max have played brilliantly here, this little partnership. Crackers just knocked it round, and Maxie's just continued with what he was doing. We're going at 7s, and 7s is required, so if that goes to extend this partnership, and it really puts Leicester under the pump to try and make a play. How long? I thought I was on for 5 overs. I need to go and marshal the troops. They get nervous as run chase. They need a senior head there. Get him here for the 38th. The boys need him.
Who's replacing Rocky? Cool. That's right.
So you gone home to get his dancing kit on and come back.
Oh yeah, Britain Club Barbecue, he's gone home. Big advantage that Middlesex have over Leicestershire, as we've been comparing this all the way through, is that like Luke Holman spell, isn't it? As he said, he bowled beautifully. 3 for 43 from 9. He's the man at the moment that's probably making the biggest difference between these two innings, isn't he? In these two bowling performances, Mulder bowled well.
Yeah, absolutely, and picking up those wickets just really stemmed the flow of the scoreboard there. Mulder got himself set, but he was on 60 odd, having to try and pick up 1s and 2s rather than attacking, because they did risk getting bowled out at that stage, although they managed to pick some up in the back end. But yeah, Luke bowled fantastically well, full of confidence, and it was really nice to see.
43 the partnership, of which Cracknell has 12. Probably wouldn't have guessed that at the start of the partnership when they came together. No, not given the nature of how he plays in 2020 and what he did on Tuesday, but it's actually great to see that he's, not that he has an ego, but he's parked any ego of what he might have been sort of fancying to do on this ground so far, and he's really put value into the partnership and built it, and now we're in a position where if you told us that we needed 100 off the last 10, you'd take that chase in 360, you know, so... There's payback for you at the back of the box.
Yeah, the Chef Fraser's just come in after burning the meat there, so it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. He's seared the joints, and he's now got the thermometer in with his Bluetooth on to check internal temperatures and all that. So he's talking a good game. So the proof will be in the pudding later on.
These singed sausages that we've heard a lot about. It's not just from yourself. This is. End of the 36th, 249 for 4. I was checking for overthrows. 249 for 4 it is. Yeah, these burnt sausages. You weren't the only one to say it today. Has he got a past record here, Fraser?
I don't have any experience to speak from, but it's just sort of on the rumour mill. He might get the meat done on the well done side of things, but so far he's searing look to be up to the job. We'll see how the joints turn out there. I'm quite excited actually. He's going for medium. I'm more of a medium rare man myself, but yeah, looking forward to it.
smelt it earlier on, but it seems to have the wind's changed direction, has it?
Yeah, I think that was just nice high temperature to get it seared, lock in the flavour, and that's where the smell was coming from. And then he's got it on the he's then switched grills, dropped it down to 150 degrees to let that internal temperature rise, keep the moisture in. So it should be good. But obviously back to crackers here. Oh, that's a naughty delivery. Just bounced off a length and took his thumb by the look of it. But I say Leicester making the play here of the senior bowlers to try and squeeze us to the 40th over, maybe pick up another wicket. But if we can sort of ride out this period and tick over it, even if it was just 5, 6 and over, probably going to get some more inexperienced bowling coming in the last 10, with a chance to really put some pressure on them defending this total.
110 to win off 82. That's one half decent. Joe Cracknell over closes that up. Now up in the air, underneath it, and taken. Patel has the catch at long leg. Holden just skies one, looking to get it around the corner. 250 for 5, big wicket for Leicestershire.
Can't quite believe how that's actually got there. I'll have to see the replay on that one because it's gone so high. Yeah, he's just tried to help that on the angle, and looks like it's just come straight off the leading edge and straight up. It's a real shame because it's another good knock from Max there. And that partnership was getting us right in the position where we wanted to be.
Yep, crucial breakthrough for Leicestershire. Patel the catch, Mulder the wicket. 39 from 34. Good innings from Holden. 250 for 5. Another 110 required as Luke Holman walks out to bat. He's had a fabulous year with the bat, Holman. 46 was the partnership for the 5th wicket. This man knows his ground pretty well, Luke Holman, and also, as he's shown this season, he knows one end of the bat from the other as well.
Yeah, he's a fine talent with the bat in his hand as well as the ball. And obviously, it'd be nice if it was his day all round today, if he could get a nice sort of 50, 60 not out here and steer us home. He's pretty smart for a young guy. He's very savvy, game smart with a bat in his hand. Works angles really well. Identifies where the risks are and where he can take advantage of different bowlers. So again, shame that partnership's come to an end at 46, but more than capable these two of putting another partnership on.
Oh, it's a beaut first up.
Yeah, that's how the wicket's played all day really. Batsmen have been set and it's looked quite easy and free scoring, and get a new batsman in and ball goes past the outside edge. Doesn't help when I talk them up as well and they get that kind of delivery.
Yeah, I was just holding back on my Holman comments there.
Yeah, hopefully I can't put the kiss of death on anyone else now. Kohli's arrived to take over. So with that, I'll say good afternoon to everyone. Cheers, Kev. And
well, just as long as you don't put the kiss of death on the Fraser barbecue.
No, I'm sure Gus will nail it, and I'm sure these two will see us home as well. Cheers.
Thanks to Mark Stoneman, much appreciated. Cracking partnership with Stephen Eskenazi to get this innings going from Stoneman. It's going to need a cracking partnership at the end to get Middlesex close here. 109 from 79. It's still a lot of runs. Leg by more to end the over. 108 to win from 78. 37 bowled. 251 for 5. 252 for 5 indeed. Alan Coleman, welcome back. If you weren't the head of men's performance, I'd be saying, where's your money right now?
No, it's set up for a great finish, isn't it? 108 required, 8.3 and over. I think you would say 3 wickets down, you'd say, in favour of the batting side. At 5 wickets down, much more in the balance. Leicestershire very much will be fancying their chances here. I think they'll be looking at one more wicket, sort of one more recognised batter to come for Middlesex. So I think that's pretty much how it's tossed up here. Perhaps a few quieter overs now for Middlesex, just nudging their way up to the 300 mark before a potential explosion later on with some wickets in the bank still will be the plan.
It's interesting to see that comparison there. Middlesex are ahead on the runs. They've conceded fewer wickets. It was 7 down. There we go. 236 for 7 at this stage for Leicestershire. But boy, oh boy, did they get going with that century stand for their 8th wicket. Still batting to come for Middlesex. You never want to leave it too late in the chase, though. Run nicely by Cracknell. Pressure just switches to him a little here. He thinks about a second, just the one in it. Took the back seat role in the partnership with Max Holden, Joe Cracknell.
He did. You often see that. I think the in-batter, Holden at that stage, with Cracknell coming in at 6, Holden at 5. Holden was the in-batter. That's the one that kicks on, while the other batter just assesses conditions, really, and figures out what method they're going to use to score runs. So perhaps we'll see the same here. Cracknell might be the one to be the aggressor. Holman might just sit in for a little while.
Just a single down to deep third for Holman. Let's have a look at that Duckworth-Lewis. Yeah, the DLS is 262 for midway through the 38th. So the wicket's just pushed it that little bit away again from Middlesex.
It has, and interestingly, this is Chris Wright's last over as well. So he's going to be bowled out before the 40th over. A really sort of interesting tactic there from the senior bowler.
Dragged away, but only to mid-wicket.
So with Hendricks with 3, Mulder 3, Bowley with 5, the young off-spinner, Scriven the seamer with 4, and Aaron Lilly still with 7 overs to bowl of his spell. So with one of your bowlers bowled out with 12 overs still remaining, it does limit the options. But I think this is Leicester trying to go for the kill and get the final, get the 6th wicket in Wright's final over.
Lovely shot, and past the mid-on for 4. Cracknell moves to 19, 102 to win from 74.
Just slightly over-pitched here from Chris Wright, and a lovely on-drive down the ground. Skipped out the way very nicely by Luke Holman at the non-strikers and ran down away to the sight screen for 4 runs.
Single more wants to come to the over. He's an exciting young player, isn't he, Joe Cracknell? As is that man, Luke Holman. 2 of the most exciting young players, I think, to come through at Middlesex for a fair while. But long queue of them at the moment. I was just saying with Josh DeCaries, who was in here earlier, it's an extraordinarily long queue in that batting line-up at the moment for Middlesex, isn't it? Single turn the over, 260 for 5.
It is a hard line-up to get into at the moment, with the addition of the overseas player Peter Milan. So no Robbie White, no Jack Davies, no Josh DeCares in the line-up. 3 very fine players have missed out on selection here. So yeah, tricky 11 to break into. But that's what you want to see as a Middlesex member, isn't it? You know, Middlesex team shouldn't be easy to get into. You should have to play well to earn an opportunity, and that's definitely the case for the batters at the moment.
Well, Cullen and Mercer missing as well, and then the 5 that are away with the 100. It's a pretty decent side still put out.
Yeah, no Roland Jones, Helm away as seam bowlers. Blake Cullen injured. Mercer as well, just coming back from a bit of a sore hamstring. So yeah, 4 seamers plus young Harris, Cowshaw and Greatwood missing out as well. So yeah, tricky in all skills to get into the side at the moment, but a great sight to see.
Here's Bowley back on. I was just saying with Mark Stoneman, the biggest difference between these 2 innings at the moment is probably the Luke Holman role. That played quite a crucial one for Middlesex. With Wright now bowled out, let's just still have a little bit of work to do here. into the block hole, dug out for a single.
I think this will be interesting to see how Cracknell approaches this. This is obviously the penultimate over with only 4 fielders out. The ball is spinning into him, so often right-handed batters do fancy the off-spinner. So just whether Cracknell just identifies this as an over where he can take a little bit of a risk, just to try and put the young off-spinner on strike, will be interesting to see.
A little chat there between Holman and Cracknell. 2 North Middlesaxons who know each other very well.
That'll probably be you going for a burger first or a sausage later, I reckon.
I'm hearing a lot about beef ribs out the back. I haven't heard much about the sausages or the burgers yet. I'm very much hoping there is a burger because I need to grab one on the run. Gus has promised he'll throw me one. Oh, down the track, down the grounds. Full toss. I was going to say low full toss. It wasn't that low.
No, I think by running at this, Joe Cracknell's actually probably made that waist high. If he'd have sat in his crease, it'd have probably been a low full toss and maybe a bit easier to hit. But that's, as I was saying, 4 men out means that mid-off is up. In a T20 game with this field, mid-off would be back and the batter would be having to target a different area of the ground. But that's the tricky decision that the bowlers and the captain have to make with this extra fielder. 3 balls left of this penultimate over. As they now mid-off sides back and they bring up deep square leg. So now, does that bring a sweep into play for Joe Cracknell?
Just pushes the single down the grounds. You mentioned a Joe Cracknell sweep. You instantly think of that shot off Overton at Lords a couple of years back. The damage still there below Old Father Time, one of the panels that were cracked on the tower up to Old Father Time from the scorer's box. Nicely works. Nonchalantly done as ever from Holman. Still Anderson, Yadav, Wallaluita and Bamba to come for Middlesex. It's an awful lot of batting a long way down. These two want to do as much of it as they can though. Another low full toss, only get the single for it this time. Welch out on the boundary rope. Sweeping up, end of the 39th, 268 for 5, 92 required of 11 overs. Still well ahead on the comparison.
And quite a straightforward 8 and over. Unbelievable sentence, really, that, isn't it? Quite an easy way to get 8 and over. Just nudge the ball into gaps, hit a bad ball for 4. So 8 and over for the next few overs here sees Middlesex well in the game. And I think that's just going to be the target as Mulder comes back into the attack for his 7th over, I think it is.
It's pretty much been the wickets column all day. Angus Fraser said the only way to dry up runs here at Radlett is to take wickets. It's very difficult to avoid that boundary ball because it's such a quick scoring ground.
It is. Even a miss can, even a good ball from a bowler can go for 4 here, and that's the danger of trying to defend a very good total from Leicestershire. But they'll have one eye on this scoreboard and still very aware that Middlesex are well in this game. It's actually Mulder's 8th over this one, so he'll have 2 more after this as we go into the 40th over.
Oh, look at that go. He's been angling them back in all day, Mulder. And just nips away, as you can see from the hand signal of Joe Cracknell there.
Yeah, just a bit of nip. Ball sat in the surface there a little bit, gripped and just left Joe Cracknell. There's plenty in it for the Leicestershire bowlers here if they hit that good length, as we've seen through the whole of this innings. Must be a single midway through the 40th. So yeah, the last over, as Alan was mentioning, with the 4 fielders in play, 5 out for the back 10. Very good 5 balls here from Mulder. Key for Leicestershire here that he closes this over out. They'd accept another single off this last ball and have this penultimate over of the, this is called a power play block, I don't know what it's called, but
Yeah.
they very much accept this going for 3 or 4.
Yeah, Mark Butcher calls them phases, doesn't he? Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but the rest of us call it power plays. But I agree with his sentiment that, you know, it's more a phase of play than a power play now, isn't it? But officially, yes, still the power play 1, power play 2 and power play 3.
Just rewind back on the streams this morning. Unless I misheard it.
Somebody bought 53
Now going with the spin. Look for a couple here out to the boundary rope. The hit got them. It's the first over of power play 3, 5 back.
A bit agricultural from Cracknell, that. Just a strong shot across the line, big bottom edge on it as it trickled out to the gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket for 2 runs.
Ball dug out. Goes big again. Goes big all the way. Out to the temporary stand at mid-wicket. Cracknell moves to 36, 279 for 5.
We mentioned the Cracknell sweep in the previous over. Square leg has gone back, but got plenty of that as the ball launches into the crowd there just in front of square. 6 runs for Middlesex. 279 for 5 now as the scoreboard keeps ticking over.
So we're staying with Mark Stoneman a few moments ago. 81 from 57. That's a half-decent Joe Cracknell over to close that up. Just be a single down to long off. 2 to come with the 41st. Middlesex back ahead of the DLS. 277 for the next ball.
It's always a good guide, isn't it? That Duckworth-Lewis score, and we all know how much the wickets does affect that, so Middlesex be very conscious here. Not that the weather's an issue, but it's just a great guide to map your chase with. And at 5 down, Middlesex are in front.
Harmon is playing very much second fiddle at the moment. Very capable of upping the scoring rate himself. 7 from 8 for the left-hander. One to come with the 41st. Outside off. Just a single. Out too deep. Cover. Pretty decent ball to finish actually from Bally. He'd have fancied that Cracknell probably would have liked to have gone at him again there. 282 for 5. End of the 41st. The live stream here from Radlett from Middlesex Cricket Club. Myself, Kevin Handon, head of men's performance at Middlesex, Alan Coleman.
Yeah, went very full there to get out the over. And a good finish from the young Leicestershire off spinner there. But a good over for Middlesex. 11 came from it. Leicester ringing the bowling changes from the end that we're sitting at here, the pavilion end. Scriven now into the attack, the third bowling change in consecutive overs. Actually the fourth, because Wright came on for one, so the fourth bowling change from consecutive overs from the end that we're sat at here. As Leicester just try to fiddle their way through some overs to keep themselves in the game.
I've just seen out the back of the tent the Angus Fraser barbecue. It is literally right behind us, isn't it?
It is, and barbecue plural. He's got 4 on the go at the moment.
Is it in camera shot at all? Looking at Ollie. Oh, we can't pick it up. The Gus Fraser barbecue out the back.
Probably should have told us that 91 overs ago. He's got the invite already. I don't want an invite, I want a burger or a day. I've got to run.
This is cracked away to backward point, no run. I fancy much. It's almost going to have to be a drive through from me as soon as I finish, but it's in the line. It can certainly be done, I think. Medium rare's fine on that burger, Gus. Now, look at that one go.
Yes. Ooh, that's just tennis balled through off a length there from Scriven. It's sort of given the impression here that he's run his fingers over the first couple of deliveries, and that one really has kicked up off the surface and tennis balled its way through to Swindles. So, not straightforward for the Middlesex batsman.
Wow. That one goes the other way.
Yeah, lots of cutters here from Scriven, changing his pace up. Berkshire youngster Tom Scriven played at Hampshire, moved up to Leicestershire at the start of this season. A very talented all-rounder, actually, batter and bowler.
England under 19 as well.
Yeah.
Did you see much of him when he was with Berkshire?
That's just dying, isn't it? That slower ball is just dying on him there. Very, very difficult for Cracknell to swing his arms through. Yeah, we did see a bit of Scriven when he was a young man. Sort of blessed Middlesex around his age with all-rounders, so a very difficult skill to sort of break through in, but well known to Middlesex and its programme.
Just had the feeling all the way through that the ball's just doing a little bit more. The pitch is doing a little bit more in this second innings in the chase. Far more so than I think Middlesex certainly would have expected. Sweeps at that one.
Yeah, Cracknell just getting down. Squareleg had come up into the ring for that delivery, so not a bad option for Joe Cracknell to look to try and pick the ball up over. But a bit of uncertainty around the bounce and how the ball is going to come through to you. Do you make it a tricky option to execute?
Gets that one through. I think fingertips maybe to it at backward point. Either way, swept up out on the boundary.
Very good over from Scriven, just 2 runs from it. Middlesex now 76 off 48 balls, as you can see on the bottom of the graphic on the screen there. And a big 8 overs in this game. What a great finish I think we're set for. It's been a wonderful game of cricket all day. Some very good batting from both sides, as we've seen. Slightly different methods in terms of getting their score. Leicestershire obviously had the big 100 of Moulder earlier on, backed up with a couple of scores. Middlesex have scored consistently through the order, all the way down, sort of lots of scores between 20 and 50. It's a different way of going about it, but one more partnership here for Middlesex, one more big partnership, one more big over, and it opens the game right up.
Yep, 76 from 48. What Middlesex probably can't afford here is one bad over now. It was a good over last up, just 2 off it. Bad over, you throw a wicket in there now as well. And you're asking batters to come out and hit from the off. Anderson, Yadav, Wallaluisa, all capable. As Robbie White on air earlier said, Yadav and Wallaluisa could be quite the pairing to finish this one off if needed.
We saw Wallaluisa last year in the 50 over comp in a rain affected game. He slogged a few at the end.
One-handed, swung away, out to mid-wicket and gone. It's the end of Luke Holman. Bottom hand off the bat. Wasn't quite there for him. He's gone for 8. Catch taken coolly at deep mid-wicket. There goes the 6th wicket. Middlesex 284 for 6.
Yeah, Hendricks there into the surface. Holman tried to pick the ball up towards the car park side. Back of a length delivery there, and it's managed to pick out Welch straight down his throat really at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, hand came off the bat. Slight lack of control there from Holman. It has just looked a little bit difficult to time the ball here. So I think we may see another quiet over or so here from Anderson and Cracknell, just to try and keep themselves in the game and get to that 5 overs left point. So maybe a couple of quieter overs. Oh, as Yadav comes in.
Umesh Yadav walks out to the middle. Indian star. List a high score of 30. But he's shown in recent weeks with the bat for Middlesex, very capable batter.
Well, what do I know? Change of batting order here. Anderson, the more recognised batter, slid down the order to allow Yadav probably a bit of freedom to come in and swing, I would say here. This is a bit of a free shot from Middlesex. And if Yadav can do what he has done in Championship cricket and swing a quick 20, it does change the complexion of this chase.
What's the lower order equivalent of a pinch hitter?
Baseball must have a term for it, mustn't they? We steal most of our terms from baseball, don't we?
Early days of T20, Chris Silverwood was the pinch hitter for Middlesex. Yadav would be your man now, wouldn't he? And if that was still the case, of course the game's moved on a little bit since then. But yeah, this is an interesting move. As you say, it's almost a free hit for Yadav. Get out there and have a go. Up against Hendricks as well. This is quite a bold move. So alright, let's go and counter-attack Hendricks at this stage. Clipped away first ball.
No timing problems for Yadav there. Just into Hendricks into his leg and a lovely little clip. I think that's his sighter now. I think he'll say he's played himself in, and we'll see some fireworks pretty soon.
How did the Yadav signing come about? Obviously had to move fast on that one.
Yeah, we had a list of targets. We knew that Shaheen was leaving the club, so we always had the option to look at bringing somebody in, and then when Yadav's name became available, and you get the option to sign a high quality Indian bowler who is in the country at that point as well, with all the visa challenges that have been going on, it seemed a bit of a no-brainer. He's a fantastic man. Obviously has had a fine international career for India. He's just on the fringes of their test side now at the moment, with the number of fine high quality bowlers that they have, but he's been a great addition to our changing room and hasn't yet had the wickets he's deserved. I think he's bowled a lot better than the wickets column has shown so far, and Middlesex definitely hoping for some fireworks with the bat here, but also with the ball as we move towards the back end of this season.
Nice well bowled, well dug out as well. Pick up a single. Clever from Hendricks. Well executed as well. Bowled again from Hendricks.
What a great period here Leicestershire are having. We've seen a number of quiet overs. Obviously the wicket of Holman coming and then a very quiet over from Scriven. Hendricks following that up as well from the other ground end, as it's known here, I believe. I don't know, Kev, but
Saltersfield end.
Saltersfield end. I will learn these at some stage. But some fantastic back-to-back overs here from Leicestershire, really driving the game here. Middlesex and Joe Cracknell especially looking for an answer to this fantastic bowling effort in the last few overs from Leicestershire.
No ball on high and swept away. They're coming back for the second, are they? No, settling on one. So that'll be a free hit as well. 3 to the board. Umpire will signal a free hit now.
Yeah, I think the Leicestershire captain, Lewis Hill, just having a bit of a conversation here with the umpire, Hassan Adnan, former Derbyshire batsman. Just about the height of that one. Looked comfortably over waist height from our view, but obviously a bit of a discrepancy out there in the field. Makes this a free hit for Yadav. He's had 2 balls to warm himself up. Our physio, Vishal Kanji, could be on standby here for a dislocated shoulder. He could swing. He could swing that hard at this delivery.
This could land on the 625 to Newcastle.
I thought you were going to say 625 to New York.
Oh, well bowled into the block hole. Digs out for a single. 291 for 6. This has been a high quality over from Hendricks. The overseas stars for Leicestershire. Coming to the 4 here. 291 for 6. Look at that comparison though. Leicestershire were 266 for 7. 291 for 6 the score with 7 to go.
It's one big over now, I think, for Middlesex. Got to pick your over, got to pick your bowler. Have a look at who's got some overs left in the bank and which over you're going to target. But I would suggest one of these overs in the next 3 or 4. Joe Cracknell and Umesh Yadav are going to be looking to get after and really try and take the game to the Leicestershire bowlers.
Bowled him. Yadav looks to swing across the line. Looks to heave it out towards the car park over mid-wicket, but Mulder strikes. And again, it's the overseas show for Leicestershire. 291 for 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was right in the block hole. I think Yadav might be a bit disappointed here. I think that might be in the slot, as they call it. Yeah, not full at all, really. And Yadav, perhaps, had he been looked to hit that straighter, might have been able to connect. It certainly wasn't a Yorker, as you would normally see at this stage. But the Yadav experiment hasn't really worked. 3 or 4 balls, 219 for 7, Middlesex.
Well, exactly that. It was an experiment, wasn't it? It was a case of go and see if you can take a chunk out of this, have the freedom. But 291 for 7 it is. Here comes Martin Anderson, 44 unbeaten, his highest List A score. Was batted at 3 for Middlesex in the T20. Comes in at 9 in this List A.
Middlesex members will remember last year Anderson's innings at Worcestershire and at Sussex especially against David Visa. Really dominating right-handed batsman who, if he can get in here, is can be very destructive. But a tough ask now with only 3 wickets in the bank for Middlesex. A very tough ask. 69 from 41. Really feels like it has to be this partnership now for Middlesex. So it'll be back wins for Leicestershire. Their white ball run continues after that magnificent run they got on in the T20. Inside edge first up, single to short fine leg. A lot on Cracknell's shoulders here for Middlesex. 41 or 46 balls. His quality is known around the county game in white ball cricket. as you mentioned earlier on, he was selected for the London Spirit last year in the 100, missed out on the draft this year, but an explosive white ball batter. Middlesex will be hoping for a few boundaries from him here just to shift that momentum back into their favour.
It's a nice looking shot just for a single though. That's what it's been of late with the last few overs. Middlesex unable to find those boundaries. Holman's wicket was born out of that really. The elevation of Yadav born out of that as well. Bowled again into the block hole. Squeeze fully on here.
You can't praise the Leicestershire bowlers highly enough for this period of the last 5 or 6 overs. They really have been outstanding and really have kept a lid on this Middlesex middle and lower order. Cracknell, you can see 42 or 47 below a run of ball in a run chase that's over 7. Shows how well they are bowling.
2 overs to come from Hendricks. 1 after this from Mulder. Bowled again, just a single. So that will take them up to the 47th. They've got to find 3 more overs.
Scriven after that last over, he's going to be involved. I think lots of slower balls from him. And you've got the experience of Aaron Lilly as well. Played a lot of white ball games in his career and can always burgle an over or off spin, especially bowling round the wicket across the right-handed batsman. So plenty of options still for Leicestershire here to use here.
He's happy to push the singles at the moment, Cracknell. Just wonder, is he going to try and pick a bowler? And will that bowler be Scriven? End of the 44th, 295 for 7, 273 for 7. With Leicestershire, Middlesex are still well ahead, but it was that Anderson over that went horribly wrong for him. Let's push this one right up at the end. 360 the target. 65 from 36 to win.
Does anyone know what the cut-off time is here? It seems quite late, 6:15 with a number of overs left. I'm not sure what the cut-off time is, but yeah. But I do wonder if that may play a part in a moment. I know at Radlett you always do lose some balls, but it does seem quite a late finish for an 11:50 over game with only a half-hour break.
The break 30, so ours finished at 38. Down the grounds. Thinking about 2, it's just a single. Single more. Anderson 3 from 4.
I think the boundary to target here is definitely that straight one back towards the screen.
Bowled in. Cracknell's gone for 44. With him is the game gone as well for Middlesex.
As I said, I felt the boundary to target was the one back over Scriven's head here. A lot of success during the day, hitting the ball back towards that side screen. Cracknell's tried to go across this one, it looks like, drag it into down towards the railway tracks, and unable to pick up that ball. Yeah, slower ball from Scriven. Cracknell threw it too early. And a very tricky chase here. A lot now on Martin Anderson's shoulders.
297 for 8. Cracknell a fine 44. Not enough at the moment though for Middlesex. 63 from 33. It's going to take something brilliant. Tilan Wallaluita there makes his way out to the middle to join Martin Anderson. 29 to his name as well. Both he and Anderson have got history of hitting big. Anderson, of course, in particular, as we set up the order at number 3 in T20. They're going to have to produce something brilliant here, though.
They both will have to produce something brilliant for Middlesex to have any hope of winning this game. I do think now, do you go now? Do they go now and try and swing hard here? Or do they actually try and get themselves 20 off the last overs, find a way to get yourself to 335 with an over left perhaps, and see if you can keep yourself in the game as long as possible? Tilan will have had a very clear message coming out as to whether they're going to keep going here or whether they try and knock the ball around and keep yourself in the game for as long as possible.
It's up across to the off stump, just works a single. You mentioned down the ground being the option. Obviously one of the big shots, big scoring areas for Martin Anderson is on the drive. Looks to punch hard off the back foot, just a single again. They've been picking out the fielder for a while, haven't they?
Yeah, at the start of the innings, Stoneman, Eskenazi in that first 7-8 overs managed to find a lot of gaps, and they beat the fielders, got the ball away from the sweepers, and the ball raced away very quickly. But as the innings has progressed, more and more balls have found those deep fielders. And it's really put the pressure on this Middlesex order.
Carved away by Wallaluita. There's his first boundary. You know he'll try and do it with a flourish, with flair. Wallaluita, an extravagant batter.
A lovely stylish cut there from a wide ball from Scriven, beautifully placed into that space, a ball that has avoided the sweeper fielder there, and again that just demonstrates it is a good ground for scoring boundaries if you time the ball well.
300 on the board at the end of the 45th, so 5 overs to go, 57 required. It's not out of the question. They do need a very big over though, and you'd have thought sooner rather than later. This is Mulder's last. 9 overs, 4 for 42. He's been the star turn with the ball today, taking over those Holman figures of 3 for 43 from 9. Just gone one better at this stage. Anderson looking to go down the ground, only picks out mid-off. We've seen Mulder angling it back into the right-hander all day, haven't we? Can Anderson find a way?
We have. He's almost tempting Anderson here with having mid-off up, so encouraging him almost to go over the top of the Captain Hill at mid-off with the third man back. Quite rare you would see that at this stage with Mulder bowling. Quite a high percentage of slower balls.
Takes a step to it. Slower ball outside off.
I do think with a pitch that the bounce has been varied through this innings, it's fair to say perhaps a better option here for Anderson is just to stand still. Get yourself into a position early and respond to where the ball's bowled rather than trying to create anything, because if you're not sure how the ball is going to bounce, it does make it very challenging.
Swing and a miss again. That time giving himself room. Weight all going backwards for Anderson as he looked to open up. Frustration for him, but that's what he's got to do. He's just got to look to try and clear the ropes now, I think. Get going and keep going. 27 deliveries left, 57 to win. Oh wow, that has lifted off a length. Nothing Anderson can do about that one. We've seen a lot more of that in this second innings. Ball's just lifted. Eskenazi wore a few at the beginning, but even as the ball softened, the bounce, the inconsistency of the bounce seems to have been more prevalent in the chase.
It has been, and that aligns to what we were saying a moment ago there. As a batter, if you're not sure if it's going to bounce or keep low, you have to limit your movement and respond to what happens in front of you.
Crunches that one away. Will he get reward? He will. 4 runs. He's on to 8. 307 for 8. 1 to come of the over.
A much needed boundary for Middlesex there. Martin Anderson just opened himself up a little bit there. Not too much of an extravagant movement, but opened himself up, managed to beat Point's right hand as the ball ran away to that deep point boundary for 4 runs.
1 ball to come of Moulder's day. 4 for him. Can he find a finder? A 5 can Middlesex find another boundary? Slow ball, well bowled. And a dot ball. Single to end the over. So 5 off it, the 46th. 309 for 8. Anderson keeps the strike. He has 9. Walaluita has 5. 4 for today for Moulder. What a star turn from him. Bat and ball.
Yeah. A very good day from Moulder. A fantastic 100 earlier on in the day. And then he's backed it up brilliantly with the ball there. With his 4 wickets and wickets at key players out at key times he's got throughout his spell there.
Probably didn't see it in the match at Lords, but a really star talent, the 24-year-old, isn't he? 10 tests, 12 ODIs, 5 T20 internationals as well. Average of 35 in first-class cricket. 7 centuries, 9 50s in 56 matches.
This is Leicestershire going for the kill here. Hendricks back in. Is this his final over? No, he's got 2 more. Sorry, he's got 2 more. But this is really going for a kill here. This wicket now finishes the game off.
Goes block hole first out, up, dug out by Anderson, looking for 2. Yep, pressure put on the fielder. They're back comfortably. How does Anderson manage this? Does he try and go big against Hendricks? Does he take a medium return over here and then go big the next? With Moulder bowled out and Wright bowled out.
Still think got to target that straight boundary. Hendricks round the wicket, so the ball coming into Anderson, trying to hit the ball towards the screen, onto the other field. There's a big space between long on and deep mid wicket as well.
Long on back, mid off up. A little bit of width. Anderson does connect so well, but that's a good piece of fielding out there by Welch. Could hear it wasn't the cleanest of hits from Anderson. Again, square drive's a big one for him as well.
A great piece of work by Welsh out on that rope there. We've seen the ball bobble around all day. It gets to you very, very quickly. And to pick that ball up cleanly, Middlesex certainly would have been looking for 2 there to get Anderson back on strike. But a great piece of fielding out on the rope.
Tilan Walaluita, 5 from 2. Hendrick left arm over to the left-hander. We know that Walaluita likes the spotlight. He doesn't mind being out there with the pressure on him. He'll play his shots. Inside of the bat, just a single out to deep square. .48 from 21. 4 off the over so far. 3 to come of it. Tries to follow him again. Digs out the drive. Brilliant stop at mid-off. Superb work in there from the skipper Hill. Again, fielding's been tough all day. Made no mistake.
And again, right in that block hole there from Hendricks. Very difficult for the batter to get underneath that ball. Timed it pretty well, but a great piece of work again by Hill there at mid-off.
Has had an economy of 7 to this point, Hendricks. Low full toss, just a single down to long off. Last ball of the over for Anderson to face. 6 off the over so far. Anderson just take the single, take the strike. 48th over feels pretty big now.
It does. I assume it's going to be Scriven bowling from the end that we're sitting. He'll bowl. I assume it's going to be him. He'll bowl lots of slower balls, you would think, so difficult to time. But they're going to be 2 massive overs for Middlesex to target, you would say, with Hendricks' death skills at the other end being very tricky to hit, as we're seeing here.
Goes big with that one. Goes all the way, Anderson, for 6. He moves to 19 from 15. 320 for 8. That is a much needed maximum for Middlesex.
I've been talking about that straight boundary. Martin Anderson gives himself a little bit of room, works with that angle, plenty of bottom hand, and that's cleared the fence for 6 quite comfortably. Just keeps a foot in the door for Middlesex. 40 now off 3 overs. 1 more over, 15 off an over, and it does start to get very, very interesting.
Walla Luis is going to have strike here. To Scriven, and again we've seen 1 boundary away so far from Walla Luisa. This feels like a batter that he's free to attack. 1, 4 or 6 here is a very acceptable outcome from Walla Luisa this first ball.
Middlesex will be hoping for 2 of the latter, either the 4 or the 6 there, but break the 40 run chase down. 1 over that goes for 16 and 2 that go for 12. So there's plenty of ways, and we've seen these chased before, but the challenge is that 8 wickets in the wicket column, and trying to keep it at 8 wickets with Bamber still sitting ready to come in.
Oh, he's gone. LBW down on 1 knee. It hits the back leg. It means Bamber will have strike as well. That was the 1, 4 or 6 equation. It's a dot ball. It's not only a dot ball, it's a wicket ball.
Yeah, and Walla there, sorry, Scriven round the wicket, has looked to just get across his stumps and open up that leg side. Slower ball, it's just hit Walla on the back thigh in front of all 3 stumps, and a very straightforward decision for umpire Bainton. Makes this chase very, very tricky now for Middlesex, 9 down.
It's another ball gone as well. Yep, Bamber will come out with a quite simple task here. Drop a single, get Anderson onto strike. That was it for Walla Luisa. If he'd have even just got an inside edge on that one and a single got off strike.
Middlesex hoping that Ethan Bamber here can just play second fiddle to Anderson. Very much need a strong over of hitting from Anderson. He's going to have to get the vast majority of those runs. So Bamber's role here probably just to get Anderson on strike. And we had this in a T20 game earlier on in the year where Anderson was at the heart of a run chase, and there was a discussion had around should he just face all the balls and turn down singles at this point. You know, 40 off 17 balls is 10 boundaries. It's 8 to 10 boundaries depending on 4s and 6s. So is Anderson better just to face all of them, turn down the singles, and back himself to try and clear the ropes 8 times?
Working out the field here for Bamber. Bamber's equation pretty simple. Find a single. 5 out, 4 in. Scriven from the pavilion end. Oh, so bowled.
Just needs to find bat. Bamber just needs to get bat on that ball. He's trying to do the right thing and run the ball down to third man, but you got to do the basic first and just make contact with it, even if you can just drop it at your feet to get Anderson back on strike.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful bowling at the end here from Scriven. Cut away by Bamba. Actually looked to get a couple here. Oh! Did that go? No. 2 taken. 38 from 14.
Yeah, a bit of a debate from the crowd. I think a few of the Middlesex faithful down in the bottom corner were signalling for a 4 there, but looks like a tidy piece of work for Hendricks. Cut away from Bamba there for 2 runs. 2 balls left in this Scriven over.
Bit of width. Bamba gets it away. It's just a single though, which means Anderson needs to find another single to finish the over. Or a 6. And look for the single at the start of the next.
I think if I was Anderson here, I'd take a single. Try and leave yourself 36 off the last 2 and hope for a big over.
There's the single. Anderson has the strike. 36 to win off 2. 18 and over required for Middlesex. It's not impossible, but Hendricks is going to make it very, very difficult in the 49th. And as we've just seen there, Scriven will do likewise in the 50th. 3:24 for 9 here at Radlett on the live and enhanced Middlesex stream. Myself, Kevin Handon, head of men's performance at Middlesex, Alan Coleman.
A very tough ask for Martin Anderson here. As I mentioned a moment ago, whether he would now turn down singles and just back himself here to hit some boundaries to try and get Middlesex over the line, but a very tough ask at 18 and over. We've seen overs today go for that amount, but to do it back to back without losing the wicket is nigh on impossible. But Martin Anderson for Middlesex is a clean striker of the cricket ball, and then cricket is a funny old game.
It's pretty much from this ball now, isn't it? Get going. Well, bowled just outside the top of off.
Yeah, I think Anderson might be a bit disappointed there. The ball's bounced above the stumps, both third man and point in the circle. Any bat on that, very hard to defend. So I think he might be a bit disappointed. Again, as I mentioned in the previous couple of overs, I think just stand as still as you can, respond to the ball that's bowled to you, target the straight boundary if possible.
Does so there. Does he get past mid-off? No, just the single. Should he have taken the single?
Well, it's 1 or 4 for Bamba here, isn't it? He's got to get Anderson back on strike. Realistically, Middlesex's chance of winning the game lies, the slim chance lies with Martin Anderson. He's either got to get him back on strike or he's got to find a boundary to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Block hole delivery, Bjorn Hendricks.
He's got mid-off and mid-on up. This could well be short, actually, I think. He could try and get a slower ball bouncer or a bouncer in play here.
Bouncer it is, so he goes for the shorter ball. Picks up the single, Bamba. 3 to go the over. Middlesex needing boundaries desperately here just to give themselves something in the final over to go at.
It's 3 boundaries here, isn't it? Either way, it's 3 4s or a 4 and a 6 and another, a couple of 4s or a couple of 6s. But it has to be 3 boundaries now for Middlesex at this stage.
Look for 2 here. It's a wide long on. Oh, scrambling stop out there. Very nearly slid over it. Bowley.
The key there for Middlesex gets Anderson back on strike here with 2 balls left in this over. But a very tricky task here. 32 off 8 remaining balls. It's a boundary of delivery.
Oh, it's well bowled. Anderson comes down the track, slow ball bouncer outside off. Game's pretty much up for Middlesex. Anderson, I'm sure, will try and drop a single here and then go big the final over, but oh, wide. Every little helps. Going for the slow ball again. What's Anderson saying on it?
Anderson is saying that that's bounced off the pitch and should be a no ball. That's what he's saying. If the ball bounces off the cut strip, that should be a no ball. Be interesting to see a replay if there is one as to that last delivery.
Who's the umpire standing? Adnan.
Bounce on the pitch. No replay.
Is a no ball a free hit? There's a single that'll keep the strike for the final over. 30 needed from the last 6 deliveries. See if we can get a replay of it. Wrong end. Actually, we can go back on the stream, of course, and have a look, can't we?
No, just on the replay we've just seen here, clearly bounced on. So Martin doing his best to argue the case for Middlesex, but I think the umpire's got that one right there.
Here we go. 5 sixes needed for Middlesex. Anderson 24 from 21.
4 sixes and 2 fours. 4 sixes, a 4 and a 2. This is where my math lets me down.
Oh, swing and a miss. 5 sixes.
It's about a high percentage of slower balls here. Scriven, very, very difficult to hit and time for the Middlesex batsman. He's taken a lot of pace off this, and you can see on the stream the ball dying before it gets through to Swindles. It's how hard it is with no pace on the ball to hit the ball.
Block hole delivery again. Hit down the grounds. Net run rate deficit to play for now for Middlesex.
And I think Middlesex will be ruining a few of those final overs there that with a score now 29 short have appeared to be very, very costly.
Good from Bamba. Will it go? Yes, it will. Downhill all the way. Bamba moves to 8. Middlesex 335 for 9. Well, that's as much as they can take from it now to reduce the net run rate deficit at this stage, which isn't particularly heavy, given the size of that first inning score, 359, but how close can they get to it? Up in the air. And dropped by Lilly. Oh, they've taken a single. And poor Lilly, just shy of his maiden list A50 today. He's dropped a dolly.
Yeah, full wide one there from Scriven. Bamba trying to drag the ball into the leg side. And Aaron Lilly, fantastic cricketer. He's had a very, very good white ball career. Will not want to see that one again.
Down the track comes Anderson. Heaves that one up and over. 4 more. You know you've won by a long way when you can laugh off a drop catch as Lilly just did. 340 for 9.
That deficit now for Middlesex down to 19 runs. As I said a moment ago, a few of those overs closing out the innings there will specifically be looked at as big turning points in the game. 700 runs here scored in 100 overs.
Last ball goes down the grounds, 1 bounce, and 4. Middlesex finish on 344 for 9. So a 15-run victory here for Leicestershire. And well, that's extraordinary, isn't it? As you say, 700 runs in the day and a 15-run difference between the sides at the end.
Yeah, a tricky chase there for Middlesex. A lot of batters got in. Nobody really got past that 50 mark as Mulder did for Leicestershire, and really drove their innings forward with a big 100. And that will be one of two things I think Middlesex will assess from this. Batters who got in didn't go on and make a big score, and the second will just be those overs closing out the innings there from the Middlesex bowling attack. To lose a game by 16 runs but have some very, very costly overs after the 40th over really have determined the outcome of this game, and they'll be disappointing for Middlesex, having scored 344 in a chase.
6th highest list A score by Middlesex in defeat here at Radlett. Alan Culber, thanks very much. Well done to Leicestershire. Back-to-back wins for them to open up. On to Durham for Middlesex. I'm sure you'll want to get out there and see the players, speak to the players at the end of the match. I'll shake hands on the field just in front of us now. A fabulous performance by Mulder in particular, the overseas star name, doing it for the visitors. A century and a forfeit, setting up this victory, taking the game away in that first innings, and then, well, taking it away with the ball in the second. Thanks Angus Fraser as well, all those who've joined on the commentary today here at Radlett. Middlesex in action again on Sunday morning up at Durham in the Royal London One Day Cup. Next stream action is again here from Radlett against Surrey next week. Thanks very much for your company with us today. Not to be in the opening Royal London One Day Cup match for Middlesex. Our thanks to the stream sponsors as well, eToro, partners of the streams for the Championship and the One Day Cup match. Scan that QR code in the top left corner to find out more about the partnership. But 344 for 9 Middlesex finish, and it's a 15-run victory for Leicestershire, as from here at Radlett we say goodnight.